Junlingyi, a quirky modern girl, unexpectedly transmigrated to ancient times. However, she ended up with a cliché and unlucky script. Not only does she have to marry to drive away bad luck, but she also has to become a stepmother. She didn't want such a great opportunity, so Junlingyi quietly escaped from the Jun Manor. To her surprise, she encountered a heavily injured man. As luck would have it, this man was none other than the person Junlingyi was supposed to marry. Junlingyi still couldn't escape her fate of marrying for luck. However, this cold-faced prince would get touchy-feely with her at the slightest provocation. He would either stroke Junlingyi's cheek or pin her down on the bed. This gave Junlingyi quite a headache. An unexpected marriage for luck bound Junlingyi's fate with Qinji's. A few days ago, the Jun Manor was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The servants were gossiping. It was said that Prince Pingxi joined the army at 10 and dominated the battlefield for 15 years, earning titles and glory. He was very formidable. The second miss of the Jun family, born of a concubine, marrying Prince Pingxi was like a phoenix rising to the top. If Prince Pingxi hadn't gone missing on the battlefield, and the Empress Mother hadn't sought someone to marry him for luck, such a good thing would never have fallen on Junlingyi, whose birth chart happened to match. However, Junlingyi didn't think so. At this moment, she had changed into servant's clothes and was sneaking out of the manor. She happened to run into a servant working outside. When he asked where she was going, Junlingyi wiped the sweat from her forehead and told them the steward had sent her out to buy things for the wedding. She complained that the wedding was too rushed, as they were getting married tomorrow, forcing them to work through the middle of the night. She said she'd buy some wine for everyone to drink later, and thus managed to escape. Once outside, Junlingyi took off her outer garment, thinking she would never come back. Since so many people thought marrying Prince Pingxi was a good thing, they could go marry him themselves. Marrying for luck. If the other guy kicked the bucket, Junlingyi would be in a ghost marriage and have to live as a widow. Moreover, he had a 5-year-old illegitimate son at home. She'd be a stepmother as soon as she entered the door. Just thinking about it was terrifying. As a modern person, how could Junlingyi stand spending the rest of her life with a memorial tablet? Junlingyi thought that even if she starved to death outside, she would never compromise and marry into that family. Besides, with Yin Ning, her big gold vault, she definitely wouldn't starve. Junlingyi hummed a little tune as she walked toward the city gate. Suddenly, a large object fell from above. It gave Junlingyi a fright. Looking closely, it turned out to be a person. The man lay weakly on the ground, bleeding. He looked severely injured. Junlingyi thought she shouldn't meddle. Her priority was escaping the marriage. She could barely take care of herself, so she shouldn't worry about others. After walking a few steps, she heard coughing from behind. Junlingyi ultimately couldn't bear it. After all, this was a living human life. Approaching him, she saw he was actually a handsome guy. Junlingyi helped the man up. The man warily grabbed Junlingyi's hand, looking as if he recognized her. This left Junlingyi confused. She thought he had hit his head and was talking nonsense. After a few steps, they heard the sounds of pursuers. Qinji knew these people were there to kill him. Being with him would drag Junlingyi down, so Qinji wanted her to leave. Instead, Junlingyi pushed Qinji against the wall. She let her hair down, leaned against Qinji, and shouted, "Yin Lang." This move confused Qinji. His body stiffened, and he told Junlingyi to let go. Junlingyi whispered in his ear, telling him they were just acting. Qinji understood immediately. He put his arm around Junlingyi's waist and turned her around, pinning her to the wall in an intimate posture. When the pursuers saw them, they thought they were just a pair of wild mandarin ducks, unable to control themselves. They turned and left. Seeing the killers were gone, Junlingyi looked at Qinji crossly and told him to get up. Qinji's lips brushed against Junlingyi's cheek. He reached out to touch her, making Junlingyi's heart race. He asked what she had just called him. Qinji didn't know who the Yin Lang she mentioned was, nor did he know if she truly didn't remember him. Junlingyi pushed Qinji away and cursed him for being an old lecher. She saved him, yet he touched her and took advantage of her. However, Qinji was very weak from his injuries and suddenly collapsed. Junlingyi thought he was trying to scam her and called out to him a few times. She found that he had actually fainted. Since she had started helping, she decided to finish the job. Junlingyi tied up her hair and prepared to take Qinji to a medical clinic. After examining the injuries, the doctor stroked his beard and told Junlingyi he could treat him, but she needed to pay 2 taels of silver first. Junlingyi was unhappy about the high price. Isn't this highway robbery? She thought. The doctor told her Qinji was badly hurt, and this was the price to save his life. It was already very cheap. Junlingyi told the doctor to wait. Seeing that Qinji was well dressed, she figured he must have some money and should pay for his own life. So, Junlingyi began searching Qinji's person. She removed the clothes from his upper body and praised his great physique. Continuing her search, she finally found a money pouch. The doctor watched in stunned silence. He had never seen such a bold woman. Junlingyi opened the pouch and was disappointed to find only 5 taels of silver. She had thought Qinji would be loaded. She handed 2 taels to the doctor, telling him to treat him well. She told the doctor to let him go home once he recovered. Junlingyi planned to keep the remaining 3 taels as her reward for saving him. Then, she happily set off to find Yin Ning. However, servants from a June family arrived and blocked her path. They forcibly took June Lingy back to the June Manor. Despite her resistance, it was all in vain. The next day, firecrackers sounded in front of the Prince Pingxi Manor. With red sedan chairs and red decorations, it was very lively. The matchmaker lifted the curtain and handed a rooster to June Lingy, telling her to hold her husband tight. June Lingy was speechless. She never expected that in her lifetime, she would experience marrying a rooster. She was undoubtedly the most miserable transmigrator of the year, feeling very pathetic. June Lingy held the wedding ceremony with the rooster and was then sent to the bridal chamber. Pushed inside, she stumbled and thought to herself, I can't just sit here and wait for death. She took off her headpiece, thinking that if Yin Ning couldn't find her, he would surely enter the city to investigate. She'd send him a message later and make another escape plan. Outside, she heard servants calling for the prince. June Lingy thought news of Qin Ji's death had arrived. She leaned against the door to listen carefully. She thought if Qin Ji really was dead, she might be able to escape in the chaos. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. June Lingy fell to the floor. Standing at the door was the man she had saved the previous night. Instinctively, June Lingy asked, Qin Ji, you're not dead? Qin Ji closed the door and asked in an unreadable tone, do you want me dead? June Lingy, flustered, stood up and pointed randomly, telling Qin Ji she was talking about a mosquito. There are too many mosquitoes tonight, and I can't kill them. It's such a headache. She smiled at Qin Ji while calculating in her head. So the man she saved yesterday was Prince Pingxi, Qin Ji. Since she saved his life, he probably wouldn't refuse if she asked for a divorce. So, June Lingy looked at Qin Ji seriously and told him that this marriage was only arranged to drive away his bad luck. Now that he had returned safely, she should be able to bow out gracefully. After all, she and Qin Ji didn't know each other. Forcing them together wouldn't be harmonious, so it would be better to part ways and get a divorce early. Qin Ji was puzzled. If June Lingy didn't know him, why did her appearance and voice match his memory? 5 years ago, it was definitely her, yet she didn't remember him. June Lingy, suspecting she'd said the wrong thing, quickly changed her tune, saying they didn't know each other. They met yesterday. She saved him, so logically, Qin Ji should repay her. She didn't have any big requests. She just wanted to leave the manor. As Qin Ji listened, his gaze grew colder. June Lingy was a bit scared as Qin Ji approached her and asked if she was the one who stripped him yesterday, since she saved him. Yun Lingy stammeled, telling Qin Ji she only did it out of necessity to get the medical fee. Qin Ji kapt Yun Lingy is list. No one had ever dared to treat him that way. She deserved to be punished. Now, they were going to settle the score. Qin Ji pinned June Lingy to the bed and slowly leaned in. June Lingy felt some regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have coveted those 3 taels of silver yesterday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She had come to bring some wine to the prince and princess. June Lingy gave Tower a pleading look, but Tower didn't notice. She introduced the wine as Nwanqing, meant to enhance the mood. Qin Ji was slightly displeased and told Tower to hurry up. Tower quickly set down the wine, picked up the rooster, and left. However, the door wasn't closed tightly. Qin Ji continued looking at June Lingy, thinking she had a mole on her shoulder. If he could see it, he could confirm if she was really that person. June Lingy shyly turned her head to avoid Qin Ji, only to see someone sneaking a drink of the wine. Qin Ji thought June Lingy wanted him to drink, but he didn't need wine to enhance the mood. June Lingy couldn't take it anymore and quickly got up. Following June Lingy's gaze, Qin Ji finally noticed Mu Yan. Mu Yan was gulping down the wine from a cup. Tipsy, he was about to fall off the chair. Qin Ji rushed over and caught Mu Yan, urgently calling for the imperial physician. In the room, Mu Yan was sound asleep. Qin Ji worriedly asked the physician about his condition. The physician told Qin Ji that the wine was potent, but fortunately, the little prince hadn't drunk much. He would prescribe some medicine to sober him up. Once the little prince rested and took the medicine, he would be fine. Tao was terrified nearby. It was because she had been taking the rooster out that she left the door and failed to watch the little prince. She didn't mean to let him sneak in and drink. Tower quickly knelt to admit her mistake. Qin Ji was furious and wanted to have Tower dragged out. June Lingy stopped him and pleaded for her. Tower was her dowry maid and had only recently been bought by the June family, so she hadn't been properly trained yet. That was why she wasn't very thorough. Besides, she had only brought this one maid. June Lingy looked at Qin Ji pitifully, wanting him to let Tower stay. Qin Ji had a headache, but agreed, though Tower had to learn proper etiquette and would only be sent back once she mastered it. He decided to stay at Mu Yan's Zhanchuan Hall for the night. Qin Ji picked up the little prince and walked out. He told June Lingy to sleep on her own. For June Lingy, it felt like a blessing from heaven. Once Qin Ji was completely gone, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she happily flopped onto the bed. Not having to deal with Qin Ji made her very happy. Since he had been touchy-feely with her multiple times, June Lingy considered him a lecherous prince. Having tossed and turned all night and worked all day, she began to yawn. June Lingy was indeed sleepy. Thinking Qin Ji wouldn't return since he was worried about Mu Yan, she gradually fell asleep. Late at night, Qin Ji came back after all. Looking at the sleeping Junlingyi, Qin was still very confused. The face and voice were the same, yet she alone had forgotten him. Was she really her? Qin moved his hand toward Junlingyi. He wanted to see her shoulder, but Junlingyi grabbed his hand. Qin thought he'd been caught, but Junlingyi just smacked her lips, turned over, and didn't wake up. Qin tried to pull his hand away, but Junlingyi pulled again. Losing his balance, Qin fell over her. Junlingyi grabbed Qin arm and took a big bite. She muttered, "Why does this KFC-style drumstick taste weird?" This left Qin completely confused. Then, Junlingyi turned over and curled into a ball, feeling a bit cold. Qin pulled the blanket over her and lay down on the outer edge of the bed. Looking at her, he thought she always said strange things, just like her. But if she was her, why would she forget him? The next morning, Junlingyi woke up. She had intended to just nap and sneak away in the middle of the night, but she hadn't expected to sleep so soundly. It was a miscalculation to wake up only when it was already light. She figured Qin was still taking care of the little prince at Zhanchuan Hall and wouldn't have time for her. It wasn't too late to find a way to sneak out now. Junlingyi slipped into the laundry yard. Seeing no one there, she quickly grabbed a set of clothes. She put them on, but just as she finished, two maids spotted her. Seeing an unfamiliar back, the two maids asked who she was and why she was there. Junlingyi turned around, thinking things had gone south. However, one maid suddenly spoke, helping her come up with an excuse. The maid thought Junlingyi was the newcomer the steward said would be sent over. Junlingyi quickly nodded. The maid then pushed her aside and told her the rules. As a newcomer, she had to wash all the clothes on her first day. Junlingyi agreed obediently, though she was cursing in her head. She thought that once she dealt with them, she could run away. But to her surprise, the maid intended to watch her wash the clothes. Facing a mountain of laundry, Junlingyi was stunned. She had been too careless. Junlingyi sat on a stool, washing clothes, thinking that there were no difficult jobs, only people who didn't try hard enough to escape. The two maids found watching her wash clothes boring and figured she couldn't cause any trouble. They planned to leave together, talking about crawling out through a dog hole in the furthest corner. Hearing their conversation, Junlingyi had a bright idea, a dog hole. She could wait until nightfall. She'd escape through the dog hole. Before leaving, the two maids sternly warned Junlingyi not to slack off. If they returned and found she wasn't finished, she'd be in trouble. Junlingyi quickly agreed and told them not to worry. Once they were gone, she picked up a garment. She thought they were bold to bully a newcomer and wanted to see if they'd dare to do it again. So, she intentionally tore the garment. Just then, Yinning's voice came from above. Junlingyi turned around and was delighted to see the youthful man. It was Yinning. Yinning jumped down nimbly from the wall. Junlingyi pinched his ear and scolded him, reminding him she'd told him many times not to call her sister. Yinning wailed in pain and begged for mercy, saying a gentleman uses words, not hands. He told her to let go. Junlingyi wasn't falling for it. Yinning's actual age was 20, 3 years older than her. He shouldn't try to act young just because he looked it. Yinning quickly apologized and called her little sister instead. Finally released, Yinning rubbed his ear, sounding a bit dejected. He had come specifically to see her, only to be greeted this way. Junlingyi glared at him, and he immediately behaved. They had agreed to escape the day before yesterday, and Yinning had waited outside the city for her all night. Only after entering the city did he find out she had already married into the prince's manor. Yinning coughed seriously and asked her, since Prince Pingxi was powerful and handsome, if she had changed her mind and didn't want to leave anymore. Junlingyi scoffed. How could that be? She hadn't escaped in time because of circumstances. She told Yinning to keep the fake identity he'd made for her, as she would sneak out in a couple of days. Yinning was skeptical. The manor was heavily guarded, and Junlingyi didn't know martial arts. How would she get out? Junlingyi thought that if she told him about the dog hole, he'd surely laugh at her, which would be embarrassing. So she vaguely told him. She had another way. Suddenly, the two maids returned. While Junlingyi was dazed, Yinning made his escape. His speed made Junlingyi very envious. If she knew martial arts, she wouldn't have to crawl through a dog hole. The maid pointed at Junlingyi and questioned her, saying she'd heard a man's voice and asked if she was tearing the prince's robes. Junlingyi naturally denied it. But the maid didn't believe her and gritted her teeth, furious that she dared to destroy the robes during work. She grabbed Junlingyi to take her to Nanny's son for punishment. Junlingyi also got angry and shook off the maid's hand. She questioned them if other activities weren't allowed during work, what were the two of them doing just now? Weren't they planning to sneak out through the furthest dog hole to play? Just then, Qin and Duyu arrived at the laundry yard. Qin asked who they were saying was destroying his robes. The two maids quickly bowed. They pointed at Junlingyi and told Qin it was a newcomer who did it and that it had nothing to do with them. Qin walked toward Junlingyi with an oppressive aura, asking if that was true. Junlingyi didn't admit it. The maids were stunned when they heard Qin call Junlingyi princess. Qin pinted Junlingyi's teen. He demanded an explanation for what she was doing there dressed like that. Junlingyi screamed internally. Her luck was terrible. She was trying to run away but got cornered by Qin. How was she going to explain this? While she was worrying, she suddenly saw a wooden tub nearby, filled with many dirty clothes. June Lingyi had a sudden idea. Since the prince had spared her maid yesterday, she was very grateful, so she thought she'd help wash his clothes. June Lingyi picked up a garment and began washing it vigorously. Then, a pair of hands reached over. It was Qin Ji. He picked up a wash garment and saw it had been torn in half. He asked doubtfully if June Lingyi was repaying him or taking revenge, given that his clothes were now in pieces. June Lingyi gave an awkward smile and told him it was an accident. The maids had told her to wash everything in one tub, so she didn't realize his clothes were so delicate. They accidentally tore during washing. June Lingyi looked at Qin Ji pitifully. Qin Ji sensed something was wrong. He looked at the maids and scolded them for letting the princess wash clothes for them. He asked if they were also planning to sneak out through a dog hole. The maids were so terrified they knelt and begged for mercy, unable to say anything coherent. Qin Ji looked at Du Yu and told him to seal the dog hole and take the two maids for punishment. Du Yu immediately complied. At that moment, June Lingyi's heart went cold. Her heart was breaking. That was her dog hole, and it was being sealed just like that. It seemed her escape plan for tonight was ruined. Looking at June Lingyi, who was lost in thought, Qin Ji slowly approached her. June Lingyi didn't know what he wanted to do. She just thought, don't get so close to me. Maintain a proper social distance. So, she slowly backed away until she was cornered against a wall with no way out. Qin Ji pinned June Lingyi against the wall and asked if she had been seeing a lover. June Lingyi was stunned and strategically started fake crying. She told Qin Ji she didn't destroy his robes and that the maids were framing her. Internally, she was complaining. Qin Ji has such a good memory to still remember that. And he's actually wall-slamming me. Seeing June Lingyi cry, Qin Ji couldn't bear it, though his tone remained harsh. He didn't understand how just asking a question could make her cry. June Lingyi changed the subject, asking if Mu Yin was awake and how he was feeling. Hearing her long list of questions, Qin Ji thought she was genuinely concerned about Mu Yin. So he turned and told her to change her clothes and come with him to see Mu Yin. As he walked away, June Lingyi was still full of questions. The two arrived at Jianchuan Hall. Inside, a maid was soothing Mu Yin, telling him to get dressed. The prince and princess were coming to see him soon. She said he should look nice so his mother would like him. However, Mu Yin threw a tantrum on the bed, shouting that he didn't want a mother. He didn't like his grandmother, nor did he like the mother she sent. He said books say stepmothers are the most cruel and hate children who didn't come from their own bellies. So Mu Yin felt this stepmother would be the same. She would hit and scold him. Before he could finish, the newly arrived Qin Ji heard him and sternly stopped him. Hearing Qin Ji, Mu Yin quickly sat up. The maid also knelt. Mu Yin looked at Qin Ji pitifully. Seeing the scene, June Lingyi thought that if she had committed a crime, the law should punish her, not subject her to this. Otherwise, she couldn't help thinking how cute the child was, like a baby from a New Year painting. She really wanted to pet him. So June Lingyi stepped forward, wanting to touch Mu Yin, and told him she was just the manor's new manager. Mu Yan dod get her. Although he was small, he was very smart and thought she was lying. How could a manager be a woman? June Lingyi wasn't convinced. Why couldn't a woman do what a man could? She told Mu Yin that since she entered the manor as a princess, she must manage the family's affairs, so she could naturally be a manager. Since she'd be so busy managing everything, where would she find the time to hit or scold him? How could she be the evil stepmother from books? Mu Yin couldn't argue with that, and felt what she said made some sense. However, he was still very tsundere. Even so, he told her not to think she could trick him into calling her mother. She's just a female manager, he thought. June Lingyi reached out and stroked Mu Yan's head, telling him he could call her whatever he liked. Internally, she thought he was just too cute. Mu Yin crossly swatted her hand away. He wouldn't let her touch his head. Only his father could do that. June Lingyi stood up and saw Qin Ji watching her. She felt it was a bit strange, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes and called his name. Qin Ji finally snapped out of it. He grabbed her waving wrist and told her he had to go out for something. He said Du Yu would follow her, and if she needed anything, she should tell him. Then he turned and left, leaving June Lingyi standing there bewildered. She turned to look at Mu Yin and then at the maid, wailing in her heart. She didn't want to be a stepmother and start a job babysitting. June Lingyi klotzt its hit. Her head was buzzing. Inside Tontian Pavilion, Qin Ji was drinking. Lu Weichun asked why he was there drinking instead of being home with his beautiful wife on the second day of his marriage. Qin Ji asked Lu Weichun to investigate something for him. Lu Weichun immediately agreed, guessing it was about the people who tried to stop him from returning or those who tried to kill him. It turned out to be neither. Qin Ji actually wanted to investigate June Lingyi, recalling how she'd said women could do what men could. She was clearly the person he'd met 5 years ago. Why did she have no impression of him now? He didn't know what had happened to her. He wanted to know everything about her past. Inside Mingyu Pavilion, June Lingyi was studying a map of the manor. She had walked around the manor all day. There were guards every 3 steps, and it was as solid as an iron bucket. Plus, Du followed her everywhere without saying a word, like a robot. She realized escaping was impossible. She had to find another way. Her door was suddenly opened. June Lingyi quickly crumpled the map into a ball. She stood up nervously, welcoming Qin Ji back while watching the rolling brush. Qin Ji pointedly asked Jun Lingyi what she was doing. Jun Lingyi stammered that she was drawing. However, Qin Ji took out a piece of cloth and praised her for being so versatile, suggesting that she must also be skilled in embroidery and mending, things every young lady must learn. Jun Lingyi took the cloth and looked it over from every angle, but couldn't make head or tail of it. Qin Ji told her directly that this was the clothing she had ruined while washing it earlier that day. Now, he was punishing her by making her mend it. Jun Lingyi began her mending, thinking to herself that going from a laundry girl to a mending crone made for a truly colorful day. On the bed, Qin Ji suddenly spoke up, asking Jun Lingyi why she wasn't sleeping yet since it was so late. Jun Lingyi told him to sleep first, saying she wanted to finish today's work today. Inwardly, she grumbled. She would rather mend until dawn than share a bed with Qin Ji. Then she noticed how serious he looked while reading, his physique and his looks. That were simply perfection. She suddenly found herself swooning over him, and for a moment, she lost her focus. She pricked her finger with a needle. The pain snapped her back to reality. She thought, what's the use of a handsome face? It's just a shell for a black heart that oppresses the common people. He was no better than a tyrant. Why should her years of embroidery skills benefit him for nothing? Just he wait. The next morning, Qin Ji woke up and saw Jun Lingyi slumped over the table. He wondered if she was avoiding him by refusing to sleep in the bed. Qin Ji reached out and picked her up. Sensing the movement, Jun Lingyi opened her eyes. Finding herself in Qin Ji's arms, she grew tense, which caused Qin Ji to suddenly let go in a moment of nervousness. Jun Lingyi fell hard onto the floor. Qin Ji pretended to reach for his clothes, using the excuse that she was in his way. Jun Lingyi rubbed her sore backside, muttering that she was terribly sorry. Qin Ji unfolded the garment and saw patches of all sizes and colors. Jun Lingyi stifled a laugh, saying that since everyone has their own specialties, that this was the best she could do. She suggested he tried on. Qin Ji looked at the clothes and praised her, saying they were quite good. Jun Lingyi was bewildered. If he could praise this, he must be even more of a mess than she was. She took the clothes to help him dress. She thought that if she didn't make him wear this and have a good laugh at his expense, her hard work through half the night would have been for nothing. Seeing the belt nearby, Qin Ji asked her to bring it and tie it for him. Sensing Qin Ji's intense gaze, Jun Lingyi thought he was such a lecher. He was always staring at her. She tightened the belt with all her might, then feigned an apology, saying it was her first time dressing someone and she lacked experience, hoping she hadn't strangled the prince. Qin Ji, however, said it wasn't too tight and that she had done a fine job. He then turned to leave. Seeing him heading out like that, Jun Lingyi hurriedly asked where he was going. Qin Ji told her he was going to the palace. Jun Lingyi was shocked. Was he really going to the palace dressed like that? Qin Ji saw no issue with it. He felt the princess consort's mending was very innovative. If the emperor and the empress dowager found out, they would surely think the princess consort was quite capable. He seemed genuinely pleased, but Jun Lingyi was getting a headache. She had intended to make him look ridiculous, but if he went to the palace like that, she would be the one losing face. She tried to persuade him, saying that no matter how well mended it was still patched clothing. How could he appear before the emperor in such a state? She urged him to change. Qin Ji insisted the emperor wouldn't blame him. Jun Lingyi eventually resorted to acting spoiled, begging him not to change quickly. Qin Ji finally agreed, though he said it would be a trouble for her to help him change again. Jun Lingyi realized she had truly sabotaged herself in this exchange. Qin Ji was probably sent by the heavens to torment her. Once he was changed, he praised her, saying the belt was perfectly adjusted this time. Seeing him finally leave, Jun Lingyi was overjoyed. Qin Ji turned back to tell her that he had allowed her maid to return to serve her. Jun Lingyi thanked him. After he left, she rubbed her neck, which was sore from mending his clothes all night. Just then, she heard Tower's voice from behind. Tower concernedly asked how she was feeling. Jun Lingyi replied that she was fine, just that she hadn't slept well and was aching all over. Hearing that the princess consort hadn't slept well, Tower recalled her mother saying that it was normal for a woman to have an aching back and sore limbs the morning after. She offered to give Jun Lingyi a massage using techniques her mother taught her. While massaging, Tower mentioned that her mother was a midwife who knew a lot, including many secret recipes for conceiving a son. Jun Lingyi immediately cut her off. However, Jun Lingyi then thought that since Tower's mother was so skilled, maybe she had taught Tower something else. The two began a plot. After hearing the plan, Tower decided to go out and buy some supplies, determined to help cure the prince. Jun Lingyi rested her chin on her hand, feeling smug. This time, Qin Ji would surely beg her for a divorce. When Qin Ji returned, Du came forward to report that Tower had gone out that morning to buy medicine, all of which were for tonifying kidney yang. Now the entire manor was whispering that the prince was incapable. Qin Ji's face darkened. Inside Mingyu Pavilion, Jun Lingyi was leisurely writing, thinking that no man could stand being called incapable. Qin Ji would surely come to settle the score in a rage, and then she would have the upper hand. The door opened. Jun Lingyi looked toward the door happily, but it was Tower. Tower told her that the prince was summoning her. To Zigue Pavilion for business. Jun Lingyi was stunned. This wasn't how she imagined it would go. What was wrong with Qinji? Why did settling the score always involve the bedroom? Two maids entered to help her wash and dress. They completely ignored her protests. Jun Lingyi's screams echoed through the room. That night, in Zigue Pavilion, she felt extremely uncomfortable in the meticulously prepared outfit. The clothes were far too sheer. Qinji told her to come over. Jun Lingyi tried to reassure herself that he was just trying to scare her and wouldn't actually do anything. Then, Qinji pulled her and dragged her onto the bed. Before she could react, he was pinning her down. Qinji demanded to know if she was telling everyone he was incapable. Jun Lingyi explained that she only sent Tower to get some medicine, and she had no idea the people in the manor had such vivid imaginations, leading to this misunderstanding. Qinji asked how she planned to resolve this misunderstanding. Jun Lingyi pulled out the divorce papers she had prepared long ago. She asked him to sign them and grant her freedom, promising to praise his heroic and mighty nature to everyone she met to clear his name. Looking at the divorce papers, Qinji realized that Jun Lingyi knew quite a lot. She claimed he was misunderstanding her and that she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, but she would spare no effort to prove the prince's innocence. However, Qinji tossed the papers aside and told her there was no need for such trouble. He pinned her down again, saying he only needed to prove it through action to resolve everything. Seeing that he seemed serious, Jun Lingyi began to panic. She quickly turned her head away, her eyes filling with tears, and told him that if he truly wanted this, then so be it. She silently hoped that her fake crying would save her. Qinji finally stopped, wondering if she really wanted to leave him that badly. He eventually sat up and gave up. He grabbed a blanket and threw it over her, remarking that she really was a pure blank sheet of paper and still too naive. As she sat up, Qinji called for water. Jun Lingyi suspected, but he was going to take a cold bath. Then, Dia reported that news had come from Jianchuan Hall. The little prince was unwell and that had a fever. Qinji threw a cloak to Jun Lingyi and told her to put it on and come with him. Inside Jianchuan Hall, Mu Yan was dazedly calling for his father. Qinji asked the servants when he had started fevering and if a doctor had been called. The servant reported that Mu Yan started vomiting shortly after dinner and developed a fever soon after. Fearing that the previous wine poison hadn't been fully cleared, they had summoned Imperial Physician Li, who had treated Mu Yan before. Tower called for Jun Lingyi from outside. Seeing her mistress remain silent, Tower wasn't sure what to do, but Jun Lingyi eventually came out. After listening to Tower, Jun Lingyi told her to wait while she went back inside to speak with the prince. After hearing what she had to say, Qinji turned to leave. Mu Yan grabbed his father's hand, not wanting him to go. However, Jun Lingyi told Qinji that this matter was related to Mu Yan's illness. Qinji told Mu Yan he would be right back. Seeing his father leave his side, Mu Yan felt that this woman truly wanted to monopolize his father and make him abandon his son, which made him feel dejected. Outside, Jun Lingyi had Tower repeat what she had just said to Qinji. Tower complied, saying she had overheard someone telling Mu Yan that the prince only spent time with the princess consort now and was ignoring him. They told him that if the consort gave birth to a child, the prince wouldn't want him at all. The little prince felt that his father would only care about him if he were sick. Furthermore, that evening, the little prince had asked her to get several dishes from an outside restaurant. The restaurant staff had warned her that those dishes were incompatible and would cause poisoning if eaten together. This was absolute nonsense. Qinji was furious, but Jun Lingyi held him back, saying she would handle the child's issue. However, she asked Qinji to be her model. Qinji didn't know what a model was, but he followed her into the room anyway. Inside, Jun Lingyi deliberately spoke loudly to Qinji, saying that since Mu Yan was so sick, he probably wouldn't recover. Even if he did, he would be too weak to live long. She suggested it would be better for Qinji to leave with her and have a new little prince. Before Qinji could speak, Mu Yan sat up and angrily cursed Jun Lingyi, calling her an enchantress who was monopolizing his father. Seeing Mu Yan so energetic, Jun Lingyi feigned surprise. It seemed Mu Yan's illness was cured. Mu Yan's eyes darted around, not daring to look at Qinji, pretending he had a headache. Qinji was genuinely angry. He had taught the boy to read and write, not to use that knowledge to harm himself just to gain favor. Mu Yan apologized. Jun Lingyi then asked Qinji to take the maids out so she could speak with the little prince alone. Mu Yan was terrified, fearing she would do something to him. To him, Jun Lingyi was radiating a frightening aura. She told him she wouldn't hurt him. But if she wanted to, she had many ways to deal with him. She could even secretly bribe his maids to poison him, making his illness more permanent, from a coma to death, without anyone knowing. She told him to lie down. She earnestly told him to remember, never degrade yourself just to compete with others. She told him to sleep well and not give her any openings. Leaving the room, she instructed the maids to brew some sugar and salt water for Mu Yan, as his body would be weak after vomiting, to ensure he didn't develop actual health problems. Mu Yan watched her deep in thought. She was so strange. Outside, Qinji was Jun Lingyi. and felt she had quite a knack for raising children. June Lingyi worried that he was mentally giving her extra points again. She hoped not. She explained that she only gave him those pointers because she didn't want to see a good child led astray. She noted that the little prince's behavior was less about seeking favor and more about seeking attention, which ultimately stemmed from Qin Ji not giving him enough care. She advised him to focus on the child and leave her alone. Qin Ji took her hand, saying he would see her back first and then return to watch over Mu Yan. As they walked, June Lingyi remained unromantic and told him to let go, saying she could walk by herself. Qin Ji realized she still didn't understand his feelings. Remembering that tomorrow was the day for the traditional return to the bride's home, he explained that he had business and couldn't go with her in the morning, but would pick her up from the June manor once he was finished. June Lingyi realized this was a perfect opportunity to escape the prince's manor. The next morning in Mengyu Pavilion, she found that Qin Ji had sent Du Yu to watch her. She couldn't escape on her own, so she had to seek help from Yin Ning. Leaning on the windowsill in thought, she stroked a small bird and soon released it. She used it to send a message to Yin Ning, asking for a pickup. Once ready, they headed to the June manor. In front of the gates, the crowd knelt as the prince's carriage arrived, only to see that only June Lingyi stepped out. June Runs asked where the prince was. Du Yu replied that the prince had business and would arrive later. The first madam and June Lingyi's elder sister, June Hiru, helped June Runs up. Only then did they notice Du Yu. They hurriedly invited him in. June Lingyi watched this with disdain. Her father was as sycophantic as ever. She entered the manor on her own, leaving June Runs fuming. He was annoyed that his daughter had entered before him, showing no sense of propriety. He flatteringly walked beside Du Yu, asking if he had eaten breakfast and mentioning that food was prepared in the main hall. Suddenly, June Lingyi and Du Yu stopped. June Runs bumped straight into Du Yu's back. June Lingyi told Du Yu to go eat with her father while she took a stroll. However, Du Yu remembered Qin Ji's orders, to never leave her side. June Runs adjusted his crooked hat and scolded her, asking why she was wandering around instead of talking to her family, and apologized for her causing trouble for Lord Du Yu. June Lingyi looked at him calmly, saying she didn't know where her family was. Her attitude infuriated him, and he pointed a finger at her, to berate her. Ignoring him, she turned and walked away, warning him over her shoulder that he knew her temperament, and she didn't know what she might do if he kept following her. June Runs trembled with rage, thinking she really believed herself to be a grand princess consort. June Hiru feigned making excuses for her, telling her father that Lingyi had a fierce temper and was likely upset that the prince hadn't come with her. Then, with a worried look, she wondered what would happen if the prince took his anger out on them. Madam, you felt they needed to hurry and push Hiru forward. When the prince arrived, Hiru should play a song. The prince wasn't blind. Once he saw Hiru's merits, he wouldn't be able to stand June Lingyi anymore. June Hiru pretended to decline, asking her mother not to say such things, claiming she only wanted to enter the manor to look after her sister and bring benefits to the June family. She worried that if her sister heard such talk, that she would misunderstand. Seeing Hiru looking so wronged only made June Runs loathe June Lingyi more. He felt there was nothing for Lingyi to misunderstand. The position of primary consort should have been Hiru's all along. Lingyi had only gotten it by fluke. Letting Hiru enter now as a side consort was doing Lingyi a favor. June Hiru was also thinking spitefully that she shouldn't even leave the side consort position for Lingyi. Meanwhile, at the Lu Manor, Lu Weichun was sitting in a pavilion when Qin Ji arrived. Qin Ji wondered what was so important that it couldn't be sent via message. Lu Weichun seriously told him that he had investigated the princess consort, and she was not simple. He hinted that the person behind the June family was involved. Qin Ji already knew this. If she weren't that person's plant, she wouldn't have been arranged to marry him. Lu Weichun continued with his intel. June Runs had 2 sons and 2 daughters, with June Lingyi being the youngest. Her mother was a peasant girl he took in while stationed away, and she died a few years after giving birth. She was unloved in the family and had even gone missing 5 years ago. No one in the family looked for her. She found her own way back. Hearing this, Qin Ji stopped what he was doing, suddenly remembering something from 5 years ago. Lu Weichun didn't notice Qin Ji's reaction and continued. He said June Lingyi had a lover and they had made vows, but June Runs blocked them, so they planned to elope. Ultimately, they failed. June Runs drove the man out of the capital 2 years ago. That man was Ning Hushuan, and Lu Weichun found that he was due to return to the capital any day now. Qin Ji stared at the water, as if seeing June Lingyi through its surface. Elsewhere, June Lingyi had indeed run into Ning Hushuan. As they exchanged pleasantries, she saw him reaching out his hand. June Lingyi instinctively stepped back to avoid his touch, warning him not to try and plant grass on the prince's head. Ning Hushuan looked at her with a hurt expression and apologized, saying he couldn't give her an answer back then. He heard she had been waiting for him and even tried to flee her wedding for him. June Lingyi told him to stop being so full of himself. She hadn't fled for him, and she didn't know who was spreading such rumors. She found herself backed into a corner with nowhere to go. Ning Hshuan seemed not to hear her rejection and insisted on taking her away. Jun Lingyi struggled, regretting that she had sent Du Yu away earlier, not expecting to be cornered by Ning Hshuan. Suddenly, a stone struck Ning Hshuan's wrist. He looked around angrily. To his surprise, it was Qin Ji. Qin Ji took Jun Lingyi's hand. Dot and asked who this man was. Before she could answer, Jun Hiru appeared and called out Ning Hshuan's name. She pointed out that the two of them once had a romantic history, but since Lingyi was now married, they shouldn't be meeting even if they couldn't control their feelings. Hiru then wiped away tears and told Yu that her sister was just confused and begged him not to tell the prince. She even knelt down, making it look like she was a deeply devoted sister. Her maid urged her to stand up. Only Jun Lingyi saw through her green tea act, thinking she was a pro whose acting and crying would surely win an Oscar in the modern world. However, Hiru had made one mistake. The man in the lavish robes wasn't Yu, but Qin Ji himself. He was even holding Jun Lingyi's hand. To mistake him for a guard, Hiru must be blind. It was an absurdly forced performance. Jun Runs arrived with a group, calling for the prince. He hadn't expected the prince to arrive already and wanted to welcome him personally, mentioning that a feast was ready. He sycophantically invited Qin Ji for a drink. Qin Ji asked for Jun Lingyi's opinion. She wanted to return to the manor, finding the father-daughter duos acting tiresome. Besides, with Yin Ning planning a rescue, being at the Jun manor was inconvenient. When Jun Lingyi declined, Qin Ji immediately refused Jun Run's invitation. This displeased Jun Runs. How could the prince leave so soon, just because she wanted to? Qin Ji wasn't pleased. Was his princess consort someone Jun Runs could just glare at? Jun Runs wiped away cold sweat and lied, saying he loved his daughter too much to ever glare at her. Jun Hiru chimed in, saying her father only meant that since this was the first visit after the wedding, they should stay and chat. She claimed she had mistaken the prince's identity earlier and offered to play a song at the feast. Dot as an apology. Jun Lingyi gave them no face, using the excuse that the prince was busy and suggesting Hiru come to the manor another day to play. Perhaps she could help train the manor's musicians. Jun Hiru was livid. How dare this lowborn brat compare her to a mere musician and mock her? It was loathsome. Jun Runs was about to get angry, but was stopped by Qin Ji. Jun Runs immediately deflated, not daring to say a word. All his scolding was swallowed back down as Qin Ji led Jun Lingyi away. Jun Runs turned to Ning Hshuan and coldly demanded to know who allowed him there. Ning Hshuan was too scared to speak. Jun Hiru stepped forward and told her father that Lingyi hadn't wanted to marry into the prince's manor, and today she probably intended to use the visit as a chance to elope with Ning Hshuan. Jun Runs pulled Hiru aside and cursed Ning Hshuan, saying he wasn't welcome regardless of how he got in. He ordered him to get out and decided that Hiru's entry into the prince's manor must be arranged as soon as possible, lest Jun Lingyi cause trouble that would bring the whole family down. In the carriage, Jun Lingyi looked out the window, thinking Yin Ning should be arriving soon. Qin Ji asked her what had happened with Ning Hshuan 2 years ago. Jun Lingyi recalled. 2 years ago, Ning Hshuan came to the capital for the exams and befriended the eldest Jun's son, staying at their manor. Eventually, he and Jun Hiru hit it off and were caught meeting in the middle of the night by the old man. Jun Hiru had pinned the whole thing on Lingyi, claiming she had heard Lingyi was planning to elope and had gone to stop her. Ridiculously, Jun Runs had easily believed her lies. Back then, if it weren't for the fact that Ning Hshuan was from a poor family and of no use to him, Jun Runs probably would have forced her to marry him. Jun Lingyi then advised Qin Ji that since they knew each other, he should keep his eyes open if he ever took more consorts. He shouldn't marry someone like Hiru, who looked like a rabbit but was actually a venomous snake. Qin Ji looked at her deeply and said he already had a princess consort and wouldn't marry anyone else. Jun Lingyi quickly pulled her hand away. They both knew this marriage was a joke, an arranged union for good luck that neither of them wanted. Being forced together without happiness was worse than being apart. Qin Ji looked down, not daring to meet her eyes, and asked, "What if I am willing?" Jun Lingyi thought she misheard until he told her that he liked her. She was stunned. They had only known each other for days. He told her it was love at first sight, and it didn't matter that she was a concubine's daughter. Even if she had an incurable illness, he would find doctors to treat her, and even if she couldn't be cured, he wouldn't mind. Jun Lingyi felt frustrated, wondering what he saw in her, so she could change it. But he told her he liked everything about her. She didn't believe him for a second, suspecting he was just getting back at her. She knew she couldn't reason with him, so she decided to just wait for Yin Ning to save her. Just as she lifted the carriage curtain, an arrow flew in. Qin Ji quickly pulled her into his arms and caught the arrow. Several more followed in quick succession. Qin Ji was caught off guard and struck by an arrow, letting out a muffled groan. Jun Lingyi was worried. She wondered if Yin Ning was behind this assassination attempt, but she had only asked him to create some chaos so she could escape, not to kill her and Qin Ji. Qin Ji slumped weakly onto her shoulder. Jun Lingyi pulled the arrow out and called his name, but there was no response. The arrow was poisoned. Duyu reported that the attackers outside had been dealt with. Junlingyi urgently told Duyu that the prince was injured and to hurry back to the manor to call for a doctor. The carriage sped away. Yunlingyi led Qinshi flet. Looking at his wound, she realized it was on his shoulder and back. If it was too close to his heart and not treated immediately, the poison would spread through his whole body before they reached the manor. She wanted to treat him, but then she discovered a very long scar on his body, wondering when he had received such an injury. Looking at the various scars on Qinji's body, Junlingyi couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It really hadn't been easy for Qinji to survive. This time, she would do her best to ensure he didn't die. After bandaging him up, Junlingyi told him to hold on, as they would reach the prince's mansion soon and have the imperial physician rebandage him. As Junlingyi wiped away Qinji's sweat, she felt a sense of admiration. He hadn't made a single sound, even though cleaning the wound must have been incredibly painful. Duyu was about to call her, but seeing such a tender scene, he silently backed away. Junlingyi looked out of the carriage window, puzzled. Soon, they arrived at Zigue Pavilion in the prince's mansion. The imperial physician examined Qinji and found that the poison had been weakened and the wound treated promptly, so there was no great danger. He would recover in a few days. Junlingyi asked when he might wake up. The physician explained that the prince was unconscious because the poison contained mefezin. He had already written a prescription for someone to decoct. Once he drank the medicine, the prince would wake up before long. Junlingyi thanked the physician, and he took his leave. Junlingyi looked at Qinji with concern. She was relieved he was okay. Otherwise, she would have been worried sick. Tower brought the medicine into the room and handed it to Junlingyi, saying the physician had instructed her to brew it and told Junlingyi to feed it to the prince quickly. Junlingyi took it. She carefully tried to feed Qinji, but in his unconscious state, he couldn't swallow a single drop. Tower watched anxiously and suggested that Junlingyi try that method. Junlingyi was a bit confused. Tower pursed her lips and gestured for Junlingyi to feed him mouth to mouth. Junlingyi felt embarrassed. How did a native ancient person know more than she did? But this was her first kiss. Junlingyi looked at the medicine and then at Qinji. He had been injured to protect her. How could she hesitate when it came to saving him? Thinking of this, Junlingyi told Tower to step out first. Tower understood instantly. She walked out with a grin. Junlingyi took a large gulp of the medicine and pressed her lips against Qinji's. Seeing him from this close, Qinji really was quite handsome. Tower peeked through the crack in the door, quietly observing the room. Muyin arrived at the room at some unknown point as well. Seeing Junlingyi so close to his father, Muyin suddenly became wary and questioned her about what she was doing to him. He grabbed Junlingyi and tried to push her out. Muyin didn't want Junlingyi touching his father. Junlingyi was helpless, but fortunately, her task was complete. She followed Muyin out. Muyin looked at Qinji with tears in his eyes, stroking his cheek. Seeing this, Junlingyi sighed. No matter how fierce Muyin was to her, he was just a child worried about his father. A maid arrived from outside with a food box, urging Mu Yin to eat something. Mu Yin, radiating a cold aura, told the maid to leave. The maid was very worried. He had been sick yesterday and hadn't eaten much today. She feared his body wouldn't hold up. Junlingyi told the maid to give her the food box and let her go. Mu Yin sat on the bed looking at Junlingyi, thinking she was going to persuade him to eat. Junlingyi opened the box and saw the dishes. She thought the mansion chef had put in a lot of effort to get Mu Yin to eat, but these dishes were too sweet and greasy. In Mu Yin's current state, he probably wouldn't have an appetite. He had an upset stomach last night and hadn't eaten properly today, so he must be very weak. At this rate, by the time Qinji woke up, he might faint. Seeing how cute Mu Yin was, Junlingyi decided to help him. She picked up the box and walked back in. Junlingyi opened the box and laid the dishes out on the table one by one. The food emitted an enticing aroma. Junlingyi picked up an osmanthus cake, held it under her nose, and exaggeratedly praised the scent, talking loudly to herself about how delicious it smelled. Mu Yin caught the scent, hopped off the bed, and walked toward her. Junlingyi sat in the adjoining room, picking up a piece of cake while muttering about how the soft, sweet osmanthus cake paired with sour hawthorn jam was simply too good. Mu Yin couldn't resist the smell and came into the room, drooling as he told Junlingyi he wanted to eat too. Junlingyi thought to herself that Mu Yin had taken the bait. Giving it to him directly might make him realize she was playing him, so she needed to tease him a bit more. She pretended to be protective of the food, not letting Mu Yin near. Mu Yin hugged Junlingyi's leg and looked at her piteously, even calling her mother consort. Junlingyi didn't expect such a bonus. Seeing Mu Yin's adorable face, Junlingyi's heart melted. Her health bar was empty from the cuteness. Mu Yin was such a little angel. So, Junlingyi switched into kind mother mode and gave all the food to him. Holding the osmanthus cake, Mu Yin asked Junlingyi if she could leave, as he wasn't used to being watched while eating. Junlingyi readily stood up and agreed. Junlingyi looked outside and asked Mu Yin if the prince had woken up while she was gone. Mu Yin answered obediently. Qinji hadn't woken up. Junlingyi was puzzled. Logically, he should have. After taking the medicine and all this time passing, why wasn't he awake? Could there be a problem with Yin Ning's poison? She thought she should contact Yin Ning to ask about the antidote. Jun Lingyi walked out. Mu Yin quickly closed the door and wiped his forehead. Being a double agent was so hard. Mu Yin brought the osmanthus cake to Qin Ji. Qin Ji slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He praised Mu Yin for doing a good job. Mu Yin seriously told him that his father had said this was a secret between them. He would definitely not tell that woman that Qin Ji had woken up. Qin Ji corrected Mu Yin, telling him to call her mother consort. Mu Yin reluctantly agreed and told him to eat the cake. Qin Ji looked at the cake, finding the cooking style somewhat familiar. Qin Ji wanted to make a bet with Mu Yin, and the boy was immediately lured in. Jun Lingyi knocked on the door to see if Mu Yin had finished eating. Mu Yin came to open the door, obediently telling Jun Lingyi that he was full. Yun Lingyi insult. Seeing the table licked clean, she was surprised Mu Yin had eaten so much on his own. She had brought enough food for 2 adults. Jun Lingyi pointed at the table and asked if he had eaten it all himself. Mu Yin looked at her innocently. Jun Lingyi thought this wasn't a kid too worried to eat. He could practically eat a whole cow. Mu Yin pointed at the table and asked if he could have something other than sweets for dinner. He wanted meat and specifically requested the chef who made the osmanthus cake to cook it. Jun Lingyi knelt to look him in the eye and asked if he thought that chef skills were good. Mu Yin nodded. Jun Lingyi happily told him she would go talk to the chef right away. Mu Yin looked at her piteously and said he was already hungry. Looking at the soft and squishy Mu Yin, Jun Lingyi adored him. She finally understood why men liked green tea types. When that coquettish tone comes out, no one can resist. So, Jun Lingyi marched out enthusiastically to hurry the chef. After she left, Mu Yin ran to Qin Ji's bedside. He told Qin Ji seriously that he was sure the cake wasn't made by Jun Lingyi. Qin Ji still had his doubts. Mu Yin firmly told him that if the cake really was made by her, he would accept her as his mother consort from now on. When she brought food, he definitely wouldn't snatch it. Qin Ji corrected him, saying she already was his mother consort. Mu Yin crossed his arms over his chest and told him solemnly that if she made it, he would. Agreed to Qin Ji's request. But if she didn't, Qin Ji was never allowed to snatch his food again. He wanted to eat sweets, not meat. Qin Ji readily agreed. Du followed Jun Lingyi to see if she was really the one cooking. In the kitchen, Du stood seriously by the side, acting as a human surveillance camera. Many people gathered in the kitchen, drawn by the aroma. Tower was cooking, and they were all praising her skills, saying she was amazing and should be transferred to the kitchen full-time. They couldn't let a talent like Tower go to waste. Their eyes sparkled, and they were practically drooling. Tower politely declined, saying she was the consort's dowry maid and had to stay by her side. How could she become a chef? Soon, a meal perfect in color, aroma, and taste was ready. Jun Lingyi brought the food to Zigue Pavilion. She served the sweet and sour ribs to Mu Yin, telling him that the great chef who made the cake made this specifically for him and urged him to try it. Mu Yin hesitated for a moment. Jun Lingyi thought he didn't like it, but Mu Yin pressed his fingers together and praised her, saying she looked very beautiful today. Jun Lingyi was both surprised and delighted, feeling a bit bashful. She praised Mu Yin for being very well behaved today. Mu Yin told her he was going to eat. Jun Lingyi prepared to leave. After closing the door, she thought that while this brat was cute, he had quite a few quirks. Inside, Qin Ji came out. Mu Yin told him he had said everything he was told to say. Qin Ji sat at the table, picked up a piece of meat, and told Mu Yin it was still missing something. Mu Yin promised to tell Jun Lingyi later, but begged Qin Ji not to snatch his sweet and sour ribs, quickly pulling the plate toward himself. Qin Ji was helpless. Didn't Mu Yin say he wouldn't eat meat? Why was he eating it now? Mu Yin didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say he couldn't help it because it was too delicious. He had a safe face. That night, Mu Yin sat on Qin Ji's bed, waiting for him to wake up. Jun Lingyi came in, wanted to have Mu Yin sent back so he could visit again in the morning. Mu Yin turned and hugged Qin Ji, telling Jun Lingyi he didn't want to go back to Jianchuan Hall. He wanted to sleep with Qin Ji tonight. Jun Lingyi compromised, telling him to be very careful not to kick Qin Ji's wound. Mu Yin promised he wouldn't move around. Jun Lingyi nodded and turned to return to Manhwa Pavilion. However, before she could step out, Mu Yin grabbed the corner of her clothes. Mu Yin blushed and shyly told her he was a bit afraid of the dark and wanted her to stay and sleep with him. Jun Lingyi was surprised that Mu Yin wanted all 3 of them to sleep together. Mu Yin's sincere gaze made it impossible for her to refuse. Jun Lingyi gave in, thinking she would sleep on the floor, but Mu Yin wanted her to sleep on the bed, fearing he might step on her if he got up at night. Jun Lingyi thought about it and agreed it was a bit risky, so she accepted. Mu Yin sternly told her he would sleep in the middle, between her and Qin Ji, and warned her not to cross the line. Jun Lingyi was helpless, thinking about how proud and stubborn this child was. What would happen when he grew up? At night, as the 3 huddled together, Qin Ji quietly opened his eyes. He tucked the blankets around Jun Lingyi and Mu Yin, but Jun Lingyi suddenly kicked him. Luckily, Qin dodged quickly, but she remained restless. Qin had to sit up and catch her unruly feet. He carefully moved Mu Yin to the inner side so he could be next to Junlingyi. But as soon as he lay down, Junlingyi started kicking again. Qin pinned her down with his legs and pulled her into his arms, telling her to be good. In her sleep, Junlingyi felt the posture was uncomfortable and struggled. Qin looked at her sleeping face and thought he was truly suffering the consequences of his own actions. In the morning, Junlingyi opened her eyes to see Qin's face right in front of her and was startled. She muttered, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form to herself," reminding herself not to be seduced by beauty. Thinking she was dreaming, she wondered if she could delete this dream. Her chattering gave Qin a headache. He pulled her harder into his embrace. Feeling the pressure, Junlingyi realized this wasn't a dream, but reality. She carefully asked him if he was awake and mentioned it was quite hot sleeping like this. But Qin didn't react. Junlingyi guessed he was still unconscious. She tried to push him away, thinking that even while unconscious, he was being fresh with a woman, clearly an old hand at flirting. A voice came from above her head. Junlingyi looked up to see Mu Yin squatting next to her with a pair of scissors. He sternly told her not to take advantage of Qin. Junlingyi had a grievance she couldn't voice. It was clearly Qin who started it. Mu Yin didn't believe her and pointed out her hand was still on Qin. Junlingyi realized her hand was resting between his legs. She scrambled up in fright and restored Qin's position. Mu Yin, acting like a little adult, warned her not to get ahead of herself, as he wouldn't. Give her another chance like this. Junlingyi was helpless. She didn't know where Mu Yin saw joy. She was practically about to cry from fright. Seeing Mu Yin yawning repeatedly, she told him to sleep a bit more if he was tired and left. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Tower, who was asking Yu about the prince's condition. Seeing Junlingyi, Tower hurried over and told her that before she got married, the eldest miss had found someone to read her fortune, saying she had a husband cursing fate. Now that the prince had finally returned only to meet with such a disaster, Tower was terrified the prophecy was coming true and the consort would become a widow. Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly apologized. Junlingyi decided to give her a chance to redeem herself. Since the prince was injured, she was very worried and wanted to go to the ancestral hall to pray, asking Tower to accompany her. She turned and told Yu that with Tower with her, he didn't need to follow. Yu agreed. At the hall, Junlingyi opened the door and told Tower to wait outside while she went in alone. Just as she closed the door, a voice sounded from behind. Junlingyi threw a concealed weapon toward the sound. It was Yin Ning. He rubbed his injured ear. Junlingyi didn't want to hear his nonsense and asked where the things she requested were. Yin Ning pulled out the antidote for the poisoned arrow. He didn't know what she wanted it for. Junlingyi was a bit angry. She had asked him to create a distraction to help her escape, but he was nowhere to be seen, only shooting arrows at her and running away. Yin Ning clutched his heart and told her that Qin was simply too brutal. His elite troops were discovered from miles away. If not for his training, he'd be a bear commander by now. He then pulled out a set of servant's clothes, telling her that although he failed last time, he definitely could this time. He noticed that the mansion's security was very lax. If she were the clothes, they could leave together. But Junlingyi told him, not today. Yin Ning was confused. Hadn't she always? Want to leave? Why not today? Junlingyi took the medicine and said the prince was injured because of her. She couldn't leave until his injury was healed. Yin Ning became serious, suspecting she had fallen for Qin. Junlingyi just didn't want to owe him a favor. However, she was curious why Yin Ning cared so much about her feelings for Qin. She came up with a bold guess. Before she could speak, Yin Ning immediately denied it. Junlingyi patted his chest and told him not to be shy. She had long known he liked men. Yin Ning was full of question marks. Junlingyi thought, Qin is indeed good-looking, but she didn't expect him to appeal to both men and women. She wondered when Yin Ning started liking him. Could it have been that one glimpse while shooting arrows? Yin Ning frantically denied liking Qin, but Junlingyi didn't believe him and whispered for him to rest assured she would keep his secret. She would also hide the fact that he kept male favorites in his backyard from their master and his father. Then, with a sincere attitude, she advised him that from her current contact with Qin, the possibility of Yin Ning making him a male favorite was not high. Although she would be staying by Qin side for a while, she told him not to worry. She and Qin were innocent before and would remain so. After all, she understood the principle of don't covet a friend's partner. In the future, she would even create more opportunities for them to meet. Yin Ning clenched his fists and thanked her through gritted teeth. Junlingyi, acting as if she didn't hear the tone, turned to leave, thanking him for the antidote and promising to cook something for him later. Yin Ning watched her leave with a fond smile. Inside Zigue Pavilion, Yu told Junlingyi that Lord Lu and Master Bai had arrived. Junlingyi entered the room to see Qin lying on the bed with Bai Rusheng sitting by his side. Lu Weichun and Mu Yin stood nearby. Lu Weichun asked Bai Rusheng why Qin hadn't woken up after so long. Bai Rusheng told him that a moment later, and he would have been beyond help. He had already needled Qin's acupuncture points. and he would wake within 2 days. With medicine and rest, 70 to 80% of the toxins would be cleared within 6 months, though total clearance would take longer. Jun Lingyi gripped the medicine bottle, thinking that the previous physician was indeed a quack who almost cost Qingji his life. Lu Weichen looked at the unfamiliar woman. Mu Yin tugged his sleeve and told him she was his mother consort. Lu Weichen finally realized who she was. He hurriedly bowed to Jun Lingyi and introduced himself. Jun Lingyi had heard of him. He was the leader of the 4 great dandies of the capital. Despite being young and having no background, he had become the head of the Tongtian Pavilion. There were rumors he bought his position, but she hadn't expected him to be friends with the prince. Lu Weichen then introduced the man beside him as the #1 divine physician, Bai Rusheng. Jun Lingyi thought she hadn't just heard of him. She had met him several times. After the introductions, Lu Weichen bid her farewell, saying they would gather properly once Qingji woke up. He took Mu Yin with him. Seeing that Bai Rusheng hadn't left, Lu Weichen felt a headache. Why were they both so troublesome? He went back and pulled Bai Rusheng away. After closing the door, Lu Weichen thought he had done all he could to help Qingji. Seeing Mu Yin staring at him, Lu Weichen asked if he didn't want a little sister. Mu Yin flatly said he didn't. Lu Weichen knelt to reason with him. Did Mu Yin want Qingji to stay a bachelor forever? Mu Yin wanted to say Jun Lingyi wasn't a good person because she'd secretly hug his father while he was sleeping, but then again, she was quite good at making delicious food. He was conflicted. Lu Weichen patted his head and agreed to let him stay outside the door, but not go in to disturb them. He told Diyu to watch Mu Yin, as it was Qingji's command. Diyu immediately agreed. Lu Weichen knew Qingji was worried that Jun Lingyi would be hunted by those above if she left his sight. He had sent an entire elite team to protect her during the visit to her family home. Now, even though he was perfectly fine, he insisted on having them help him put on this act. Lu Weichen guessed the iron tree was finally blooming. Last time he asked, Qingji said he didn't like her. Looking at the silent Bai Rusheng, Lu Weichen found it strange. Since leaving Zigue Pavilion, Bai Rusheng looked as if he had lost half his soul. It was very odd. Seeing Jun Lingyi seemed to have dazed him. Could it be that Bai Rusheng liked her? Before Lu Weichen could speak, Bai Rusheng told him that he had loved before. A mountain of gossip suddenly weighed on Lu Weichen. Outside the door, Mu Yin asked Diyu to let him in. Diyu, remembering his orders, didn't budge. Mu Yin tugged his sleeve and begged to go in, saying he was worried. He feared what Jun Lingyi might do to Qingji while he wasn't there, and since Qingji was bedridden, he was at her mercy. Diyu availed. Mu Yin took the chance to open the door and slip in. Diyu was about to apologize, but he saw Jun Lingyi sitting by Qingji's side in a very intimate manner and quickly covered Mu Yan's eyes. Jun Lingyi was helpless. She was just applying medicine. Mu Yan broke free from Diyu and ran to Qingji, telling her not to touch him. Then he hugged Qingji. Jun Lingyi quickly got off the bed, wondering why he looked at her with such defensive eyes, as if she were some predatory flower thief. She explained she was just applying medicine and wasn't doing anything strange. Diyu added that Master Bai had already treated the prince, so the consort shouldn't overwork herself. Jun Lingyi threw up her hands. She knew explaining was useless. That night, she lay in bed happily, thinking that being misunderstood by Mu Yin had its perks. For instance, she finally didn't have to spend the night in Zigue Pavilion. Hugging her soft bed and blankets, she thought she'd get a good night's sleep. However, she ended up with insomnia. In the morning, she was exhausted, having tossed and turned all night. This was unscientific. Outside Qingji's door, Lu Weichen and Bai Rusheng were arguing. Lu Weichen questioned why Bai Rusheng was back, suspecting ill intentions. Jun Lingyi arrived with a food box and greeted them, inviting them in to visit the prince. The 3 entered. They saw Mu Yin sitting defensively on Qingji's bed. Jun Lingyi told Mu Yin she had brought a breakfast. Mu Yin asked if it was made by the same chef as yesterday. Receiving a yes, he happily took the box and left. Jun Lingyi tugged at Bai Rusheng's sleeve and asked if they could speak privately. Bai Rusheng agreed. Jun Lingyi then asked if a person in a coma would turn over in their sleep and hug someone. Bai Rusheng was somewhat confused. Jun Lingyi explained that she wasn't asking about the prince, but for a friend. Suddenly, she felt a burning sensation on her back, as if someone was watching her. She turned around and saw Lu Weichen. His expression was exactly the same as the way Mu Yin looked at her. Jun Lingyi covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She suspected that Lu Weichen might also have feelings for Qingji. Seeing Lu Weichen leaning over Qingji's shoulder and whispering, Jun Lingyi became even more certain of her theory. This intimate posture was definitely a sign. Qingji really enjoyed attracting people everywhere. Little did she know, Lu Weichen was actually whispering to Qingji that if he kept sleeping, Jun Lingyi might be snatched away. Qingji, however, was certain she wouldn't be taken. Then, Qingji slowly opened his eyes and weakly asked for water. Hearing his voice, Jun Lingyi was shocked that he had actually woken up. Could this be the power of love? Jun Lingyi carefully helped Qingji up. He lay weakly in her arms. Jun Lingyi asked Lu Weichen to hand her the water. seeing Jun Lingyi treat Qin Ji so tenderly. Lu Weichen thought to himself that Qin Ji was truly winning while lying down. Jun Lingyi handed the water to Qin Ji. Watching this heartwarming scene, Lu Weichen felt like he was being forced to eat dog food. Qin Ji took the water and drank it all. Watching this, Bai Russian abruptly turned and left. Lu Weichen tried to call out to him, but didn't make it in time. Lu Weichen explained that Bai Russian had likely gone to prepare medicine and said he would follow to check on him. In his heart, he grumbled that Bai Russian, though a divine doctor, was courting death by pining for someone else's wife and acting so obviously jealous. As his brother, Lu Weichen could only help him cover it up this much. Just as Lu Weichen stepped out, he bumped into Little Persimmon at the door. At this moment, Little Persimmon was glaring at Jun Lingyi, angry that this woman was taking another chance to lean on his father. Seeing the stubborn Little Persimmon, Lu Weichen picked him up to take him away, but the boy grabbed the doorframe, determined not to leave. He wanted to see exactly what Jun Lingyi was going to do to his father. Lu Weichen felt helpless. This child had such low awareness since he was young and deserved to be teased. Lu Weichen gave up on taking Little Persimmon and set him down. Inside the room, after drinking the water, Qin Ji felt he had slept for a long time and was getting hungry. Jun Lingyi took the cup and prepared to call someone to prepare a meal. Qin Ji watched Jun Lingyi's departing figure and called her back, asking if she had learned to cook as part of her lady's upbringing. Jun Lingyi knew Qin Ji wanted her to cook for him. She was about to refuse, but before she could finish, Qin Ji clutched his wound and put on a look of pain. Jun Lingyi immediately asked about his injury with concern, only to find nothing was seriously wrong. He was just hungry. Feeling a bit helpless, Jun Lingyi promised Qin Ji she would try her hand in the kitchen. Only then did Qin Ji let her go. Jun Lingyi walked out quickly without greeting Little Persimmon, who was hiding behind the door. Little Persimmon watched her leave. Qin Ji got out of bed and saw Little Persimmon outside. He patted the boy's head and told him it was time to go back, as he hadn't attended his lessons for several days. Little Persimmon was worried. He couldn't stop worrying about Jun Lingyi. He felt she was always being overly physical with his father. He asked his father if he also disliked her touching him. Qin Ji gave a perfunctory answer. Little Persimmon was speechless. After a while, Jun Lingyi returned with the food. Not seeing Little Persimmon, she asked where he was. Qin Ji replied that the tutor had called him back to do his homework. Jun Lingyi didn't say more, but felt a bit embarrassed as she took out the food containers. She explained that she really didn't know how to cook, but since Qin Ji wanted to eat, that she had made a simple dish of scrambled eggs. Jun Lingyi presented the decent-looking dish and asked him not to be picky, saying she had truly tried. In her heart, she thought about how she had tried by adding 2 pounds of salt. Qin Ji looked at the scrambled eggs and stated plainly that Jun Lingyi's culinary skills were indeed poor. He hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Jun Lingyi intentionally put on a hurt expression, using a tactical retreat, saying she would have the chef cook something else since he was injured and needed to watch his diet. As Jun Lingyi was about to take the eggs away, Qin Ji grabbed her hand. He felt that since she had gone to the trouble of cooking, it shouldn't be wasted. He suggested letting Yu take it to Mu Yan. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi didn't know what to say. This Qin Ji, that was ruthless enough to even prank his own son. Little Persimmon was quite unlucky to have such a father. Jun Lingyi pulled her hand away and politely said that Little Persimmon was still growing, so eating her cooking might be inappropriate. If it was wasted, so be it. But Qin Ji insisted on giving it to Mu Yan. He felt that there was no issue and that Mu Yan should be taught to endure hardship from a young age. Jun Lingyi couldn't bear it and kept refusing, not wanting the boy to eat her food. She'd rather eat it herself. She secretly cursed Qin Ji for being so cruel to such a small child. To her surprise, as soon as she spoke, Qin Ji immediately agreed. The speed of his response left her bewildered. She felt like she had fallen into a trap. Jun Lingyi picked up a piece of the egg, feeling regretful. Had she known, she wouldn't have put so much salt in. Qin Ji suddenly had a change of heart and stopped her from eating more. Jun Lingyi looked at him in confusion. Qin Ji calmly told her that she was preparing for pregnancy and shouldn't eat this. Jun Lingyi was stunned. That night, Qin Ji and Jun Lingyi each lay on a bed. Jun Lingyi held a book to hide her face, but her mind was racing. Qin Ji had fought on many battlefields and had a strong constitution. Now that he was awake, he should be out of danger. There was no need for her to stay and help anymore. She hallucinated images of Qin Ji wanting to have children with her and felt a chill. She thought back to the afternoon when he mentioned preparing for pregnancy. She feared that if she didn't leave soon, she would be the fish on the chopping block. So, Jun Lingyi made up her mind to check Qin Ji's current state. If he was fine, she would consider leaving. She sat up. She asked if his wound still hurt. Qin Ji was lying on the bed, leisurely reading a book. Though she asked, Jun Lingyi felt a bit uneasy. Qin Ji told her to come to his side. She put on her shoes and obediently walked over, standing by his bed and waiting for him to speak. Instead, Qin Ji told her to sit beside him. She complied. Qin Ji asked curiously why she hadn't run away these past few days. Jun Lingyi couldn't answer for a moment. They stared at each other for a long time. Qin Ji sighed and spoke first, saying he was tired and needed to rest. Once he lay down, Jun Lingyi tucked him in. She wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. She thought that if Qin Ji believed she had given up on escaping, he might lower his guard, making it easier for her to leave later. Jun Lingyi yawned, feeling tired herself, and decided to go back to Mengyu Pavilion to sleep. However, before she could get up, Qin Ji's hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her onto the bed. By the time she realized what was happening, that she was already lying in his arms. Looking at his sleeping face, she felt a bit shy. She softly called his name, but there was no response. She guessed he must be asleep. But what kind of habit was this? Grabbing people in his sleep. Exhausted, she didn't want to move anymore and gave up resistance, falling asleep. Once her eyes closed and her breathing steadied, Qin Ji opened his eyes and hugged her even tighter. In the morning, Tatar brought in water. Jun Lingyi stretched, feeling she had slept quite well. However, upon waking up, that she didn't see Qin Ji, she heard he had already gone to the morning court. She wondered why he was in such a hurry to attend court when his injury had just begun to improve. As Jun Lingyi leaned over to wash up, Tara remarked that their prayers in the ancestral hall hadn't been in vain. It must be that the ancestors heard her sincere prayers and saved the prince's life. She also thought admiringly that old Master Yun, who had calculated Jun Lingyi's horoscope for the auspicious marriage, was truly a god. As soon as Jun Lingyi married in, Qin Ji returned safely from the battlefield, and now he had successfully cheated death again. Now that he was awake, it wouldn't be long. Not before the household added another little persimmon. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi choked on the water. Tatar worriedly handed her a handkerchief and asked if she was okay. Jun Lingyi thought, "I was startled by you. You're in such a hurry. Have you considered the prince's physical condition?" Choking on the water made her feel nauseous. She wiped her mouth with the handkerchief. Tatar thought Jun Lingyi's coughing was due to the exhaustion of caring for Qin Ji. Seeing her look like she wanted to vomit, Tatar covered her mouth, having a bold guess. Just then, Bai Russian entered and saw that Jun Lingyi had been choked by the water. He apologized for the unannounced visit. Jun Lingyi wiped her face and told him Qin Ji wasn't here, asking him to wait in the front hall. However, Bai Russian told her he had come specifically to see her. Though she didn't know why, she accepted his invitation. They went to the garden. Jun Lingyi told Tara not to follow and to keep watch nearby. Do nisi ta. That did as she was told. Once Tara left, Bai Russian took Jun Lingyi's pulse. Jun Lingyi asked him that how much longer she had to live. From a distance, Tatar watched them, curious and worried about their closeness, wondering what they were discussing. Seeing Bai Russian taking her pulse, she thought they were holding hands. She suddenly recalled Jun Lingyi saying Qin Ji seemed incapable in certain areas. Wondering if Yun Lingyi that was planning to graft a branch. Yun Wuhui suddenly appeared, startling to. She curiously asked why Tatar was standing there instead of serving Jun Lingyi. Tatar prepared to tell Jun Lingyi about her arrival. But Jun Rohue stopped her. She had already seen Jun Lingyi and told Tar not to worry. As sisters, she would look out for Jun Lingyi. Seeing Jun Rohue's ill intentions, Tar had a bad premonition. This woman was up to no good. She had to tell Jun Lingyi quickly. But as soon as she went to speak, she was restrained by Jun Rohue's maids, who covered her mouth. She could only make muffled sounds. They tied Tatari up. Jun Rohue looked at her arrogantly, telling her to watch the show. This was Jun Lingyi's own fault for being unfaithful and giving her an opportunity. Jun Rohue plotted with her companion. Jun Lingyi heard a strange noise in the distance and asked Bai Russian if he heard it. Bai Russian hadn't. Jun Lingyi assumed she was mistaken and told him to go first. The wind was picking up. Bai Russian told her to head back soon as it was cold by the pond and she was thinly dressed. Before they could leave, Jun Rohue appeared. She blocked their path and made insinuating remarks, asking Jun Lingyi to introduce the man. Seeing Jun Rohue, Jun Lingyi knew she hadn't been mistaken. A rat had indeed entered the garden. She feigned alarm and turned around. Looking at Jun Rohue, she exaggeratedly asked why she had come out wearing clothes the color of monkey's butt. Though Jun Rohue didn't fully understand the insult, she knew she was being mocked. She steadied herself, believing that soon Jun Lingyi wouldn't be able to talk back. The wind blew harder. Jun Lingyi felt Bai Russian was right. It was cold by the pond. Regardless of what Jun Rohue wanted, she had to get back. She hugged herself and turned to leave. But Jun Rohue blocked her again, questioning her about the man she was just touching and pulling. She claimed she saw it all and wanted to seek justice for the prince. Jun Lingyi was fearless and told Jun Rohue to go find Qin Ji with her. She was actually hoping Qin Ji would divorce her. Seeing Jun Lingyi so cooperative, Jun Rohue was skeptical. Then she understood. She thought Jun Lingyi believed there was no evidence and would deny everything once they were before the prince. She thought Jun Lingyi was overestimating herself. Jun Lingyi didn't know what Jun Rohue was planning. Jun Rohue checked the time. Qin Ji should be returning from court soon. She playfully asked Jun Lingyi if she fell into the pond, would the man from earlier save her first, or would Qin Ji? Hearing this, Junlingyi knew exactly what scheme she was hatching. She kicked Jun Rohue into the pond. Jun Rohue screamed from the water that she couldn't swim and begged for help. Junlingyi thought Jun Rohue was truly insane, announcing her plan to push someone into the water beforehand. She decided to let her stay down there for a while. Soon, that a crowd arrived. Looking at them, Junlingyi felt slightly awkward, although the main cast was all present. But the female lead of this incident had changed. The maids, seeing it was their own young mistress in the water, all rushed to save her. Beside them, Junlingyi sneezed because of the cold. Bai Russian took off his outer coat to drape it over her, but Qingji suddenly pulled her into his own arms, asking in a low voice if she was still cold. Junlingyi was baffled by this move and simply said she wasn't cold. The rescued Jun Rohue sat miserably on the ground. Catching her breath, she stood up and pointed angrily at Junlingyi. Just as she was about to curse, she realized the person behind Junlingyi was Qingji. She immediately feigned weakness, claiming she had caught Junlingyi being intimate with another man and was pushed into the water for it. She added that since Junlingyi was already part of the Prince Pingshi's household, that she shouldn't act this way. Before she could finish, Junlingyi chimed in, agreeing with her. She had been waiting for this. In her heart, she hoped for the storm and the divorce papers to come even harder. Now it was Jun Rohue's turn to be confused. Junlingyi pushed Bai Russian. Although she wanted to give Qingji a green hat to leave the mansion, she didn't want to implicate Bai Russian. She had to keep him out of it. She then bowed to Qingji and told him it was all her fault and that she had initiated the seduction. Before she could finish, Qingji suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. She thought, why is this guy not following the script again? Yunlui winks at him. Chuyer shouted from behind that Junlingyi was breaking the rules and that an explanation was needed for their mistress falling into the pond. Junlingyi agreed, saying she was indeed undisciplined and had cuckolded him with a green forest. Qingji grew angrier as he listened and leaned down to kiss her, silencing her. Junlingyi blushed. She hadn't even been dipped in the pond yet. Why was he giving her mouth to mouth? Qingji told her to shut up. He then told Duyu to clear the scene. Duyu immediately complied. As Qingji carried Junlingyi away, Bai Russian left dejectedly. Jun Rohue and her companion were seized by the guards and couldn't escape despite their shouting. Duyu ordered them to be thrown out. Then he untied Tar. Tar felt like she had witnessed a massive gossip event today. Her prince and princess that were simply too sweet. However, she felt that while they were a great match, the prince suffered from his ailment. She secretly decided she must help the princess so they could stay sweet forever. Her CP must not be broken. Inside the room, Qingji sat on the bed holding Junlingyi. She was still sneezing and wondered if he would get tired of this posture. Hearing her voice, Qingji finally moved. He took off her shoes and tossed her onto the bed, pinning her down. Junlingyi tried to push him away, reminding him that his injuries weren't healed. Qingji grabbed a nearby blanket and covered her. He sat up and started reading a book, asking her calmly what she had been thinking. He said he was only afraid she was cold and wasn't planning anything. Furthermore, he said he didn't like the color green, especially when it was fake, and told her not to do that again. Junlingyi was curious how he knew the green hat involving Bai Russian was fake. If it were that idiot Ning Hushuan, it would be one thing, but Bai Russian, that was elegant, highly skilled in medicine, and gentle. She didn't understand why Qingji didn't believe it. Hearing her praise Bai Russian, Qingji glared at her sternly. Junlingyi quickly swore it was fake, frightened by his terrifying gaze. She felt that if she kept talking, she'd be dipped in a pond for real. She started flattering him, calling him brilliant, handsome, and charming, saying countless girls would fall at his feet. Qingji was a bit embarrassed by the praise and coughed awkwardly to change the subject, telling her that regarding today, but he only did it to make her shut up. Looking at him, Junlingyi felt suspicious. The more she looked at him, the more he seemed shy. She wondered if that had been his first kiss. Qingji coughed even more violently, which deepened her suspicion. She thought that since he was always dragging her to bed, he was an experienced stud, but it turned out he was a pure little puppy. Qingji was a bit annoyed, saying he certainly couldn't compare to her vast experience. Junlingyi accepted the praise with a smile. Although they were both about the same in that department, she had lived 2 lifetimes and couldn't let her secret out. She was curious. With his status, he should have plenty of maids. So how could he still have his first kiss? Could it be he had a girl he loved? Mentioning a beloved woman, the image in his mind overlapped with Junlingyi. Junlingyi was lost in her own fantasies. She had long suspected Mu Yan's origins. If she wasn't mistaken, it must be like this. One was a war god prince fighting for the country, and the other was a heroine of the battlefield, and they had a tragic love story amidst the flames of war. What a pity. Now one was a pure single father, keeping his chastity, and the other didn't even have a child anymore and never got a kiss. Junlingyi shared her theory, thinking the woman he loved was now missing. She said if he trusted her, he could tell her the details. For the sake of her brother's happiness, she would help him find her. But she also hoped that once he found her, he would let her go. Qin-ji flicked her forehead to stop her fantasies. He told her he'd been fighting since he was young, rarely saw women, and didn't like them. Hearing this, she didn't believe him. Did Mu Yin just dot pop out of a rock? Suddenly, she thought of something. Yin Ning liked him, and Lu Wei-chun was intimate with him. If he didn't like women and still had his first kiss, could he be short-sleeved? If that were the case, Yin Ning still had a chance. She wondered who would be on top. Seeing her return to unrealistic fantasies, Qin-ji woke her up just in time. There was a knock at the door. It was Tater with ginseng soup. Once allowed in, Tater brought the freshly stewed black chicken ginseng soup. She walked in with a shipping smile and placed the soup on the table. Smelling the aroma, Junlingyi was delighted and asked Qin-ji if he wanted some. But Qin-ji refused and continued reading his book. As Junlingyi was tasting the soup, she felt the flavor was a bit heavy. Suddenly, there was a loud clang. Qin-ji rushed to her side, concerned. Junlingyi's face was flushed. She realized Taher had drugged the soup. Seeing her, looking abnormal, Qin-ji was about to call the imperial physician. Junlingyi grabbed him and fell into his arms, telling him she had been given an aphrodisiac. In his arms, she felt burning hot all over. The Qin-ji before her looked very delicious. Her hands instinctively pulled at his sleeves. Qin-ji was moved, and just when he thought she was going to do something, she suddenly pinched her own arm. The pain snapped her out of it. Qin-ji let go of her. Junlingyi fell back and held onto the table. Though weak, she felt a bit better. After a moment of thought, Qin-ji turned and left. He went to get some cold water. When he returned, he saw her slumped over the table, pulling at her clothes and crying out that she was hot. He picked her up in his arms. She felt a sense of salvation, finding him cool and comfortable. Qin-ji looked down, at her state, feeling helpless. He walked to the water barrel and dropped her in. Junlingyi was shocked and stood up, shouting his name. Qin-ji looked innocent. Did she not want cold water? Did she want to solve it herself? Junlingyi looked at him, pulled at her wet clothes, and hurriedly sat back down, telling him to stay calm. She didn't need a human antidote at all. Watching him leave, she finally relaxed and sighed, thinking that one shouldn't covet a friend's wife. She hadn't betrayed Yin Ning. After a long time, she felt better and called out for Qin-ji to bring her some clothes. But he was busy. Fine, if you want something done right, do it yourself. She came out on her own, soaking wet. She grabbed some clothes to cover herself, sneezing as she dressed. Her current body was truly too weak to handle any cold. Seeing Qin-ji walk in bare-chested, she blushed and was momentarily speechless. Qin-ji sighed and threw his clothes to her, telling her to wear more. Her face was bright red as she thought. Qin-ji was actually this exposed. It was too intense. She really couldn't take it and felt she needed to soak some more, so she went back into the barrel. Feeling much better, she recalled the scene. She had to admit, Qin-ji's assets completely contradicted the rumors she had spread. He was quite well endowed. It seemed the one being pressed down must be Yin Ning. At that moment, Qin-ji was also soaking in another barrel. With wet fingers, he involuntarily wrote Junlingyi's name on the barrel. Back at Mingyu Pavilion, Tater saw Junlingyi return and hurried to greet her, asking if there was hope for a little persimmon this time. She had asked around at several brothels, and they all said this medicine was the most effective. Thinking of the prince's condition, she had added enough for 4 people. Since the current little persimmon wasn't Junlingyi's biological child, and her own background wasn't high, she needed to bear a son for the prince to secure her position in the mansion. Junlingyi was angry. She slammed her cup onto the table and warned Taher never to do that again. Seeing her anger, Taher knelt down in fear. Junlingyi felt somewhat helpless. Although she knew Taher meant well, some things simply couldn't be rushed. Even if Qin-ji had some deficiencies in certain areas, this wasn't the way to fix them. Taher explained that she had asked about the medicine before buying it. It was safe to use even for someone newly recovered from a major illness. Moreover, she heard that under the influence of this medicine, the chances of conceiving a boy would be much higher. If Junlingyi didn't believe her, she could even ask an imperial physician to examine the ingredients. Taher knew a bit of medical theory herself, and truly believed this was for the best. Junlingyi lowered her head, thinking that Taher really didn't realize she had done anything wrong. However, hearing that her mother was a midwife, it was no wonder Taher had such a mysterious obsession with childbirth. Junlingyi leaned in and told Taher that the prince had experienced some discomfort from that medicine. Taher thought for a moment and was just about to speak. Junlingyi knew Taher was about to come up with another bad idea. She quickly stopped her, telling her that no other medicines were allowed. If she dared to use drugs again next time, she would kick her into a basin of cold water and leave her there for 2 hours. Seeing Junlingyi's ecstasy was tense, Taher was terrified. On the other side, Dia knocked on Junlingyi's door, sent by Qin-ji. He had come to deliver some soup. Taher went to open the door. Du Yu entered and handed the bowl of brown sugar stewed with dates to Taher, telling her that his prince had ordered it specifically. Furthermore, Lord Lu was hosting a birthday banquet at the Lu Manor in 3 days, and the prince wanted Junlingyi to accompany him. Junlingyi listened from the side and apologized to Du Yu, telling him she understood. Once Du Yu finished his task, he turned and left. The two returned to the room. As Junlingyi sat in a chair, Taher brought the brown sugar and date soup to her, feeling a bit puzzled. She didn't know why the prince would suddenly send her lady soup. especially brown sugar stewed with dates. Wasn't that usually drunk after catching a cold? June Lingy didn't explain, but in her heart, she felt Qin Ji was being quite thoughtful. However, she wondered why Qin Ji hadn't told her about Lord Lu's birthday himself just now. Instead, he sent Du to deliver the message. Suddenly, the image of Qin Ji's bare upper body from earlier flashed before her eyes. She realized that in a situation like that, it really wasn't appropriate to discuss much of anything. 3 days later, at the Lu Manor, Qin Ji and June Lingy arrived. The two entered the manor hand in hand. June Lingy found Qin Ji's actions a bit strange, but she didn't say anything. The guards and maids outside bowed one by one. June Lingy understood perfectly. Qin Ji was putting on a show for others. Seeing Qin Ji and June Lingy holding hands, the guards and maids couldn't help but blush, their hearts racing. The two entered the manor, and everyone inside knelt to greet them. Qin Ji majestically told them to rise, then went with June Lingy to take their seats. Shen Mao, the son of Minister Shen, looked at June Lingy and stroked his chin thoughtfully. June Lingy truly did have some beauty. Su Ran, the eldest daughter of Minister Su, didn't think so. She felt June Lingy was just a girl who hadn't fully matured yet. What beauty could she possibly have? Wu Yin, the daughter of a vice minister, chimed in agreement. If it weren't for June Lingy's auspicious horoscope, she would never have had the chance to marry into the prince's manor. Even her elder sister wasn't worthy of carrying the prince's shoes. Su Ran reminded Wu Yin to watch her words. The eldest daughter of the Jun family had also arrived. Upon seeing Jun Huiyo, Shen Mao's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that Jun Huiyo was indeed a few years older than June Lingy. Her figure was quite graceful. In comparison, June Lingy did seem a bit childish and plain. Behind them, others were whispering as well. Seeing the two sisters wearing the same color of dress, it seemed Jun Huiyo was slightly more beautiful than June Lingy. Hearing the praises and feeling everyone's envious gazes, Jun Huiyo thought to herself that it was worth the effort of sending someone to find out what June Lingy was wearing. She intended to outshine June Lingy completely. June Huiyo stopped in front of Qin Ji and performed a bow. She then put on a pitiful appearance, seeking Qin Ji's forgiveness for what happened at the prince's manor a few days ago. Her words made her the center of attention. No one knew what the misunderstanding was. Some thought she was trying to get close to the prince through her sister, while others wondered what kind of misunderstanding could exist between a man and a woman. Qin Ji looked over coldly. The crowd immediately fell silent. Qin Ji looked at June Lingy with a questioning gaze, asking June Huiyo if she had ever been to the prince's manor. June Lingy was also left completely bewildered by the question. Under the table, Qin Ji secretly squeezed June Lingy's palm. She immediately understood and had a sudden realization. She stated bluntly that she didn't remember either and didn't know when June Huiyo had visited the manor. June Huiyo hadn't expected them to both deny it. For a moment, the crowd began to whisper. They hadn't expected June Huiyo to try and claim a connection with the prince, only to be humiliated like this. How embarrassing. June Huiyo felt somewhat hurt and said she had only gone to deliver some things to June Lingy, suggesting they might have forgotten. Giving herself a way out, she bid farewell to Qin Ji and June Lingy, preparing to leave. Wu Yin, however, complained to Su Ran from the side, saying that the elder sister truly wasn't worthy of carrying the prince's shoes. Su Ran felt that the younger one seemed to have captured the prince's favor. Wu Yin had already looked into that younger one. In the Jun household, she was just a noisy fool. It was even more impossible for the prince to see anything in her. He was likely just using her as a pawn among his many admirers. She had also heard that someone had prepared a big show for today to make June Lingy lose face. By then, the prince wouldn't be able to stand her anymore and would surely divorce her. She flattered Su Ran, saying that if Su Ran became the princess consort in the future, she must invite her for wine. These words were very pleasing to Su Ran. Her face turned bright red, but she was extremely satisfied. Wu Yin saw Lord Lu arriving and told Su Ran that the good show was about to begin. Lord Lu arrived with a group of people and first bowed to Qin Ji. In his heart, he was thinking about the scene he had heard about at the manor gate. Truly, a man who has just married a new bride is different. He had to hold her hand wherever they went. To June Lingy, this look in his eyes didn't seem so innocent. She thought Lu Weichen was sending secret signals of affection and became even more convinced that the relationship between him and Qin Ji was not simple. It was just a pity that her friend Yin Ning's sincere feelings were misplaced. Lu Weichen took his seat and raised his wine cup, thanking everyone for attending his birthday banquet. He declared they should drink until they were drunk today. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was feeling tipsy. Wu Wei looked at the dancers on stage and felt their dancing was good, but the music was lacking. So he spoke up, saying he had long heard that the legitimate daughter of the Jun family was a master of the zither and wondered if they could witness it today. June Huiyo brushed her hair back and generously accepted the invitation, deciding to perform a piece to congratulate Lu Weichen on his birthday. Lu Weichen thanked her politely, but in his heart, he thought, I don't want to listen. Can I not listen? He turned to meet Qin Ji's cold gaze and felt helpless. He couldn't be blamed. He hadn't invited June Huiyo. She had come uninvited. June Huiyo went on stage and borrowed a zither from the dancers. Looking at Jun Lingyi below the stage, she thought that as a daughter of a concubine with no skills, Jun Lingyi would surely be eclipsed. Jun Lingyi found it boring. Listening to music wasn't as good as the food. She had heard Jun Huio play the zither every day at the Jun Manor until she was sick of it. She hadn't expected to have to listen to it, even after getting married. It was really too much. Qinji saw that Jun Lingyi was about to drink again and quickly reminded her to drink less. Duyu whispered something into Qinji's ear. Qinji suddenly rose and left. Chun Zhongying, the son of the prime minister, looked on with an air of one expecting a good show. On stage, Jun Huio stroked the strings and played high mountains and flowing water. The sound was as crisp as a mountain spring or birds in the forest. It was truly good, living up to her reputation. This level was likely among the best in the capital. Chun Zhongying praised Jun Huio, saying that after not seeing her for half a month, her skills had improved significantly. Jun Huio thanked him for his appreciation. However, Chun Zhongying mentioned that Qinji probably didn't enjoy her music. After all, he had left before the piece was finished. Hearing this, the hand Jun Lingyi was using to pour wine trembled slightly. She quickly put on a fake smile. Chun Zhongying deliberately made things difficult for Jun Lingyi, suggesting that since she was from the Jun family, she must also be a fine zither player. Otherwise, the prince wouldn't have left so suddenly. He must have heard the princess's superior playing so often at home that he didn't care for this performance. The crowd below also joined in, wondering if they would be lucky enough to hear Jun Lingyi play today. Now that Prince Pingxi wasn't here, the princess couldn't let everyone down. Jun Huio also chimed in, saying she hadn't heard Jun Lingyi play for many years and wanted her to perform a piece. Jun Lingyi lowered her head in silence. Lu Weichun screamed internally. If Qinji doesn't come back soon, his wife is going to be eaten alive. Someone even started slamming the table, feeling that Jun Lingyi was wasting everyone's time by not moving. If she couldn't play, she should just say so. At worst, she could drink as a penalty. If she couldn't play the zither, could she not even drink? He complained about her dawdling and putting on airs. This person was truly bold, likely drunk. Suddenly, there was a moment of silence. Lu Weichun cleared his throat, intending to smooth things over, as he couldn't let things get out of hand. Jun Lingyi found it amusing and curiously asked who this person with such a big temper was. The man introduced himself as Wu Wei. He stood up with a mocking tone, completely looking down on Jun Lingyi. He wondered if Jun Lingyi was calling him to buy him a drink, or if she was waiting for the prince to arrive so she could act pitiful. Everyone thought Wu Wei was crazy. No matter what, Jun Lingyi was still Prince Pingxi's woman, yet he dared to openly provoke her. Jun Huio, however, had long seen through everything. That boy Wu Wei lost all restraint once he started drinking. But a commotion was fine. It was even more beneficial for her. Jun Lingyi stood up with a look of disdain and walked forward. Seeing Jun Lingyi's posture, Lu Weichun knew he didn't need to step in. Her aura actually bore a slight resemblance to Qinji's. Truly a family. Jun Lingyi sat down leisurely, her fingertips producing a series of tinkling sounds. More jeering came from below. Judging by her posture just now, they thought she was impressive, but it turned out she had never studied the zither. Wu Wei laughed as well, telling her not to force it if she couldn't play, and that it would be better to come and have a few drinks. Jun Lingyi remained immobile. She began to play. They realized that the piece Jun Lingyi was playing was the same one Jun Huio had just performed. Listening to the beautiful music, Jun Huio gripped her handkerchief tightly, feeling unwilling to accept it. She had practiced day and night to master this piece. How could Jun Lingyi possibly play it better than her? It was absolutely impossible. Others echoed the sentiment, saying the princess was indeed formidable. It seemed Jun Huio was not only good at playing, but also at teaching. However, this student had surpassed the master. Jun Huio wiped her sweat and explained awkwardly that the princess had high natural comprehension, though in her heart, she was cursing Jun Lingyi. She felt Jun Lingyi had hidden her skills just to make her look foolish. Wu Wei was dismissive, saying that since Jun Lingyi had learned from her sister, and her sister had generously asked her to play, it was somewhat despicable for Jun Lingyi to deliberately play the same song to compete with her. Jun Lingyi was annoyed by this. The style of the music suddenly changed. It became powerful and resonant, as if one were on a battlefield. Everyone felt as if they were there in person. Qinji also arrived at this time and signaled the person beside him to step forward and play a flute accompaniment. The flute and zither together made the piece even more complete. When the piece ended, everyone wanted more. It was truly soul-stirring. They seemed to see wounded soldiers raising the flag of victory. This piece was played even better than high mountains and flowing water. After finishing, Jun Lingyi poured herself a cup of wine and downed it in one go. She then looked at Wu Wei. She had played the music and drunk the wine. Now it was his turn. Wu Wei hadn't expected Jun Lingyi to be so formidable. He flusteredly took the wine jug and drank it all. Jun Lingyi then went to Jun Huiro, wanting to toast her as well. She said she heard high mountains and flowing water every day at the June Manor and had just tried to imitate it. She hoped Jun Huiyu would forgive her if she played poorly, as she really wasn't used to such pieces. Jun Huiyu clenched her fists in anger, though her expression remained calm. She really hadn't expected Junlingi to play so well, nor to have such perfect chemistry with that gentleman. They surely hadn't played together for the first time. The people below were led by Jun Huiyu's rhythm, thinking there must be something going on between the two. Their chemistry was too perfect. Bai Russian was usually a man of few words who kept to himself. Why would he play an accompaniment for a woman? The scene today was indeed very strange. Jun Lingi snapped back directly, asking what her playing with Bai Russian had to do with her. She then turned to leave. Jun Huiyu hadn't expected Jun Lingi to be so disrespectful. Gritting her teeth, she made a secret vow. Since Jun Lingi had made her lose face like this today, she would not let her off easy. Qinji frowned, thinking Jun Lingi shouldn't have been so reckless while he was away. Bai Russian exchanged a greeting with Qinji and left. Jun Huiyu still wanted to influence Qinji, but before she could speak, Qinji gave Diyu a look. Diyu drew his sword and asked Jun Huiyu if she had something to say. Jun Huiyu was too scared to say another word. Qinji stepped forward, took Jun Lingi's hand, and gently stroked it, telling her the zither strings were sharp and to be careful with her fingers. Everyone watched Qinji and Jun Lingi's affectionate display, finding it hard to believe. Who had said this princess was just a placeholder? It certainly didn't look like it to them. After they sat down, Jun Lingi whispered to Qinji that he was overacting, especially with Lord Lu watching. At that moment, Lu Weichen was rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache. He didn't know what kind of holy light of love these two were emitting, but it was blinding him. As the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, Jun Lingi reflected that she was indeed the one to take the blame for ruining a perfectly good birthday. She hoped Lu Weichen wouldn't be too distressed. Lu Weichen stepped forward and told everyone not to be formal. Keep the wine coming, keep the music playing, and keep the dancing going. Seeing the wine being served, Jun Lingi's eyes lit up. Finally, on the way home after the banquet, Jun Lingi was dead drunk and feeling very unwell. Qinji ordered the attendants to stop the carriage and help Jun Lingi out to vomit. He didn't know how much wine Jun Lingi had managed to drink while he was away to end up vomiting like this. Qinji wanted to get her back into the carriage, but she refused. The people nearby saw how fierce Jun Lingi was acting and all looked over. Qinji suppressed his anger and spoke again, but Jun Lingi said she wouldn't get in no matter what. The carriage made her want to throw up, so she wouldn't sit in it. As she spoke, Jun Lingi started to fall toward the ground. Qinji caught her and pulled her into his arms. Jun Lingi hugged Qinji, thinking he was a horse and wanted to ride him home. The passing attendants and maids all pretended not to see or hear anything. Qinji, annoyed, sternly called out Jun Lingi's name. Jun Lingi looked at Qinji with a wronged expression. Helpless, Qinji called Diyu over and told him to take the servants back to the manor. He then made Jun Lingi stand straight, while he himself bent down as a compromise, letting her climb on his back. Jun Lingi was overjoyed and happily hopped on. Qinji felt he must be crazy to actually act as a horse for Jun Lingi. Because she was drunk, Jun Lingi became even more reckless. Lying on Qinji's back, she sang the theme song of The Legend of the White Snake haphazardly. Hearing the lyrics about growing old together with one heart, Qinji was touched and repeated them to himself. Jun Lingi stroked Qinji's cheek and curiously asked how his skin could still be so good despite spending years on the battlefield exposed to the wind and sun. She wondered how many face masks he had to use every day. Qinji was confused by Jun Lingi's strange words. He didn't know what a face mask was. Jun Lingi looked at Qinji's face and started talking to herself. Qinji was handsome, skilled in martial arts, and of high status. No wonder so many people liked him. She had blocked many people for him and taken so much blame, so she wanted to ask for some benefits. Qinji didn't know what she wanted. Jun Lingi felt that even if she asked, Qinji might not give it to her. Qinji shrewdly guessed that she must want a letter of divorce. Jun Lingi played with Qinji's hair and said she wanted to introduce him to a boyfriend. That buddy of hers was quite young and cute, and his family had some money. She had always seen his feelings for Qinji, so she wanted to play matchmaker for Qinji and her good buddy. She suggested that if Qinji was interested, she could invite both of them to dinner someday and cook for them herself so they could get to know each other. Qinji didn't respond at all, which made Jun Lingi a bit troubled. She guessed that since Qinji remained silent, he probably already had a boyfriend, so it wasn't convenient. Qinji placed Jun Lingi on the bed. She was still thinking to herself that if Qinji really did have a boyfriend, she would have to tell her buddy not to keep thinking about Qinji. Qinji pinned Jun Lingi beneath him and told her that he didn't like men. Jun Lingi was drunk and extremely bold at this moment, not finding their current position inappropriate at all. She even used her hand to touch Qinji's cheek, doubting whether he really didn't like men. Qinji knew he couldn't continue like this. He couldn't take advantage of someone in her state. He grabbed Jun Lingi's restless hands. Junlingyi felt that she must have guessed correctly, which was why he grabbed her. If he didn't like men, why would he stop her? She even told him not to worry, as she would help him keep his secret. If Qin liked men, as long as she was around, she could provide cover for him. But if Qin ever wanted to fly away with his lover in the future, he must let her go. Qin couldn't listen anymore and directly kissed Junlingyi's mouth to stop her from talking. Junlingyi felt a bit short of breath and bit Qin lip. Qin let go of her in pain. Junlingyi cried out of grievance. How could Qin just bite people? It was so hateful. Qin looked at the unreasonable Junlingyi with a headache. His own lip had been bitten through. Who was biting whom? The next second, Junlingyi yawned, rolled over, and went to sleep. Qin asked her why she wanted to leave. Junlingyi didn't answer. She buried her head into Qin embrace and fell fast asleep. The next morning, Junlingyi slowly woke up with a headache. Qin's voice sounded in her ear, and she turned her head. She met Qin's gaze and quickly pulled her blanket up, looking at him. He was lying lazily on one side, his abdominal muscles partially exposed. The more Junlingyi looked, the more it seemed like the aftermath of an encounter. She hurriedly checked herself. Fortunately, her clothes were still on, so no disaster should have occurred. Qin sat up. Junlingyi cautiously asked him if she had done anything she shouldn't have last night while drunk. Qin told her that she was quite fierce last night. Junlingyi was speechless. Fierce? What kind of description was that? She had no idea what she had actually done last night. She really had no memory of it at all. Someone outside reported that Lord Lu had arrived to see the prince. Before they could even see him, Lu Weichen's voice drifted in. Qin thought about how Junlingyi was still there. He wanted to have the servant tell Lu Weichen to come back later. But Junlingyi was eager to leave and told Qin there was no need to wait. She would return to Manhwa Pavilion first. As soon as Junlingyi stepped out, she ran into Lu Weichen. They passed each other. Junlingyi thought Lu Weichen's expression was a bit strange, assuming he was unhappy to see her coming out of Qin's room. Inside, Lu Weichen was holding gold bars. He had come to offer a humble apology. He really hadn't expected things to turn out like that last night, so he had come to admit his fault to Qin. He then knelt with a thud, his face full of regret, took off his outer garment, and told Qin to hit him. Junlingyi happened to walk back in just as she saw Lu Weichen with his upper body bare. Seeing his distressed face, her imagination ran wild. Perhaps if she had entered a bit later, she would have seen Qin disciplining Lu Weichen with a small wooden stick. At this thought, Junlingyi covered her mouth and giggled, thinking that Qin actually had such heavy tastes. Junlingyi's jade pendant had been left there, so she had come back for it. She searched around and found it on the bed. Fearing Lu Weichen would misunderstand, she specifically explained to him that she was drunk last night and nothing happened between her and Qin, then fled in a panic. Qin felt somewhat displeased. He told Lu Weichen to put his clothes on and get up. Lu Weichen dressed and stood up, feeling rather smug. Even if he had made a mistake, he felt. He had done Qin the big favor. He then teased Qin about his bitten lip, saying it looked like a tooth mark and that last night's battle must have been intense. At the mention of this, Qin's anger flared, and he told Lu Weichen that Junlingyi had actually tried to introduce him to a man yesterday. This left Lu Weichen somewhat stunned, since Junlingyi thought Qin liked men. Qin was completely helpless. Lu Weichen was speechless, thinking that the woman Qin liked was indeed extraordinary. Inside Manhwa Pavilion, Junlingyi was taking a bath. Suddenly, the image of her trying to introduce a man to Qin last night flashed through her mind. This caused her to panic. This was a total social death. She had actually said she'd introduce him to a boyfriend. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. He already had Lu Weichen, so she really should have kept her mouth shut. She thought to herself that alcohol really was a terrible thing. She vowed to quit drinking. A small bird squeezed through the gap in the window and flew onto Junlingyi's finger. The bird brought a message for Junlingyi. Yin Ning had arranged everything. Tonight, she would disguise herself as an attendant and leave through the side gate of the prince's manor. Knowing this, Junlingyi let the bird go. She thought that since Qin's health was mostly recovered, it was time for her to leave. That night, Junlingyi packed the belongings she wanted to take. She also had to find a way to send Tower away to prevent her from discovering the escape. Just then, Tower arrived at the door and asked Junlingyi if she had finished her bath. Just as Tower was about to speak, Junlingyi asked if she was there to clear the bath barrel. She then pretended to be sleepy and told Tower she was going to rest. She told her to go back and rest once she finished cleaning and not to come back to serve. She also said not to wake her in the night, and if anyone looked for her, just say she had retired for the evening. The words Tower wanted to say never came out. She thought that if she told the princess, the lady would likely be shy, so she should just let her discover it for herself. Tower's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, thinking that with her help, the day the princess gave birth to a child was just around the corner. Late at night, Junlingyi changed her clothes and took her bundle. Ready to depart, she thought to herself, Qin, may we never meet again. Actually, these past few days have been quite interesting. From now on, everyone wouldn't have to face her, the good luck princess consort, anymore, and their lives should be quite good. Thinking about finally being able to leave the manor, Junlingyi actually felt a bit down. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Someone in front blocked her way and told her the prince requested her presence. They recognized her as the princess consort. She looked around as if she were searching for the princess consort herself. She even performed a grand bow to the empty air, chanting, "Long live the princess consort. 1,000 years, 1,000 years." The attendants were left bewildered, doubting if this person was really the princess consort. She probably was just an ordinary passerby. Just as Junlingyi breathed a sigh of relief, "Do you appealed?" He told the attendants that this person was indeed the princess consort and ordered them to take her away. Junlingyi was still acting, pretending to be a commoner and telling them she had never done anything wrong and that her ancestors for 18 generations were all clean. The attendants didn't listen to anything. They grabbed Junlingyi and left. Since she wouldn't stop shouting for help, they eventually couldn't stand it and stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Junlingyi could only make muffled sounds. Soon they arrived at Zuixiang Courtyard. Qinji stood with his back to Junlingyi. Junlingyi didn't recognize him at first and could only brazenly tell him they had caught the wrong person. Qinji turned around and looked at her sternly. He threatened her, asking if she wanted him to strip her to prove her true identity. Qinji approached Junlingyi, radiating an oppressive aura, and questioned her. When asked where she was going, Junlingyi told him that the moonlight was beautiful tonight. She said she felt a bit bored staying in the prince's manor, so she changed her clothes to come out, stroll the streets, and experience the hardships of the common people to help the prince empathize with them. Internally, however, she thought, Qinji is standing so close. I have no idea what he's up to. Could he be trying to seduce me? Qinji picked up the bundle beside her, clearly not believing Junlingyi's explanation. Does one really need to carry a bundle just to go for a stroll? Junlingyi continued to spin her lies, using the excuse that the night was deep and the weather was freezing. She claimed she brought the bundle because she was afraid of catching a cold outside. Qinji ignored her excuses and directly untied the bundle. The items inside spilled all over the ground. There wasn't a single piece of clothing among them. Junlingyi was momentarily speechless. Looking at the contents of the bundle, she was also having a bit of a breakdown. What on earth were these things? Qinji picked up a book. After flipping through it, his expression turned quite sour. He asked Junlingyi if she really used this to keep warm in the freezing cold. Junlingyi blushed, thinking to herself that the women in these books certainly had impressive flexibility. Just as her imagination began to wander, she suddenly snapped back to reality. She had some questions too. This wasn't right. Why were there only these kinds of books in her bundle? How was she supposed to explain this to Qinji? Qinji looked at Junlingyi, threw the book in his hand onto the ground, and pinned her down. Watching Qinji's face get closer and closer, Junlingyi blocked his mouth and told him to calm down. Was he acting like this to live up to the tooth marks Lord Lu left on the corner of his mouth that night? Qinji grew even angrier. He grabbed Junlingyi's hands to prevent her from struggling and kissed her directly. Junlingyi thought to herself that she hadn't expected Qinji's preferences to have reached such an extent. Just because she was dressed in men's clothing, she could arouse his interest? She was doomed. Qinji lifted his torso and told Junlingyi to take a good look at who had left the mark. Junlingyi was confused. From Qinji's tone, could the injury on his lip have been caused by her biting him while she was drunk yesterday? So, was he taking revenge on her now? Qinji told Junlingyi to be good and kissed her again. Then his hands began to wander, stripping Junlingyi bare. Junlingyi told Qinji that she was a woman and that her body wasn't feeling well. Qinji didn't listen at all and bit Junlingyi's neck. Junlingyi was terrified. She couldn't say Qinji was incapable. How could a prince be incapable? Even if just for the sake of his pride, he would surely execute her on the spot. Just as Qinji's hand was about to touch Junlingyi's waist, Junlingyi had a sudden flash of inspiration. She used the excuse that her period had arrived and she was feeling embarrassed. Qinji immediately got out of bed and told her to go change. Only then did Junlingyi discover that her period had actually arrived. She thought to herself that her Annie was like Chow Chow, showing up as soon as she was mentioned. She was so obedient to arrive right on cue. Qinji told Junlingyi that the maid was outside and would take her change. Seeing Qinji leave so quickly, Junlingyi thought, this Qinji sure runs fast. There's no need to avoid me like I'm the plague, right? On the other side, Qinji started taking a bath. Junlingyi also came here to change her clothes, unaware that Qinji was right behind the screen. Junlingyi walked in with her clothes and closed the door, thinking that Qinji shouldn't be here. Just as she was about to take off all her clothes, she suddenly heard Qinji's voice. He told Junlingyi to find another place to change. This gave Junlingyi a fright. She grabbed her clothes and ran out as fast as she could. She thought to herself, what kind of layout is this room? Why put such a tall mirror there? It made me not see. thought that someone was already in there. My luck has been terrible lately. Mercury must be in retrograde. That night, while Jun Lingyi was lying in bed, Qin Ji came again. Looking at Jun Lingyi's sleeping face, he also got into bed and kissed her, looking at her with a touch of helplessness. He asked himself in a whisper why she insisted on running away. In Jun Lingyi's dream, there was a giant teddy. It was coming right at her. Although it was big, it was very warm, until she felt a bit too hot and wanted the teddy to let go, wondering curiously why this teddy felt so much like a furnace. Jun Lingyi gradually woke up and saw Qin Ji sitting nearby reading a book. He even greeted her. Wie stolzet Jun Lingyi. She thought, there really is a teddy here. Qin Ji didn't understand and didn't know who Teddy was. Jun Lingyi coughed awkwardly and asked Qin Ji if he didn't need to attend the morning court session today. Only then did Qin Ji stand up and tell Jun Lingyi that he wanted to wait for her to wake up before leaving. Jun Lingyi was fuming. Qin Ji was actually guarding her like a thief. It would probably be even harder to escape in the future. Qin Ji put on his clothes, leaving Jun Lingyi in a daze. Before, Jun Lingyi thought that old man Jun looked pretty silly in this official uniform, but she hadn't expected Qin Ji to look so good in it. Qin Ji leaned over, stroked Jun Lingyi's head, and told her he was leaving. He said the brown sugar water on the table was freshly heated and she should drink it in a bit. He also had you prepare a hand warmer and a hot water bottle for her to use on the way back to the manor. Jun Lingyi touched the spot where Qin Ji had just stroked and thought, why does Qin Ji seem so gentle today? Then she thought, they say broken sleeves are mostly friends to women. Sure enough, Qin Ji usually looks cold and taciturn, but he's actually quite attentive. So, she also prepared to get up and packed to return to the manor. She caught a glimpse of the book that had fallen by the bed. Picking it up, she saw, wasn't this the book from her bundle? Qin Ji was actually reading this kind of thing first thing in the morning. Inside Minyu Pavilion, Jun Lingyi held the book and asked Tower if she was the one who got this bundle. Tower readily admitted it. Jun Lingyi knew it was her good deed again, but she couldn't say much. She could only tell Tower not to get them anymore, because the prince's injuries hadn't healed yet, so the matter of having a child needed to be pushed back. Tower was very sensible, knowing the princess consort was worried about the prince's health. She pointed out that page 18 of this book and page 16 of another were both labor-saving and convenient methods that guaranteed the prince wouldn't overexert himself. Jun Lingyi was speechless. For a young maiden, Tower seemed to know a bit too much. This single-minded devotion to expanding the royal lineage was truly admirable. Suddenly, Jun Lingyi's eyes lit up, and she asked Tower if there were any books suitable for use between two men. Tower introduced page 3 of the 4th book and page 13 of the 6th book. However, she didn't know that what use the princess consort had for these. A knock came from the door. Jun Lingyi let the person in, while Tower tucked the books away. It was Mu Yan. Mu Yan ran in from the door and went straight to Jun Lingyi's side. Jun Lingyi told Tower to prepare some desserts for Mu Yan, but she didn't expect Mu Yan to innocently ask if there was a little sister in Jun Lingyi's belly. This made Jun Lingyi break into a cold sweat. She asked who told her that. Mu Yan honestly replied that Uncle Lu said so. Jun Lingyi thought of Lu Weichen. Imagining him feeling jealous while telling Mu Yan they had a little sister made her feel a bit guilty. She thought Lord Lu was truly pitiful. It must have been a burst of jealousy that led to Mu Yan's misunderstanding. Mu Yan curiously asked, since Jun Lingyi already had a little sister, would she still take the little sister and leave? Before Jun Lingyi could answer, Mu Yan noticed a bundle on the table. Mu Yan picked it up. Jun Lingyi hurriedly tried to stop her. This was full of things not suitable for children. Mu Yan looked at Jun Lingyi with a pitiful expression, begging her not to take her sister away. She grabbed Jun Lingyi's bundle with both hands. Jun Lingyi had no choice but to promise Mu Yan she wouldn't leave and asked her to let go. But Mu Yan was worried Jun Lingyi was lying and insisted Jun Lingyi give her the bundle as proof. Thinking of the contents, Jun Lingyi immediately refused. Internally, she was frantic. How could she tell Mu Yan that the things in the bundle were too early for someone her age to see? At that moment, Qin Ji returned. Hearing his voice, Mu Yan immediately ran over and pulled on Qin Ji's sleeve, telling him that her mother consort wanted to leave and that she was here to stop her. Qin Ji ruffled Mu Yan's hair and told her that her mother consort wouldn't leave. He told her to go do her lessons. Mu Yan listened and obediently left. Jun Lingyi, however, spoke up to ask Mu Yan to stay a bit longer, as the desserts hadn't arrived yet. Hearing desserts, Mu Yan remembered the delicious one from last time and looked at Jun Lingyi expectantly, asking if she could have it. Jun Lingyi was in a bit of a bind. Qin Ji was here, and she couldn't get away, so she could only tell Mu Yan they'd have it next time. She claimed the chef had been bitten by a dog, and was at home recovering. After all, when she woke up this morning, Jun Lingyi found that her neck had been gnawed into a mark by Qin Ji. Saying he was bitten wasn't exactly a lie. Mu Yan happily agreed. Seeing Mu Yan leave, Jun Lingyi thought, children are so easy to coax. Once Mu Yan was out the door, Qin Ji pinched Jun Lingyi's chin, his face close to hers. In an ambiguous tone, he asked her, not about being bitten by a dog. Jun Lingyi backed away guiltily, telling Qin Ji that a chef in the manor was the one bitten. Internally, she wondered if Qin Ji had figured something out. Du came in and told Qin Ji that Lord Lu had arrived and was waiting for him in the study. Hearing this, Qin Ji immediately stood up and took Jun Lingyi's bundle. He told Jun Lingyi that he was confiscating the bundle. Jun Lingyi wasn't disappointed. Instead, she told Qin Ji that page 3 of the 4th book and page 13 of the 6th book would be quite practical for him. Qin Ji was puzzled, wondering what bad idea Jun Lingyi was cooking up now. Jun Lingyi looked at Qin Ji with a grin, thinking that confiscation was just his excuse. He actually wanted to read the books to explore some mysterious male-to-male positions, so she had helpfully marked the important parts for him. Jun Lingyi felt she was truly a considerate and kind person. She saw Qin Ji and Du Yu out and watched them walk away. She thought that since Lu Weichun had just been here yesterday, coming again today likely meant he was here to settle scores. If the two of them argued because of her, she would feel very guilty. So she decided she had to go see for herself. Inside the room, Lu Weichun criticized Qin Ji. He said Qin Ji was far too unfair last night. A thief had broken into the manor, and he was asked to help catch him, but Qin Ji was only concerned with being sweet with his girl. Qin Ji looked at Lu Weichun sternly and told him to get to the point. Lu Weichun told Qin Ji that he had chased the person all the way to Mufeng Tower last night, where the trail went cold. But his Tongtian Pavilion wasn't famous for nothing. In the end, he lived up to expectations and found token. Lu Weichun handed the token to Qin Ji. Qin Ji took a look. The token was inscribed with Zixiao sect. He guessed the person belonged to Luo Xiao. Lu Weichun confirmed Qin Ji's suspicion. It was indeed the Zixiao sect established by the capital's wealthiest man, Luo Xiao. Lu Weichun explained in detail that Luo Xiao lacked neither money nor political ambition. 10 years ago, he already intended to retire, keeping the Zixiao sect only for self-protection. Previously, he had wondered if this matter was related to the Empress Dowager, but Luo Xiao and the Empress Dowager were completely unrelated. So, this likely wasn't the Empress Dowager's doing. Qin Ji looked at the token, filled with doubt. First Mufeng Tower, now Zixiao sect. Why did they want to take Jun Lingyi away? He wondered how many things Jun Lingyi was keeping from him. Qin Ji then returned the token to Lu Weichun, telling him there was no need to investigate further. Some things were better handled by himself. Lu Weichun didn't say much and put the token away. Then he started chatting with Qin Ji about personal matters, asking if there was any new progress in his romance. Lu Weichun pointed at the cut on the corner of Qin Ji's mouth, teasing that a lot must have happened last night. He stroked his own chin while thinking that when this iron tree finally bloomed, it was truly different, like a battle, taking the enemy general's head every time. It was far too intense. Last time, Qin Ji told Lu Weichun that Jun Lingyi misunderstood him for liking men. Lu Weichun had been a bit worried, but he hadn't expected Qin Ji to win her over so quickly. Besides, to be honest, Prince Pingshi's manor should have had a mistress long ago. Even if Qin Ji didn't consider himself, he should think of Mu Yen. Mu Yen couldn't go on without a mother forever. This manor needed a mistress. Moreover, humans have hearts. Mu Yen is a good child, and he believed Jun Lingyi. That would eventually accept Mu Yen. Hearing this, Qin Ji was deeply inspired. He felt he knew how to make Jun Lingyi stay. Outside the study, as Lu Weichun stepped out, he noticed someone hiding in the shadows. He asked sharply, "Who's there?" "Stop being sneaky," and come out. To his surprise, it was Jun Lingyi at the corner. Jun Lingyi shuffled out and walked up to Lu Weichun. With a solemn expression, she apologized to him, telling him it was all a misunderstanding. She said she and the prince were just putting on an act, and there was nothing else between them. She hoped the two of them that wouldn't let their relationship suffer because of her. Her words reminded Lu Weichun of what Qin Ji had told him, that Jun Lingyi misunderstood Qin Ji as liking men. Could it be that Jun Lingyi still thought he and Qin Ji were a thing? Seeing that Lu Weichun remained silent, Jun Lingyi suspected he didn't believe her. So, she told him that she actually already had someone in her heart. She told Lu Weichun he could rest easy. Hearing that Jun Lingyi had a sweetheart, Lu Weichun was shocked and asked who it was. Jun Lingyi gave a little laugh and told him it was a personal secret. Internally, she thought, I just made that up on the fly. How would I know who my sweetheart is? Lu Weichun didn't want to let her off and pressed her, asking if her sweetheart could be by rushing. Jun Lingyi was stunned and took 2 steps back. Seeing her like this, Lu Weichun thought he had guessed correctly. He was furious, thinking just as I thought. But no matter what their past was, she was now married to Qin Ji, upholding the principle of better to destroy 7 temples than break 1 marriage. Lu Weichun rambled on, telling Jun Lingyi that many things aren't what they seem on the surface. He said by rushing might look gentle, refined, and caring, but his entire mind was focused on medicine. If Jun Lingyi were with him, that she would easily lose a lot of life's pleasures. Furthermore, the man had many bad habits. Before Lu Weichun could finish, Jun Lingyi began to fake a cough. Lu Weichun knew she didn't want to hear it, but he was a few years older and had more experience. Besides, he had a lot of dealings with Bai Rushing and knew a lot. He said Bai Rushing was a decent person, but just as he was about to continue, Jun Lingyi saw Bai Rushing behind him and hurriedly greeted him. Lu Weichen was caught red-handed speaking ill of someone. Bai Rushing teased him, saying Lu Weichen's voice had grown louder, showing his breath was strong and he was in good health. Lu Weichen coughed awkwardly and quickly asked Bai Rushing why he was here. Bai Rushing ignored him and told them he was going to the study first, letting them continue without minding him. Lu Weichen slapped his forehead mentally, thinking he really shouldn't speak ill of people behind their backs. Retribution comes as fast as a tornado. Junlingyi also explained to Lu Weichen that he had misunderstood her relationship with Bai Rushing. At this moment, the flames of gossip were burning in Lu Weichen's eyes. He curiously pressed Junlingyi about her actual relationship with Bai Rushing, telling her she could trust him and that he definitely wouldn't tell Qingji. Only then did Junlingyi tell Lu Weichen that Bai Rushing's sister was her friend. She had met Bai Rushing a few times before, so they were just nodding acquaintances. Only then did Lu Weichen realize he had misunderstood her. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Junlingyi took her leave. Looking at her departing back, Lu Weichen thought she didn't seem to be lying. But Bai Rushing actually had a sister. He had known the man for 3 years, and had never heard of it, feeling someone tugging at his sleeve. Lu Weichen looked down to see Mu Yin. Mu Yin looked at him pitifully, asking if he had lied to her. Why wasn't her sister here yet? Lu Weichen sighed and told her that her sister was still on the way, a very long way. He lamented that Qingji's road still looked very long. Late at night, Junlingyi entered the room nervously, wondering why Qingji had called her over so late. Could he want to fight a bloody battle with her? She was very resistant. Inside the room, Qingji was sitting on the bed reading. Seeing Junlingyi dressed so thinly, Qingji told her to hurry up and sit on the bed. Seeing him so concerned and making such ambiguous moves, Junlingyi thought her guess was right. Even though her period had come, he still wanted her to do that? Qingji truly was a hypersexual teddy. Qingji carefully helped Junlingyi take off her shoes, picked her up, and placed her gently on the bed. Junlingyi looked at him with some difficulty, telling him to calm down. She said her body really wasn't suited for any bloody battles today, and she wasn't comfortable at all. Qingji placed his hand on Junlingyi's cheek. Seeing her fearful expression, he asked if she was afraid of him. Junlingyi quickly put on a fake smile and told him that he was so wise, brave, handsome, and suave that she wasn't afraid of him. She was in awe of him. Hearing this, Qingji sat up straight and told her not to worry. He wouldn't touch her. He said he called her over just to talk. Qingji told Junlingyi that he could withdraw the people watching her. He would let her come and go freely from the manor. This left Junlingyi a bit confused. Would Qingji really do such a good thing? Qingji made Junlingyi promise not to run away again. He said his injuries weren't healed, Mu Yin was still young, and Prince Pingshi's manor needed a mistress. Looking into his sincere eyes, Junlingyi couldn't bear it and reached out to cover his eyes. Internally, she thought, Qingji's eyes are far too sinful. Looking at me like that will make me soft-hearted. As expected, she agreed, but with one condition. She hoped he wouldn't hug her at every turn while sleeping. His sleeping habit, that was really not great. Qingji, however, immediately denied having such a habit. In a short while, they turned off the lights and went to sleep. Not long after they lay down, Qingji rolled over and put his arm around Junlingyi. Junlingyi complained internally. How could he say he didn't have this habit? She turned around to face him, looking at his peaceful, sleeping posture. Junlingyi thought, forget it, a hug is just a hug. I'll settle scores with him tomorrow. But rather than settling scores tomorrow, that she had something more important to do. The next morning, Junlingyi disguised herself and went out. Strolling outside, she tasted the flavor of freedom. This feeling was truly wonderful. Qingji really had kept his promise. He didn't send anyone to follow her. So, Junlingyi walked briskly toward Mufing Tower. Inside Mufing Tower, the waiter greeted her warmly. The food here was excellent, but Mufing Tower was famous for more than just its dishes. Information discussed here would never leave the door. No one could pry it out. It was very secure. Moreover, that the hidden proprietor of Mufing Tower had a skill that was unrivaled. Junlingyi followed the waiter upstairs and asked him to call out young Master Yin. The waiter readily agreed. Soon, Yin Ning came over. Seeing that Junlingyi didn't have a single person with her, he praised her for her skill in actually getting out on her own. Junlingyi came to see Yin Ning today mainly to tell him that she planned to stay in Prince Pingshi's manor for a while and wouldn't be escaping. Yin Ning took a sip of tea, his gaze a bit downcast as he gave a faint reply. Junlingyi was curious that Yin Ning wasn't angry. Yin Ning, however, wondered why he should be. Even if she didn't give up, he was going to advise her to do so. If this continued with Qingji, he feared his own fur would be plucked clean. Every time he helped her escape, he was chased and beaten by that man. Although they hadn't succeeded, Yin Ning felt she couldn't break her promise. 2 years' worth of Mufing Tower's profits that were all his. Junlingyi generously let him take them. Her identity as the proprietor of Mufing Tower couldn't be exposed to Qingji, so for this period, she left the tower in Yin Ning's management. Jun Lingyi herself was happy to be rid of the worry. Yin Ning told her to stay away from Qin Ji. Jun Lingyi looked enlightened, thinking Yin Ning was still pining for Qin Ji. But Yin Ning told her irritably that he didn't like Qin Ji. Jun Lingyi thought he was just being insincere and casually said, "If you don't like Qin Ji, could it be you like me instead?" The words reached the tip of Yin Ning's tongue before he swallowed them back down. In a tone of compromise, he told her he liked that courtyard full of male concubines. Inside Mufing Tower, a woman in purple that was writing something. The man beside her asked what she was doing. She replied that this was the proprietor's skill she had told him about. By writing down the dish she most wanted to eat, the first 10 dishes written would be sent to the kitchen for the proprietor to cook personally. The proprietor's culinary skills were rare in the world. Even ordinary dishes had a unique flavor. But the proprietor's whereabouts were a mystery, only occasionally cooking a few dishes at Mufing Tower to entertain guests. An opportunity like today was very rare. In the kitchen, Jun Lingyi was skillfully preparing delicious food. Finally, she succeeded and thought about making some osmanthus cakes for Mu Yan. Not to take back. When Jun Lingyi returned to the manor, someone outside was calling her name. Before the person could get close to her, Qin Ji pulled her aside. The person lunged at thin air and fell to the ground. Qin Ji asked warily who he was to dare make such a racket in front of the prince's manor. This person was none other than the second son of the Jun family, Jun Xiao. Jun Xiao brushed the dust off himself. Jun Lingyi happily called out, "Second brother." Jun Xiao bowed to greet Prince Pingxi. Once Qin Ji knew it was her second brother, he invited him into the manor. As the three entered, Qin Ji asked why she went out dressed like that. Jun Lingyi thought he felt it was inappropriate for her to wear men's clothing. But how was she supposed to explain? Now, why she wore it? Could she tell him it was to satisfy his interests? Qin Ji took off his outer robe and draped it over her, telling her to wear more. It turned out he was just worried she'd be cold. This touched Jun Lingyi. He wasn't criticizing her outfit. Noticing Jun Xiao was still there, she pushed Qin Ji away and told him to go attend to his work while she chatted with her brother. Qin Ji left obediently. Once inside, Jun Xiao asked in a low voice if Qin Ji had been bullying her. Jun Lingyi told him she was doing quite well. She was curious why he wasn't at his post in Yinqing. Jun Xiao sat down and told her that when he heard she was marrying Prince Pingxi, he was so worried he took leave to come back. Who knew he still wouldn't make it in time? When he got home and saw their parents' faces full of sorrow as they murmured her name, he knew she must be suffering in the manner for them to be so concerned. Jun Lingyi thought to herself, "They aren't concerned about me. They're probably cursing me." Thinking of Jun Rohuei being turned away at the door, Jun Xiao grew angry again, unable to understand how someone as unreasonable as Qin Ji could exist. Clearly, Qin Ji, that was a poor match for her. Jun Lingyi was deeply moved. Everyone else thought she was marrying up with Qin Ji, but only her brother felt. Qin Ji wasn't good enough for her. Jun Xiao told her that Jun Rohuei should have good news soon. When he first returned, he saw her chatting with the prime minister's son. Jun Lingyi thought back to Lu Weichen's birthday, where Chun Zhongying had stirred up everyone's emotions with a few words. Could Jun Rohuei have used a honey trap on him? Was it her doing? Jun Xiao excitedly grabbed Jun Lingyi's shoulders and told her the Empress Dowager's birthday was in a few days. He said he would find a way to help her leave the manor and then pick a perfect husband for her. Jun Lingyi wanted to refuse, but her brother was already lost in his own world and wouldn't listen. Jun Lingyi thought her second brother had been stubborn since childhood. Advising him directly wouldn't work. She had to find a way to make him give up the idea. Just then, Qin Ji walked in. Jun Lingyi was delighted, thinking to herself, "Isn't this the perfect tool showing up right on cue?" Thus, with great excitement, she threw herself into Qin Ji's arms. She whispered in his ear, asking for his help. Then, she hooked her arms around his neck and told him coquettishly that she had missed him. Qin Ji cooperated perfectly. He looked at Jun Lingyi dotingly. Hearing his tender words, Jun Lingyi almost couldn't handle it. If she hadn't known he was just acting, she would have really thought he liked her. The scene before him made Jun Xiao flush with embarrassment. The sight of Jun Lingyi and Qin Ji's affectionate display filled his eyes. Jun Xiao coughed awkwardly twice and told Jun Lingyi that as long as she was happy, he was at peace. He then turned to Qin Ji and said that Jun Lingyi was still young and naive. He asked Qin Ji to be patient with her in the future, and then he fled in a hurry. Once Jun Xiao was out of sight, Jun Lingyi looked at Qin Ji with some apology, saying she had been too forward just now. Qin Ji, however, didn't mind. He sat down and mentioned he had come because the Empress Dowager's 50th birthday was approaching. He told Jun Lingyi she could go to the storehouse to pick out a gift. If she didn't like anything there, he could send someone to buy something else. Jun Lingyi thanked him verbally while thinking to herself that Qin Ji was actually quite thoughtful. Qin Ji noticed a food box on the table and wondered what was inside. Feeling a bit guilty, Jun Lingyi explained that her friend had made some osmanthus cakes for the little persimmon. Qin Ji opened the box and tasted a piece, praising the flavor. He then asked Jun Lingyi if she could introduce the person who made the cakes so he could hire them as a cook for the manor. June Lingyi panicked and made the excuse that her friend was used to a free-spirited life. If forced to come here, they might be unhappy and unable to make delicious food. Qin Ji reached for another piece. June Lingyi reminded him that these snacks were for the little persimmon. However, Qin Ji didn't intend to eat it himself. Instead, he held the piece to June Lingyi's lips. She froze for a moment. Qin Ji told her that the next time she went out, she should remember to bring a snack back for him as well. June Lingyi agreed shyly and then picked up the food box. Intending to take it to Mu Yan, Qin Ji stopped her, stood up, and gently wiped a crumb from the corner of her mouth. He told her clean up before going, otherwise, Mu Yan would realize she had been stealing snacks. June Lingyi left in a fluster. A month later, the Empress Dowager's birthday arrived. Inside Yongkuan Palace, Mu Yan came to pay respects to his imperial grandmother. The Empress Dowager was very doting toward Mu Yan until she saw June Lingyi sitting to the side. She sternly questioned June Lingyi why she was still there. Since she had married Qin Ji, she should be by his side at all times. June Lingyi was bewildered. The Empress Dowager told her that Qin Ji was currently in the imperial study, so June Lingyi should be waiting outside the study doors. Did she really need the Empress Dowager to teach her such basic etiquette? June Lingyi immediately stood up and told the Empress Dowager she would go right away. In her heart, she thought, the royal family has so many rules. I have to be by his side every second? What if Qin Ji goes to the latrine? Do I have to stand there and hand in the toilet paper? She didn't actually want to find him. She decided to take this chance to explore the imperial palace. In the imperial garden, June Lingyi picked a chrysanthemum, feeling quite content. Suddenly, someone nearby swung a whip. And it struck June Lingyi. The woman behind her was Chun Zhongying's sister, the prime minister's daughter, Chun Jingning. June Lingyi asked her angrily why she had attacked her. Chun Jingning claimed that June Lingyi had stolen her things. June Lingyi was confused. Chun Jingning told her that she and Qin Ji were childhood sweethearts, and it was only because of June Lingyi's interference that she stole Qin Ji away. She called June Lingyi a thief. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Jingning swung the whip at June Lingyi again. While lashing out with the leather whip, she continued to curse June Lingyi as a thief. June Lingyi wasn't about to stand there foolishly and take the beating. She nimbly dodged the whip and told Chun Jingning helplessly that if she wanted the man, she could just say so, and June Lingyi would gladly give him to her. She added that brandishing weapons in the palace was improper. However, hearing this, Chun Jingning thought June Lingyi was mocking her for not knowing how to use real weapons like swords and spears, only a whip. June Lingyi felt exhausted by this logic. She thought to herself that Chun Jingning's reading comprehension was terrible. Which of her words was a mockery? Ignoring June Lingyi's reaction, Chun Jingning swung the whip even harder. Just as the whip was about to land on June Lingyi, a large hand caught it. It was Qin Ji. He arrived and asked June Lingyi with concern if she was all right. June Lingyi, touched, told him she wasn't hurt. At that moment, Chun Zhongying also arrived from the side to pay his respects to Qin Ji and June Lingyi. He apologized for Chun Jingning's unreasonable behavior and told his sister to apologize. However, Chun Jingning refused, feeling she had done nothing wrong. Only then did June Lingyi realize this woman was the prime minister's youngest daughter. Speaking of which, the Empress Dowager was her aunt, and she frequently visited the palace. No wonder she claimed to be Qin Ji's childhood sweetheart. Qin Ji stood by June Lingyi's side to support her, sternly telling the Qin siblings that anyone who dared harm his princess consort would be his enemy for life. Hearing Qin Ji defend June Lingyi so fiercely, the whip slipped from Chun Jingning's hand as she stood there in disbelief. Chun Zhongying bowed to Qin Ji again, apologizing for his sister and begging for forgiveness. Qin Ji didn't reply. He took June Lingyi's hand and turned to leave. June Lingyi then mentioned to him that she thought Chun Jingning was quite good. If he wanted a princess consort, perhaps Chun Jingning would be a better choice. She would surely be devoted to him and become a great help in managing his household. June Lingyi thought that since Qin Ji just needed a consort to manage the estate, wouldn't anyone do? Besides, if it were Chun Jingning, she wouldn't have to stay for a whole year. Qin Ji turned and touched her cheek, asking her deeply if she wanted to divorce him. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing. The surrounding eunuchs and maids gathered nearby, whispering in curiosity. June Lingyi thought, Qin Ji is setting me up again. These eunuchs and maids were the Empress Dowager's ears. They would surely report back that she wanted to divorce Qin Ji, and then the Empress Dowager would find more ways to punish her. Qin Ji had no intention of letting her off. He leaned in closer, tilting her chin up, and asked again if she wanted to divorce him. June Lingyi dodged the question, telling him he was overthinking. She claimed she had fallen for him at first sight, and her love was as solid as gold. How could she want to divorce him? She acted as if she were afraid he was the one who didn't want her anymore, which would break her heart. Hearing this, Qin Ji took her hand and told her affectionately that he felt the same way. He led her toward the banquet. June Lingyi felt a bit annoyed. Today was another day she failed to get rid of the princess consort title. Arriving at the banquet, she was curious why the decorations were so plain. The venue wasn't even as grand as Lu Weichen's birthday party. Qin Ji seemed to read her mind and told her that since the border was only recently settled, the Empress Dowager was being considerate of the people's hardships and didn't want a lavish display. Junlingyi realized then that the Empress Dowager was building her public image. If word of this reached the commoners, she would be seen as a benevolent leader who cared for the nation. The emperor and empress that soon arrived. They walked to the highest seats, looking down at everyone. Junlingyi felt that the empress had a more powerful aura than the emperor. Seeing Junlingyi, the emperor asked Qinji if this was indeed his consort. He remarked that his brother was usually as cold as a block of ice and told Junlingyi that if Qinji ever bullied her, she could tell him, and he would definitely set things right. The empress chimed in, saying she felt the prince of Pingxi treated his consort very well. Earlier, while the emperor was chatting, someone reported a misunderstanding between the consort and the Chun family's daughter. He had rushed off immediately, showing how deep his feelings were. Junlingyi also explained that the prince was very good to her, though she thought to herself that she was just a scapegoat for the trouble Chun Jingning caused. The emperor was delighted to hear they were so close, and hoped he would soon become an uncle. Qinji told the emperor he would work hard at it. Only Junlingyi was left speechless, thinking such hard work wasn't necessary. Then, the Empress Dowager arrived. Everyone knelt once more. Junlingyi thought, living in ancient times is such a hassle. You're kneeling every other minute. Lu Weichen also arrived. He reported to the emperor that the Tongtian Pavilion had observed the heavens, and today was an auspicious day. He said the gods were aware of the Empress Dowager's benevolence, and would surely bless Great Qi and its people. The Empress Dowager was very pleased. An attendant then began to read the list of gifts. First was Lu Weichun, master of Tongtian Pavilion, who gifted a pair of longevity Rui scepters. Then came Chun Jingning, who gave a string of jade Buddhist beads. The gift from the princess consort of Pingxi was an embroidery titled Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Upon seeing it, the crowd looked horrified. The Empress Dowager was also furious. Junlingyi discovered that at some point, her embroidery had been burned. Someone was clearly trying to frame her. Chun Jingning spoke up, accusing Junlingyi of having the audacity to present a burned embroidery as a birthday gift. She claimed this was a curse upon the Empress Dowager. Qinji wanted to speak up for her, but Junlingyi stopped him. She stood up, looked at Chun Jingning, and asked if she realized the Empress Dowager had already seen through the hidden meaning of the gift. She claimed the Empress Dowager had praised her. The Empress Dowager was confused, as she didn't know that there was a hidden meaning. Junlingyi explained that while everyone saw the birds paying homage and envied the phoenix's honor, who remembered that before becoming a phoenix, it must undergo nirvana through fire, she said after finishing the embroidery, she heard of the Empress Dowager's frugality, and that the banquet was to be simple. Since birds paying homage was too extravagant, she intentionally burned half of it. Junlingyi knelt and told her that Great Qi had just passed a difficult period at the borders, much like a phoenix undergoing nirvana. Today, she presented this phoenix nirvana to wish for the prosperity of the Empress Dowager and the nation. The Empress Dowager was highly satisfied with this explanation and immediately rewarded her. The guests also began to praise the princess consort for her cleverness and profound intent, calling it the most special gift of the day. Chun Jingning was displeased, thinking it was just a piece of burned cloth that Junlingyi had managed to talk her way out of, although they escaped the crisis. Qinji told Junlingyi he would investigate and not let the person who burned the embroidery off. Junlingyi, feeling confident, decided to investigate herself. She wouldn't let the culprit go so easily. She wanted them to know she wasn't just a punching bag. Qinji helplessly agreed. Soon, they moved on to the next event. Junlingyi had thought that the party would end after the meal, but there was to be a hunt. Chun Jingning was already on her horse, mocking Junlingyi for just standing there. She asked if Junlingyi didn't know how to ride. Chun Jingning warned his sister not to cause trouble, but she insisted she just wanted to be friends with the consort and teach her to ride, so she would be worthy of sitting beside Qinji. Junlingyi knew she had no good intentions and ignored her, turning to leave. Qinji rode past on his horse. Chun Jingning wanted to join him, but was ignored. Qinji came to Junlingyi's side, and reached out to help her up. Junlingyi obediently placed her hand in his. Only after sitting on the horse did she realize she had been entranced by his looks and had reached out without thinking. She blamed it on Qinji being too handsome. Qinji personally taught her to ride, making many other young ladies envious. Chun Jingning watched this angrily and sped up to catch them. Despite Chun Zhongying's attempts to stop her, it was useless. Qinji asked Junlingyi if she wanted to try hunting. Junlingyi was worried she might miss. Qinji wasn't worried at all. At worst, he would take responsibility for her. Thus, Junlingyi boldly fired an arrow. That arrow went straight toward Chun Jingning. Chun Jingning couldn't dodge in time and fell off her horse. She looked at Junlingyi in a rage. Junlingyi leaned weakly into Qinji's arms, telling him she didn't do it on purpose and that bows and arrows were far too dangerous and scary. Qinji cooperated, telling Chun Jingning that his consort was a bit playful and asked her not to take offense. Chun Jingning didn't believe it and told Qinji not to be fooled. But before she could finish, Qinji led Junlingyi away on the horse, leaving Chun Jingning behind to curse them. Junlingyi felt much better after venting her frustration and couldn't help but praise Qinji for being cool just now. Qingji was curious what shui meant. Junlingyi thought about how to explain it and told him that shui meant crushing the competition at high speed, just like he did. Qingji felt a bit disappointed, realizing she didn't mean she liked him. He praised Junlingyi's archery as also being quite shui. Junlingyi was very proud and almost said something she shouldn't have, but stopped herself in time. She told him she didn't really know archery. It was just that as a child, she liked throwing stones, so her aim was better than most. Qingji saw through her, but pretended to believe her, asking if she had ever tried hitting 3 targets at once while throwing stones. Qingji prepared to teach her with the bow. He held her hand and fired 3 arrows simultaneously. Those 3 arrows hit 3 different prey perfectly. Junlingyi was shocked. It was like magic. Behind them, Lu Weichen and Mu Yan were fed more public displays of affection. Mu Yan asked Lu Weichen how much longer until his sister arrived. Lu Weichen was curious. The little persimmon usually disliked the consort, so why was he anxious for his sister now? Mu Yan told him that after much consideration, he felt his mother was sensible, understood state affairs, and was different from those pretentious, pampered ladies. She was barely worthy of his father. He figured a sister born from her would be very cute. Lu Weichun praised Mu Yin for his progress in using so many idioms. Mu Yin sighed, saying once his sister was born, he'd play with her, and Lu Weichun would be left all alone. Lu Weichun was speechless, thinking he needed to have a talk with Mu Yan's tutor about what kind of nonsense he was teaching the boy. A few days later, in the prince's manor, Junlingyi sat in a chair while a servant knelt before her. She was interrogating him about whether he had burned the embroidery. The man refused to admit it, claiming he had served the manor his whole life and never did anything against the prince. He said even if she killed him, he wouldn't admit to something he didn't do. Junlingyi looked at him with interest, threatening that she really would take his life. She had servants bring in torture devices. The man remained fearless, telling her to go ahead and beat him, but he wouldn't confess to a false charge. He even reminded her that using private torture was against the law. But Junlingyi didn't intend to hit him. A servant brought in a child. The man became very nervous. He didn't know why his child was there. Junlingyi looked at the child, noting how well-fed and delicate she was, and said she probably couldn't handle pain. She had the child taken into a room, saying she was too kind-hearted to watch such a scene. The girl was led away in tears. Soon, miserable screams came from the room. Qingji and Lu Weichen heard the commotion and stopped in their tracks. The girl's painful cries continued from inside. Junlingyi said lisoli in here. Lu Weichen watched all this and mocked her sarcastically, saying Junlingyi was truly merciful. Qingji, acting as if he didn't catch the sarcasm, nodded in agreement, feeling that she was indeed very merciful. Lu Weichun mentally slapped himself for speaking up and inviting more dog food. The man in the courtyard finally couldn't take it and admitted he burned the embroidery. Junlingyi waved her hand to stop the noise inside. She asked why he did it and who ordered him. She said if he couldn't give a good reason, she'd suspect it was a forced confession, and would have to continue the torture. The man quickly confessed that the eldest Miss June had ordered him. She had kidnapped his son to force him and gave him gold, that which was buried at his house. Junlingyi hadn't expected it to be June Rohue. The man begged her to spare his daughter. He knew his crime was punishable by death, but the child was innocent. Junlingyi stood up. At least he didn't disappoint her. He cared for his daughter as much as his son. Though not a good man, he was a good father. Junlingyi had the door opened. The girl ran out and threw herself into the man's arms. He was shocked that she was unharmed. The girl told him there was someone inside who could. They'll make the same sounds as her, and the screaming was terrifying. Junlingyi explained it was Kuji. She told the girl to be good and promised to bring her brother back. The girl happily agreed. The man knelt and kowtowed to Junlingyi, thanking her for her mercy and promising to serve her for the rest of his life. Junlingyi couldn't handle such a display and told him to get up. She didn't need a servant and told him to just take care of his kids and not let them be kidnapped again. Lu Weichun praised her methods, getting information and evidence without hurting anyone and winning over an enemy. Even the officials at the Court of Judicial Review would be impressed. Qingji thought the free-spirited Junlingyi was even more stunning. Lu Weichun pulled Qingji aside, telling him Junlingyi was coming and they should hide. But before they could move, they ran into her. Their posture was a bit ambiguous. Junlingyi's mind went to the wrong place, thinking Lu Weichun was claiming his territory. She decided to leave quickly and not get in their way. She made an excuse about visiting the June Manor and ran off. Lu Weichun asked if she needed company, but she refused. At Manchun Pavilion, she went to confront June Rohue. She asked if June Rohue was the one who burned the embroidery. June Rohue denied it, telling her not to talk nonsense. She added that since the embroidery was burned, Junlingyi had committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Junlingyi told her not to be afraid. Since the matter was settled, she just wanted the truth. June Rohue stood up and admitted it. She said Junlingyi was born of a concubine and was beneath her, yet she got to attend the banquet. She wanted to make Junlingyi a laughingstock. Junlingyi lida kent. And without a word, threw it onto June Rohue. She wanted to settle the debt in kind. June Rohue's clothes caught fire, and she screamed for help, rolling on the floor. Jun Lingyi walked out leisurely, surprised at how good she was at getting revenge. Seeing the beautiful moonlight, she decided not to go back to the manor yet and take a walk. Suddenly, that she was knocked unconscious from behind. When she woke up, she found herself in what looked like a presidential suite at Mufing Tower. Her hands were in wooden erotic handcuffs meant for special needs guests. The room and the cuffs seemed custom-made for her. Yun Lingyi looked utterly hopeless. A man walked in, someone she didn't expect, Ning Hshuan. He was trembling with fear. He said he didn't want to do this. Jun Lingyi suspected Jun Rohue sent him to kill her, but if that were the case, he wouldn't have bothered. Tying her up in such an expensive room. Could it be Jun Rohue wanted him to do something unspeakable to her? The next second, Ning Hshuan began to pull at her clothes. He said although his heart belonged to Jun Rohue, he would do whatever she asked. Jun Lingyi kicked him away and screamed for help. Ning Hshuan looked at her with a sinister expression, saying he had already checked. This room was at the end of the hall, no one ever came here, and the soundproofing was excellent. Screaming was useless. Jun Lingyi knew that, but she was just stalling for time. She had once built a secret passage under the bed. If she could find the switch, she could escape. With a bang, Qin Ji kicked the door open. Ning Hshuan looked at the intruder nervously. Qin Ji grabbed him by the neck, filled with killing intent. He threw him against the door and then went to unbind Jun Lingyi. As Qin Ji sat down, he accidentally hit the switch. Jun Lingyi thought, oh no. The switch she couldn't find after struggling for so long was triggered by him just sitting down. She fell through. Qin Ji jumped in after her. Inside the secret room, he lit a candle, seeing him down there with her. Jun Lingyi was a bit annoyed. The mechanism to open this place was on the outside. They were trapped unless her maid, Xiaoxi, noticed something was wrong. Qin Ji stepped forward, full of self-blame, saying it was his fault, but he couldn't bear to leave her alone. Jun Lingyi blushed, seeing him so devoted. Qin Ji leaned in to help her with the handcuffs. He asked with concern if her hands hurt. Jun Lingyi felt a warmth in her heart. Her maidenly heart, which had been dormant for years, was actually being moved by a cut-sleeve prince's tactics. It was embarrassing. The environment was too gloomy and cold. Jun Lingyi let out a sneeze. Qin Ji had her hold the candle, that while he took off his outer robe and draped it over her. Seeing him undress, she had thought he was going to do something improper. He told her to sit for a while he looked for a way out. He took the candle and searched the room, only to find it really could only be opened from the outside. Qin Ji turned back to tell her they'd have to wait for Xiaoxi in the morning, but he found Jun Lingyi silent. Coming closer, he saw her eyes were closed. He thought she was asleep and knelt down. To pick her up, only to find her body burning up with fever. He dropped the candle, and wrapped his clothes tighter around her, comforting her. Jun Lingyi snuggled in his arms, mumbling Big Brother. The next morning, that sound came from outside. It was Yin Ning scolding the servants for only just noticing that Jun Lingyi was missing, saying he wouldn't forgive them if anything happened to her. Qin Ji saw the exit open and jumped out immediately. Yin Ning stopped him. He asked Qin Ji to hand the person over to him, but Qin Ji did not comply. He simply told Yin Ning to prepare a carriage and clothes, as he and the princess consort were returning to the manor immediately. Despite his reluctance, Yin Ning did as he was told. Ning Hshuan was still tied up on the ground, and Qin Ji left him for Yin Ning to deal with. Yin Ning uneasily urged Qin Ji to have Bai Rusheng examine Jun Lingyi. Then he looked at Ning Hshuan with a fierce gaze. He ordered the servants to beat him. Ning Hshuan let out whimpers of fear. Back at the Prince Pingxi Manor, Jun Lingyi lay on the bed with the others gathered around her. Lu Weichen asked what kind of illness Jun Lingyi had and why she remained unconscious. Bai Rusheng stood up angrily and grabbed Qin Ji's collar, his tone agitated. He threatened Qin Ji, saying that if he couldn't take care of Jun Lingyi, he would take her away himself. Before he could finish, Lu Weichen stopped him, telling Bai Rusheng he was overstepping. After calming him down, Lu Weichen asked Bai Rusheng what exactly was wrong with Jun Lingyi to make him so emotional. Bai Rusheng brushed off Lu Weichen's hand and told him there was no definitive answer, only that it was a slight chill. He said he would go write a prescription. Lu Weichen watched Bai Rusheng leave with a look of doubt. His intuition told him Jun Lingyi's condition couldn't be just a slight chill. Otherwise, Bai Rusheng wouldn't have such an attitude. Qin Ji called Lu Weichen's name sternly. Lu Weichen felt a pang of unease. It had been a long time since Qin Ji had addressed him so seriously by his courtesy name. Qin Ji ordered Lu Weichen to find several physicians from among the common people. Lu Weichen immediately went to make arrangements. Yun Lingyi gradually woke up. When Qin Ji saw her finally awake, he was overjoyed. He pressed his forehead against Jun Lingyi's to check her temperature. She seemed to still have a slight fever. Yun Lingyi was incredibly shy. It turned out Qin Ji was just checking her temperature, but a gesture like that was clearly meant to make her temperature rise further. Having been trapped until now, Jun Lingyi had only had a bowl of herbal medicine. Qin Ji had meals prepared and moved to help her up to eat. However, Jun Lingyi was confused to see a table full of porridge. All these different porridges were for her. Qin Ji answered that since he didn't know her preference, he had the kitchen make several kinds. But Junlingyi only wanted to eat meat now. Qinji was very principled. The physician said she needed a light diet and should drink plain porridge. Qinji comforted her, saying she should eat the porridge first, and once she was better, he would eat meat with her. Junlingyi picked the bowl closest to her, but Qinji took it instead. Junlingyi wondered if she wasn't allowed to choose that one. Qinji's next move was even more unexpected. He actually wanted to feed her the porridge. This left Junlingyi feeling a bit overwhelmed. She tried to take the bowl to feed herself, but Qinji used the excuse that the physician ordered her to rest because her body was weak. Junlingyi flexed her muscles for him to see, insisting she wasn't so weak that she couldn't even hold a bowl. She said her muscles were quite firm, and she was fine. Qinji remained unmoved, so Junlingyi had to compromise. However, watching Qinji feed her porridge, she thought he looked quite cute. While eating, Junlingyi asked about Ning Heshuan's whereabouts. Hearing he was with Yin Ning, she asked if Qinji had met Yin Ning yet and what he thought of him. Qinji didn't want to say much and told her to focus on the porridge. She was trying to talk and eat at the same time, which made it easy to choke. Qinji blew on the porridge to cool it. Junlingyi worried about Qinji. His own health hadn't fully recovered either. She asked if he had caught a cold last night. Qinji told her he was fine. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. It was Mu Yin rushing in. He had heard that Junlingyi had eloped with some wild man last night. Junlingyi spat out the porridge she had just swallowed. Qinji patted her back and asked with concern why she had choked. While coughing, Junlingyi thought to herself, doesn't Qinji realize why? Qinji told Mu Yin that Junlingyi had been with him all night. Junlingyi chimed in to agree. Mu Yin was then relieved. It turned out she wasn't with a wild man, but with his father. Qinji carefully fed Junlingyi more porridge, telling her to be careful not to choke again. Mu Yin watched from the side with envy, wanting Qinji to feed him as well. Qinji told Mu Yin to help himself to what was on the table. Mu Yin felt very slighted, not understanding why the princess consort got to be fed by his father while he didn't. Qinji told Mu Yin that Junlingyi was sick. Junlingyi thanked Qinji and told him she was full. She patted Mu Yan's head and told him she would find a chef to make him something delicious tomorrow. Mu Yin was thrilled, but Qinji was worried that she hadn't fully recovered yet. He insisted she stay in bed to recuperate and not leave the manor. Both Junlingyi and Mu Yin looked at Qinji with pitiful eyes. Qinji rubbed his forehead and finally told him she could leave after resting for half a month. Junlingyi felt that half a month was quite a long time. By the 3rd day, she started to get bored. By the 5th day, she felt it had been forever. When the 10th day finally arrived, Junlingyi felt she had gained weight. After being a pampered rice bug for 10 days, even though the food was light, she was sure she'd gotten fat from staying in bed. To her surprise, her second brother arrived. He pinched her cheeks and said she looked thinner, thinking Qinji was mistreating her. Junlingyi broke free from her brother's grip, thinking he still remembered her as a 5-year-old with baby fat. She hadn't lost weight these past few days. If anything, she'd gained some. She insisted she and the prince were doing great. Her brother had seen their affectionate display last time. However, her second brother had seen through it. He knew Junlingyi had been clever since childhood and suspected she had lied to him last time. Junlingyi wondered if she'd been caught, but she had acted quite seriously and assured him she wasn't lying. Qinji was truly good to her, so he didn't need to worry. She told him he could return to Yun City with peace of mind. But her brother felt that if she wasn't lying, why would she have tried to flee the manor? And that day, Qinji had acted that way toward them. Seeing her brother hesitate to speak, Junlingyi thought Qinji had done something to him. Her imagination began to run wild. In reality, her brother secretly took out a draft because he'd forgotten his lines. He knew he could never win an argument with her. This time, he was determined to convince her to leave this den of trouble. Jun Xiao told Junlingyi that Qinji was very cruel to her, speaking harshly to their father and Hui'er. Judging by his actions that day, he could only imagine how he treated Junlingyi daily. But Junlingyi misunderstood, thinking Qinji had wall-slammed Jun Xiao. She asked when this happened. Jun Xiao told her it was the day he came looking for her. Qinji arrived later. The whole household was kneeling, and when their father invited him to step down from the carriage, he ignored him and demanded to know where Junlingyi was. Later, he even ordered someone to hit their father and pinned everything on Junlingyi, accusing their father of insulting her. But Jun Xiao didn't believe their father would insult her. He thought Qinji was making her the scapegoat. In her heart, Junlingyi was cheering. Qinji was so formidable. It was a pity she hadn't seen this epic scum-crushing scene with her own eyes. Jun Zhao heard Jun Rohue mention that Lingyi had argued with Qinji and ran home, and he didn't expect Qinji to chase her to the house to interrogate her. Jun Xiao grew angrier as he spoke, calling Qinji a bastard and an animal. Jun Lingyi agreed, thinking that prejudice isn't formed or erased in a day. She decided to soothe Jun Xiao first, patting his back to tell him not to be angry. As luck would have it, Qinji walked in and asked what they were talking about. Jun Lingyi didn't react in time and almost blurted out that Prince Pingxi was an animal. Seeing him, she quickly shifted gears and asked why he was back so early. Qinji gently tapped Junlingyi's forehead and told her he missed her. Yun Lingyi Lahots. Qinji was just acting. She then told Jun Ziao she was fine and urged him to go back. Since her second brother was so stubborn, it would be trouble if he clashed with Qinji. Jun Ziao just wanted her to be happy. He said he couldn't stay in the capital long and would return to Yun City in a few days. He invited her to a small gathering at Zuichuan Court tomorrow as a farewell. Jun Lingyi looked at Qinji, seeking his permission. In the study, Lu Weichen heard that Qinji was finally letting Jun Lingyi go out. These past few days, Qinji had consulted many physicians, and they all said she was fine, just weak after recovering from cold. Perhaps they were overthinking it. She wasn't seriously ill. Maybe Bai Rushing was just too concerned about her. Hearing this, Qinji gave Lu Weichun a cold look. Lu Weichun realized he'd misspoke and quickly assured Qinji there was no need to worry about Bai Rushing, as he was ready to give up. He even saw him going on a blind date today, so he likely wouldn't try to steal Jun Lingyi from Qinji anymore. Qinji, however, was confident she couldn't be stolen. Lu Weichun quickly agreed. Qinji was right. Even if Bai Rushing tried, he couldn't take her. But speaking of which, it was strange that Bai Rushing would go the route of a blind date. Supposedly, the matchmaker was Qinji's brother-in-law. He curiously asked Qinji where Jun Lingyi went today. Qinji's heart skipped a beat. The ink even stained the white paper. He put down his brush and walked quickly out the door. At Zuichuan Court, Jun Lingyi, Bai Rusheng, and Jun Ziao were sitting at the dinner table. Seeing Bai Rusheng, Jun Lingyi was surprised. She thought it was just a farewell dinner. She assumed Jun Ziao had only invited her, not expecting to run into Bai Rusheng. The scene felt a bit strange to her. Jun Ziao was the first to break the silence, noting that since Jun Lingyi and Bai Rusheng were old acquaintances, things would be more convenient. Jun Lingyi was puzzled. What would be more convenient? Jun Ziao didn't elaborate and urged her to eat while filling Bai Rusheng's cup with wine. Smelling the fragrant wine, Jun Lingyi felt a craving. Bai Rusheng reminded her that she had just recovered from a cold and shouldn't drink. Jun Lingyi felt a bit disappointed. She had promised to quit drinking anyway, so she shouldn't be greedy. Seeing her disappointment, Bai Rusheng couldn't bear it and poured her half a cup. Jun Lingyi happily accepted. Seeing their warm interaction, Jun Ziao thought they truly were a well-matched couple. How could Qinji compare to Bai Rusheng for his sister? Tus, Jun Xiao toasted Bai Rusheng. He mentioned his sister was young and had been given to the wrong person, and since he was returning to Yin City, he could only entrust Jun Lingyi to Bai Rusheng, asking him to take more care of her. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi spat out her wine and couldn't stop coughing. Jun Ziao hurried to pat her back. Jun Lingyi headed for the door, telling him she was going to freshen up. Once outside, she clutched her heart, truly startled. A perfectly good farewell dinner had turned into a matchmaking session, and with Bai Rusheng, of all people. If the prince found out, it would be a disaster. Before she could finish the thought, a familiar pair of feet appeared before her. She looked up to see Qinji. Qinji saw her, pulled her close, and kissed her, asking if she had been drinking. Jun Lingyi honestly admitted she'd only had half a cup. Qinji pinned her against the wall and continued to kiss her. No matter how she pushed, she couldn't get him off. The sound of a wine cup dropping startled them. They turned to see Bai Rusheng. Jun Ziao didn't know what was happening and came out of concern. The four of them stared at each other. Qinji picked Jun Lingyi up, wanted to take her back. Jun Lingyi wanted to argue, but seeing Qinji's gaze, she had to pretend to be drunk and collapsed into his arms. Qinji took her to the carriage. Upstairs, Lu Weichen covered Mu Yan's eyes, telling him this was see no evil. Mu Yan was unwilling, not understanding why Lu Weichen didn't cover his own eyes. Lu Weichen tried to argue, but was seen through, so he lied, saying he gave Mu Yan the chance to have his eyes covered, and that he himself had his eyes closed the whole time. Only after Qinji left did Lu Weichen let go of Mu Yan. Mu Yan curiously asked where they went. Lu Weichen told him they left in a carriage. Mu Yan felt Lu Weichen must be lying and that he had definitely peeked. Inside the carriage, Qinji was concerned that she drank while still recovering from a cold and asked how much she had. Jun Lingyi told him it wasn't even half a cup. Fearing he wouldn't believe her, she told him to ask the others. She said she wanted to go back and have a hangover soup prepared. Jun Lingyi thought she'd drink whatever he wanted as long as he wasn't angry. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Qinji and Jun Lingyi bumped into each other. Qinji concernedly touched her head and asked if she was okay. Jun Lingyi felt he was simply too considerate. Being a pampered rice bug around him would make her unable to care for herself. Qinji felt that with him around, it didn't matter if she couldn't care for herself. Jun Lingyi was charmed again and turned her head away shyly, thinking Qinji was a natural at flirting without even knowing it. Seeing her turn away, Qinji thought he had hurt her. Jun Lingyi told him he hadn't. She thought that if Qinji wasn't gay, she would definitely consider pursuing him. Qinji was confused again. What was gay, and why could she only pursue him if he wasn't? Could it be that because he was gay, she didn't pursue him, but instead sat by his side like this? Jun Lingyi felt a bit sleepy. Qinji pulled her close to let her sleep for a while, as they were still some distance from the manor. Jun Lingyi obediently leaned on his shoulder, unaware that Qinji was thinking that being gay was quite good. If he remained gay, then she could always Stay by his side. Late at night, Jun Rohue left the house and met with Chen Zhongying. She threw herself into his arms and complained that the servant who ruined Jun Lingyi's embroidery had betrayed her and his son had been rescued. Ning Heshuan was also dead, and now several groups were watching her. She didn't know what to do. Chen Zhongying sat sipping tea and told Jun Rohue that since she was already exposed, coming to find him would only expose him further. Jun Rohue took off her outer garment and told him she knew he also wanted to deal with Jun Lingyi. She put her arms around his neck and sat on his lap, coaxing him that if they joined forces, they could surely make Jun Lingyi lose her reputation. Chen Zhongying was curious about her proposal and lifted her chin. Gazing at her, he smiled slightly, his expression still refined and polite. He remarked that the eldest Miss June was indeed beautiful inside and out, no different from those sold outside. Jun Rohue nestled in his arms and called him Master bashfully. Chen Zhongying pinched her chin and laughed. Tell me, how did you manage to suppress Jun Lingyi in the Jun household for so many years? Before he finished speaking, his hand moved suddenly and gripped. Yun Wuhui's Nick tightly. She was unable to speak and could only widen her eyes, struggling desperately. However, Chen Zhongying just looked at her and smiled, his grip tightening. In the last moment before she lost consciousness, she saw his lips move. I never keep people who are useless to me. When he let go, Jun Rohue slumped to the floor, completely dead. He looked at her corpse, the smile still on his face. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Zhongying opened it to see Chen Jingning. Brother, I heard a noise in your room just now. Are you okay? He shook his head and explained with a smile that it was nothing, just a mouse because the room hadn't been cleaned properly. She nodded. He looked at her and asked how her visit to the palace went today. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingning's eyes lit up and her tone became much lighter. Anne was in a good mood today and had me perform a whip technique for her. While walking in the Imperial Garden with her, I even saw Brother Qin Ji. Unfortunately, he was in a hurry with official business and didn't see me. Brother, do you think he still cares about what happened at Anne's birthday last time? Chen Zhongying reached out to pat her head, but his hands were so dirty. How could he touch her? He withdrew his hand unnoticed and then said soothingly, "It's nothing like that. Don't overthink it. It's late. Go to sleep." She agreed and went to her room. After she left, he returned to the room. He looked at Jun Rohue's corpse on the floor, his eyes darkening. Jingning, whatever you want, I will get it for you, no matter the cost. One day, as soon as Jun Lingyi entered Mufing Tower, she asked, "Where's Ning Heshuan?" As soon as Yin Ning saw her, he had an expression as if she owed him 10,000 taels of silver. Dead. Jun Lingyi was shocked. Dead? How'd he die? We needed to keep him alive to testify against Jun Rohue. She felt a sharp pang of regret at missing Qin Ji's scum-crushing scene. Yin Ning's expression turned even grimmer. I'd like to know how he died, too. He was fine when I left him. I only broke 7 or 8 of his bones and carved off a few pieces of flesh. Who knew some bastard would kill him once he was locked up? Yun Lingyi's lips twitched. Are you sure he didn't die from your torture? Yin Ning snapped. I know exactly how much force to use. None of those were vital bones, and none of the cuts were fatal. He died in the secret room with a single slash to the throat. At some point, Jun Lingyi's fingers grabbed Yin Ning's ear. I'm just asking, did you eat gunpowder today? Who are you calling a bastard? I'm your superior. What did you say when you first came to the capital? Yin Ning gritted his teeth and said disdainfully to listen to everything Jun Lingyi says. Exactly. She let go, and Yin Ning rubbed his ear, pouting to the side. Jun Lingyi straightened her clothes and got up to leave. Yin Ning asked where she was going. She explained with a smile that she was going to make pastries for her son. So? Yin Ning stared her back for a long time. Aren't they Qin Ji's sons? Along the way, Jun Lingyi timed it, so she would just make it for the midday meal. But as she reached the gate, she saw a large crowd gathered in front of the manor, looking at something. In front of the manor, Madame Yu was standing in plain morning clothes with a few young maids, looking mournful. The manor guards looked at each other and tried to persuade her. Madame June, the prince and the princess consort are not in. Please return. She ignored them and stood there stoically. Jun Lingyi wondered why she was here, but then she heard the people around her whispering. Is the Madame of the June family crazy? Coming to Prince Pingshi's manor to provoke them? You don't know? The eldest miss of the June family died last night. What? How? They say she hung herself and then set a fire. When the maids rescued her, the rope had burned through and her body was like a stiff corpse. A while ago, the princess consort was kicked out of the manor and went back to the June house in a rage, scolding the eldest miss and even burning her room. Since then, the eldest miss cried every day until she died in a fire. A woman couldn't help but tisk-tisk. These days, concubine-born daughters are truly malicious and calculating. She got such a huge bargain and still wanted more. Even if the prince favored the eldest miss, it would be only natural. If she just endured it, she could have been a side consort. Now, with this fuss, the eldest miss is dead, and the June family and the prince probably won't let her off easily. The people around agreed. Exactly. Look at the guard's attitude. The prince is busy with official business, which is normal. But she, as the princess consort, hasn't stepped out at all. I bet she's too guilty to show her face. As everyone gossiped, Jun Lingyi stood to the side and figured out the story. It seemed she couldn't enter through the front gate today and would have to use the side entrance. Tower was already waiting at the gate of Manhwa Pavilion. Seeing Jun Lingyi return, she rushed forward. Princess Consort, you're finally back. The first madam. Yun Lingyi waved here oftenly. I know everything. Tower, dress me. Seeing her resolve, Tower's panic lessened. Okay, I'll pick out a grand outfit for you to crush the first madam's arrogance. No, no, no. Jun Lingyi sat before the bronze mirror. I want to change into something else. Tower was surprised. Which one? Madam, you continued to stand before the manor gate. Just as the situation was becoming uncontrollable, the gates of the Prince Pingxi Manor suddenly opened. The crowd fell silent and looked toward the gate. Dozens of maids in white, holding lotuses, filed out and stood in 2 orderly rows, leaving a path in the middle. Soon, a young woman in white emerged. She held a handkerchief to her chest. Her steps were unsteady as she stumbled forward, her brow furrowed and her watery eyes full of tears. With great effort, she reached Madame Yu and threw her arms around her. Oh, mother, how could sister be gone? At those words, everyone's jaws dropped. Was this the malicious and calculating concubine-born daughter? Madame Yu didn't react for a moment. Jun Lingyi held her tight and pounded her back twice with her fists, sobbing, Mother, what will I do without sister? What will I do? Madame Yu's back felt like a hole was being punched in it. Once she regained her senses, she pushed Jun Lingyi away in disgust. Yun Lingyi fell backward and landed on the ground with a thud. The maids on both sides moved to help her, but she waved them off. Still on the ground, she sobbed, Mother, I know you blame me. 10 months ago when I returned home and saw sister ready to die for Ning Heshuan, I shouldn't have just talked her down. I should have warned you to let her marry the man she loved, rather than someone of high rank. Is my fault all my fault? The onlookers also realized something. It turned out the rumors from 2 years ago about the princess consort taking the blame for her sister's elopement were true, and the man was indeed Ning Heshuan. It seemed Madame Yu was determined for her daughter to marry into high status, and the eldest miss, having her heart elsewhere, was driven to suicide. Hearing the whispers, Madame Yu's face changed drastically. She stepped forward and snapped, Stop this nonsense. Yun Lingyi final surprise. Is mother blaming me for not returning immediately? Please forgive me. When I heard the news of sister's passing, I was overcome with grief and fainted. By the time I woke up, it was already this hour. Hearing that mother was waiting outside, I hurried into white clothes to greet you. She slowly lifted a white lotus, holding it to her chest and sobbing, Oh, it's my fault. Everything is my fault. Madame Yu glared at her, unable to utter a single word of the speech she had prepared. While everyone was engrossed in the drama, a voice rang out from outside the crowd. Prince Pingxi has arrived. Everyone knelt to make a path. Long live the prince. A bright yellow carriage arrived, and everyone bowed as it passed. Qin Ji stepped out, his brows furrowed. He stopped before Madame Yu. What's the matter? The air seemed to turn icy. Everyone's heads were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Jun Lingyi threw herself into Qin Ji's arms. Oh, your highness, sister is dead. Qin Ji's eyes softened. He reached out to stroke her hair as if to comfort her. Jun Lingyi thought with satisfaction. Not bad. After several lessons from me, Qin Ji can now get into character in a second. He picked her up and glanced at the kneeling Madame Yu. The princess consort needs rest. Madame Jun, please return. Jun Lingyi poked her head out from his arms and wiped her tears. Mother, I am currently overwhelmed with grief. Once I recover, I will surely visit the manor to see sister. These white lotuses, consider them my final gift to her. I hope people will remember her as she once was, as beautiful as a white lotus. After saying this, Jun Lingyi, she dove back into Qin Ji's arms, gritted her teeth, watching their departing figures with resentment. Meanwhile, Jun Lingyi and Qin Ji returned to the courtyard. Qin Ji set her down on a stool. Then, with an aching heart, he cupped Jun Lingyi's face and examined it closely. Her eyes were red from crying. Jun Lingyi hurried to comfort him, my lord. I was only fake crying. Qin Ji's hands froze in place. He looked at her and said, When this prince returns, you won't even have to fake cry. Jun Lingyi puffed out her cheeks. Great, I'm being looked down upon by the master of face slapping. She curled her lip, then looked up and smiled. My lord, last time I promised the little heir that I'd treat him to a meal made by my friend. I want to find my friend today. Let's call the little heir and eat together. Qin Ji nodded. Although they were delayed for a while, fortunately, the food box was well insulated. The food inside was still delicious. It was a rare occasion for the family of 3 to dine together. Jun Lingyi picked up a morsel with her chopsticks and placed it in Mu Yan's bowl. Try this one next. A moment later, she saw Qin Ji place his chopsticks on the table. Jun Lingyi was startled. My lord, is the food not to your taste? Qin Ji knit his brows. This prince has been feeling quite a bit of soreness in his hands lately. Jun Lingyi immediately expressed concern. Are you all right, my lord? Do we need to call a physician? Qin Ji didn't speak, his expression looking a bit troubled. Mu Yan, who had just finished a meatball, curled his lip and said while eating, Father's hand is broken. It's the kind that only heals if he's hand-fed. What? Jun Lingyi turned her head, clearly unable to believe it. Mu Yan turned his head with a serious expression and said to Jun Lingyi one word at a time. Hand. Fed. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Weichen walked in from outside. Smells great. Looks like I came at the right time. Seeing Lu Weichen arrive, Junlingyi hurriedly said, Lord Lu, the prince's hands are uncomfortable. Please help feed him. Qinji picked up his chopsticks and snatched a meatball from Mu Yan's bowl. Eat less meat. One meatball is enough. Junlingyi rubbed Mu Yan's head and smiled. It's okay. Next time I'll make some vegetarian dishes. The little heir nodded, and Mu Yan flashed a wide grin. Only then did Junlingyi find the time to greet Lu Weichen. Lord Lu, would you like to join us? Lu Weichen looked at Qin Ji's gloomy face and waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to walk straight into the line of fire. Junlingyi opened the food box. Then have some dessert. How about some osmanthus cake? As she spoke, Junlingyi took a piece and handed it to Lu Weichen. Lu Weichen took a bite, and a faint fragrance spread through his mouth. Lu Weichen didn't usually like sweets, but now he couldn't help but praise. Princess, your friend truly has excellent skills. I wonder if I could hire him to be a cook at the Lu Manor? Two glares, sharp as hungry wolves, swept over him. Lu Weichen's hand loosened, and the osmanthus cake almost fell. Had he said something wrong again? Junlingyi didn't notice the sparks flying between them. Lord Lu, this friend of mine is used to a leisurely life and only cooks to relax. I'm afraid he won't go to the Lu Manor to be a cook. I'm sorry. Lu Weichen waved his hand. He lowered his head to eat his cake. It's fine if he can't come. After the meal, Lu Weichen and Qin Ji had business to discuss. Junlingyi and Mu Yan went back first. Lu Weichen looked at Junlingyi's back and couldn't help but sigh. She's a true master. This little flower is actually training these two wolves into little lambs. After a short rest, Junlingyi took a carriage to the Jun Manor. Upon seeing Junlingyi arrive, Yusher immediately showed a fierce expression and cursed. You still have the face to come back. You jinx. If it weren't for you, Rohue wouldn't have left. Junlingyi feigned fear and shrank back. Yes, it's all my fault. If my fortune hadn't been a bit better, sister could have married into the Prince Pingshi's manor, while enjoying her love with Ning Hechuan. Oh, sister, you died such a tragic death. More and more onlookers gathered to watch the drama. Old Master Jun walked out from the manor and shouted, What is all this noise? Get inside. Several of them entered the Jun Manor together. Old Yun glared at Junlingyi. Do not cause trouble today. Junlingyi didn't bother to look at him, waving her hand as she turned to leave. I don't have the heart for that. Her reason for coming to the Jun Manor today wasn't to cause trouble. She just wanted to see exactly how Jun Rohue died. If someone said Jun Rohue committed suicide, Junlingyi wouldn't believe it for a second. She made her way to the morning hall and slowly approached Jun Rohue's body. She observed Jun Rohue's corpse meticulously, not missing a single detail. But before she could finish, someone stopped by her side and said, Greetings to the princess consort Pingxi. Junlingyi was startled and looked up. It was Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying said slowly, Princess, Master Jun seems to be looking for you. You went that way. Junlingyi's eyes shifted. She realized people were noticing her, and she couldn't keep looking. So, taking Chen Zhongying's reminder as a cue, she left. Junlingyi remembered Jun Jiao once saying that Chen Zhongying and Jun Rohue were involved. She hadn't taken it seriously at first, but seeing Chen Zhongying come to pay his respects today, she realized Jun Rohue's honey trap was quite effective even on an elegant gentleman like him. Junlingyi recalled what she had just observed. Besides the rope marks on Jun Rohue's neck, she could faintly see finger marks from someone else. Junlingyi speculated that she was likely strangled first and then hung up to make it look like a suicide. Who could have done it? While she was thinking, a servant stepped forward and said respectfully, Second miss, the master requests your presence. Junlingyi followed the servant to a remote courtyard. She felt a bit suspicious. Such a remote place. What does old Jun want to say to me? Junlingyi pushed open the door to the emerald bamboo courtyard. She saw old Jun sitting in the main seat. He looked at her with an unfriendly expression and asked, Did you kill Rohue? Junlingyi was taken aback, then laughed. Master Jun, if I say no, will you believe me? Old Jun looked at her in different attitude and said with a terrible expression, Junlingyi, I raised you to be this old, yet I didn't think you'd become such a monster. Junlingyi laughed and interrupted him. She looked at old Jun and smiled. Master Jun, when you say raised me, do you mean standing by as a servant stabbed me through the chest, leaving me to crawl back from a mass grave alone with a wounded body? Or do you mean casually discarding me at the border? To survive alone amidst the chaos of war? Or was it selling me to the imperial family as a sacrificial burial object to be a stepping stone for your other daughter? Junlingyi spoke each word deliberately. Old Jun's eyes flickered, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Junlingyi shook her head and smiled. There's no need to explain, Master Jun. It's been hard on you all these years. I'm doing quite well now, so don't trouble yourself over me. Junlingyi turned to leave. Old Jun slammed the table and stood up. Junlingyi, if you leave now, I will act as if I never had you as a daughter. Junlingyi waved her hand and walked away, saying as she went, Many thanks to Master Jun for the kindness of severing our relationship. Old Jun watched her back, staring at this vile creature. At night, Junlingyi sat on the roof, resting her chin in her hands and looking at the starry sky. Crisp footsteps sounded behind her. A sudden warmth covered Jun Lingyi's shoulders. She looked up and saw Qin Ji's face. "My lord, why are you here? Tower said you were sitting here, and I was afraid you'd catch a cold." Yun Lingyi smiled helplessly. "My lord, I'm all better. Look at these arms and legs, they're quite sturdy." Qin Ji just looked at her and asked softly, "In a bad mood?" Yun Lingyi shook her head. She looked at the stars and sighed. "I'm just feeling that it wasn't worth it for a 5-year-old child. They say people become stars when they die, so I came to see her, to see that 5-year-old who was stabbed and thrown into a mass grave. That little girl was so foolish. Even after being killed, she wanted to return to that wolf's den, hoping for her father's love. However, the little girl never made it back. It's just me, staying here." Jun Lingyi looked at the stars and suddenly laughed. A child's dreams are always so simple. Qin Ji looked at her and asked, "What is the princess's dream?" Jun Lingyi was startled. After a moment of thought, she said, "My dream is to be happy and free." "What about yours, my lord?" Just as she spoke, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. In an instant, a meteor shower fell, lighting up the entire night sky. Qin Ji stared intently at Jun Lingyi and murmured, "This prince wishes to cherish one person to the bone and keep them safe." Jun Lingyi's face was full of smiles. "Your wish is quite unique, my lord. I thought the dreams of royalty and nobles were all about striving for high positions and power over thousands." Jun Lingyi pointed at the falling stars. "My lord, where I come from, there's a saying that wishes made during a meteor shower come true. Do you want to try?" Qin Ji refused. This prince's wish is destined to come true. Jun Lingyi felt that regal disdain once again. For some reason, she felt a bit jealous of Lord Liu. She looked at the starry sky, pressed her hands together, and prayed silently, "God, please send me a boyfriend who will cherish me to the bone and keep me safe." In the 15th year of Emperor Xuani's reign, the stars over the Qi kingdom were in disarray and meteors fell like rain. The Tantian pavilion divined all night and declared an ill omen. The Empress Dowager, out of compassion for the people, left the palace to pray for blessings. Unexpectedly, she was assassinated on the way. The Imperial Guard protected her, but the Empress Dowager was injured. Later, when the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found the assassins appeared to be from northern Xinjiang. Northern Xinjiang was Qin Ji's fiefdom. The emperor summoned Qin Ji to the palace and sent him to northern Xinjiang to uncover the truth. After receiving the decree, Qin Ji went immediately to inform Jun Lingyi. The emperor has ordered this prince to go to northern Xinjiang. This trip may take several months. The Empress Dowager is unwell and wants Mu Yin to accompany her in the palace. His Majesty heard Mu Yin is clever and intends to have the Grand Tutor teach him as well. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi understood that this was essentially taking a hostage. Qin Ji was taking an army to northern Xinjiang, so the Empress Dowager was keeping Mu Yin by her side. She promised, "My lord, rest assured, I will stay properly in the prince's manor and manage everything for you." Qin Ji's Adam's apple moved slightly. "The manor affairs, I will entrust someone else to manage them. You just need to rest more. I have other instructions for you. Your body is weak. You must eat and sleep on time. Be careful when going out. You must return before dark. If you need anything, go to Lu Weichen. If you want to see Mu Yin, go to the palace, but be careful of the Empress Dowager. If anyone bullies you, just send a signal, and I will definitely return to your side." Jun Lingyi was stunned for a moment. Qin Ji asked, "Did you remember all that?" Jun Lingyi nodded like a chick pecking grain. So, this was what it felt like to be reluctant to part. She said seriously, "Don't worry, my lord. Alone in the manor, I will never embarrass you." Qin Ji said, "As long as you are well." The next day, Qin Ji set out. Outside the capital was a desolate land. The army had marched for a day and was tired, so they set up camp to rest. Since it was the first day, the cooks decided to set up tables in the kitchen to eat and drink together. Wen Kong, a man with thick eyebrows, raised his chopsticks to grab some cold-tossed tomatoes, but Chui Yi, who was beside him, laughed. "Wen Kong, slow down. Those tomatoes were sliced by Du Ziding. Be careful, or you'll get stomachache." Everyone burst into laughter. Wen Kong laughed again. "Ziding, that surname and name are a perfect match." Chui Yi waved his hand. "Hey, don't say that. Ziding is Lord Du's cousin. His surname is the same as Lord Du's." Wen Kong looked at Jun Lingyi and asked, "Ziding, Lord Du stays by the prince's side every day. Do you know a lot about him?" "That princess consort of ours. I heard she's a commoner's daughter. I wonder what she looks like. Is she like the rumors say, flat-chested, no curves, cowardly, and dim-witted?" Chui Yi slapped Wen Kong, telling him not to speak nonsense. Jun Lingyi coughed and sat up straight. "Not at all. The princess is as beautiful as a goddess descended to earth. She has an exquisite figure, is well-educated, gentle, and as graceful as a swan. She's a true celestial beauty." Ziding, have you really seen the princess? If she's that great, then the rumors about the prince and princess not getting along must be false. If I had such a curvaceous wife, I'd definitely dote on her in every way. Jun Lingyi patted his shoulder. Wen Kong, maybe the prince's taste is just different from yours. Wen Kong replied, "TSK, what man doesn't like curves? Unless he likes men." Jun Lingyi lowered her head and continued to ponder. Dozens of eyes were fixed on her. Wen Kong gasped, "The prince likes men." The kitchen suddenly fell silent. Jun Lingyi held her wine cup, her head hanging very low. She said nothing, but the fires of gossip had been stoked. Emboldened by the alcohol, everyone began to discuss it. Have you noticed? There are never any women around the prince, only men. Yeah, with so many men, which one has a relationship with him? Loldu? General Lu Wei-chun? While everyone was speculating, someone suddenly said with disgust, "What's there to say about 2 men? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps." Junling set down her cup, looked at the speaker, and said, "Everyone has the right to pursue love. The prince and lord do have been in love for a long time. It's mutual affection. They've overcome many difficulties to be together. Such love should be blessed, not mocked." Chui Yi looked ahead, and a moment later, he hurriedly knelt. "Greetings, my lord." And the others also stood up and knelt. "Greetings, my lord." Junling Yi was startled, feeling the wind behind her turn cold. Her neck instantly became stiff. It took a lot of effort to turn around and hurriedly kneel. This humble one greets the prince. On her very first day, she had run into Qin Ji on an incognito inspection, right as she was expressing her deep thoughts. She cautiously looked up to check Qin Ji's expression. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Junling Yi kept her head down. But Qin Ji stepped forward and, like picking up a little chick, grabbed her by the collar and hauled her out. She was shocked, her limbs flailing. "My lord, spare me." Seeing this, Chui Yi hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "My lord, Ziding was just speaking out of turn while drunk. Please forgive him." Being dragged by Qin Ji, Junling Yi couldn't help but cough a few times. "My lord, no, it's too tight. Ow, I can't breathe." Hearing this, Qin Ji let go. Junling Yi hurriedly adjusted her collar and prepared to run for the door. Qin Ji was faster. He scooped Junling Yi up and threw her over his shoulder. Junling Yi cried out in surprise. Qin Ji didn't say a word, carrying Junling Yi out of the kitchen with large strides. Inside the kitchen, everyone looked up, wanting to see more, but Diyu stood tall in front of the door, completely blocking their view. Diyu's gaze was cold. "If a single word about today's events is mentioned, you'll be executed." Qin Ji carried Junling Yi forward with an expressionless face. Junling Yi's palms beat against his back, but Qin Ji didn't seem to feel it, his every step steady. Junling Yi was helpless. "My lord, if you keep this up, I'm going to scream indecent assault." Qin Ji spoke coldly. "If you scream, this prince will make it a reality." Junling Yi kritzit hertil. Damn Qin Ji, that little toy poodle. I really can't be fooled by his recent kind appearance. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. After walking for who knows how long, Qin Ji finally stopped. Junling Yi's eyes lit up, but then she heard the guards on both sides opening a door. Qin Ji continued inside with her. Junling Yi looked around. Isn't this Qin Ji's tent? Before she could react, she was dropped onto a soft bed. Qin Ji's body followed, leaning over and pressing down on her. Junling Yi watched as the bed curtains slowly fell, leaving only an ambiguous glow. The toy poodle has shown his true colors again. Her entire face was currently painted as dark as charcoal. Has Qin Ji been away from Lu Wei-chun for only a day and already become this desperate? Qin Ji's gaze landed on her face. "Princess, why are you here?" Junling Yi's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart skipped a beat. She pretended not to understand. "My lord, you have the wrong person. I'm a kitchen helper, Du Ziding." Before she could finish, Qin Ji's palm was already on her face. Only my princess would look at me with such a coquettish gaze. Junling Yi's words were forced back. She looked at Qin Ji wordlessly. "Are you blind? You call this a coquettish gaze?" But she still flattered him, my lord. This humble one really isn't the princess. Qin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the poor acting of the person beneath him, he said mischievously, "Whether you are or not. I'll know once I test it." Then he slowly leaned closer, intending to get intimate. Junling Yi was hesitating about how to get out of this mess when she realized his face was getting closer. Subconsciously, she turned her head to the side. Qin Ji's kiss landed on her cheek. Junling Yi complained inwardly. She said it. Qin Ji really could stomach kissing this charcoal face. Junling Yi gritted her teeth. She had to go all out. She adjusted her breathing, blinked her eyes at Qin Ji, and exclaimed with an innocent, surprised face, "My lord, why are you here? Oh, where am I?" Her eyes were clear, looking entirely clueless. Qin Ji was taken aback. Junling Yi seized the opportunity to push him away. Her small body scurried to the corner of the bed. She forced herself to say, "My lord, to tell you the truth, I suffer from soul loss syndrome. Sometimes I suddenly turn into another person. Looking at the current situation, I must have had an episode." Junling Yi's expression was serious and earnest. She was talking nonsense with a straight face. Qin Ji looked at her and, after a long while, asked, "Just now, did I kiss Du Ziding or the princess?" Junling Yi looked straight ahead and spoke firmly. The next second, Qin Ji's lips pressed against hers again. "Let me kiss the princess again." Junling Yi covered her lips and closed her eyes in embarrassment. "You toy poodle, this big bad wolf is using his gay status as a cover to flirt with girls." Qin Ji's expression remained as calm as ever. He reached out to brush away a stray hair from Junling Yi's forehead. "Tomorrow, I'll have you send you back. Back. Upon hearing those words, a flash of wariness appeared in Junlingyi's eyes. She hurriedly said, "My lord, let me go to northern Xinjiang with you." Qin Ji knit his brows and refused. "No, Junlingyi klotzt. My lord, during the day you were gone, my heart was aching with longing. It was because of this that my soul loss syndrome flared up." Qin Ji was silent for a long time before speaking helplessly. "Why do you want to go to northern Xinjiang?" "Because I can't bear to be away from you." Qin Ji looked at her without speaking. Junlingyi's eyes darted around, and she added, "Because I want to see the exotic scenery of northern Xinjiang." Qin Ji continued to stare at her, waiting to see what other lies she could spin. Junlingyi sighed and finally confessed, "Fine. Actually, it's because yesterday I accidentally saw a diagram on your desk. I've seen that pattern before. I suspect it's related to my biological parents." Qin Ji asked in confusion, "Are you not the second miss of the Jun family?" Junlingyi pointed to herself proudly. "I am, but how could old Jun produce such a clever, beautiful daughter like me?" Qin Ji looked at her happy face, but couldn't help saying, "Go wash that stuff off your face, then we'll talk." Only then did Junlingyi remember she still had a charcoal face. She agreed, got off the bed, and washed off the disguise. "I've always felt like I was picked up from somewhere, so I've been investigating my identity. I found that pattern. Please? I promise I'll be good, okay?" "Okay." The word escaped his lips involuntarily. Qin Ji touched his forehead. He blamed her bewitching eyes for making him agree so easily. Truly, beauty is a distraction. Junlingyi's lips curled into a smile as she looked at him. "My lord, a gentleman's word is his bond. You just promised." He sighed and said, "Fine." Junlingyi breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally passed this hurdle. She could go to northern Xinjiang with the toy poodle to investigate the Empress Dowager's case. Qin Ji looked at her and spoke intentionally. "The princess may stay in the army, but not as a kitchen helper. You will stay by my side, as my personal guard." Junlingyi blinks. Qin Ji looked up at her. Follow me closely. And that name, Du Zitong, should be changed. How about Junlingyi?" Junlingyi looked at Qin Ji with a hint of disdain. "Isn't that just changing the surname? The name Lingyi is too obvious. How about Jun Zigue? Lord Du is Du Yu, and I'll be Zigue. Both are types of cuckoos, and both are by your side." When he first heard the name, Qin Ji thought it was okay, but hearing her explanation, his expression stiffened. "Not good. Why must you match with Du Yu?" Junlingyi curled her lip and continued thinking. "The cuckoo's cry is like smoke in the rain. How about Junrian?" As the words fell, Qin Ji's eyes trembled for a moment. He looked at Junlingyi, his heart full of sorrow. "You can remember this name, but why can't you remember me?" Seeing his expression, Junlingyi couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. "What's wrong? Is the name not good?" Qin Ji snapped back to reality and squeezed Junlingyi's hand. "It's good. Ruyan. Junlingyi Smythe. I think it's a good name, too." Qin Ji sat down beside her. He caught the scent of alcohol on her. Junlingyi tugged at her clothes and explained, "Yin Ning gave these to me. I heard the kitchen helpers all dress like this." Qin Ji frowned. "Take them off." Junlingyi is lip tweeted. "My lord, I'm a personal guard, not a courtesan." Qin Ji tapped her forehead with his fingertip. "What are you thinking?" Junlingyi puffed out her cheeks and rubbed the spot. He tapped it so often she felt she was becoming stupid. The next moment, Qin Ji got up and went out. Junlingyi let out a breath. Why did he leave? Before she could think more, Qin Ji returned. Through the gauze curtains, she saw him bring something in. After setting it down, he parted the curtains and handed Junlingyi some clothes. "You smell of alcohol. Bathe before resting. Wear this after your bath. Tomorrow, I'll have you bring some better-fitting clothes." Junlingyi felt the nightgown in her hands. The silk felt exquisite. If she wasn't mistaken, this was Qin Ji's own nightgown. She sniffed the alcohol on her and curled her lip. She really did need a good bath. Perhaps because the water in the tub was still hot, steam rose slowly. Junlingyi glanced toward the curtains. So Qin Ji had gone out just now to get bath water for her. Through the curtains, his sleeping figure was faintly visible. Junlingyi prepared to take off her outer clothes. Just as she slipped off one arm, Qin Ji's eyes opened, and he said before bathing, "Test the water first." But he froze mid-sentence. His gaze landed on Junlingyi. She was startled, then realized that the gauze curtains were semi-transparent. She could see him, and he could see her undressing. Fortunately, he just coughed and silently turned away. Junlingyi's lip twitched as she put her clothes back on. She took Qin Ji's outer robe and draped it over the curtains, covering them tightly before she felt at ease. After she finished bathing, she put on the nightgown. She removed the robe covering the curtains, parted them, and climbed onto the bed. Qin Ji was in his original position, his breathing even as if he were already fast asleep. Junlingyi looked at his sleeping face and couldn't help but yawn herself. An arm reached over, and Junlingyi's body was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. Her lip twitched. I almost forgot his habit of hugging someone while he sleeps. She tried to escape, but failed completely. Qin Ji's arm remained around her waist. The movement wasn't heavy, yet she couldn't break free. She sighed. "Toy poodle, when are you going to fix this habit?" "Whatever, let's sleep." Qin Ji's eyes slowly opened. In the darkness, he lowered his head slightly and pressed a kiss to her hair. The next day, June Lingy woke up with a headache. She wasn't fully awake yet, with messy hair and a face full of despair. She squinted as she slowly climbed out of bed. Shinji looked at her and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" June Lingy's eyes were half closed, feeling a bit dazed. She simply replied, "Headache." Shinji stepped over to her and placed 2 fingers on her temples, massaging them gently. "Is that better?" Yun Lingy nodded. "Much better." She opened her eyes blearily, and when she saw who was in front of her, she hurriedly shrank back and coughed awkwardly. "I could do it myself." In her daze, she had treated the toy poodle like a servant. While rubbing her temples, she peeked at Shinji's expression. Fortunately, he looked fine. "The clothes are on the bed. The washing items are over there. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." The clothes on the bed were much better than yesterday's, and the size was just right. Shinji's voice sounded from outside. "Are you dressed? I need to go in to get something." Yun Lingy replied, "I'm dressed." Shinji pushed the door open and walked to the table. He saw June Lingy holding an eyebrow pencil, carefully outlining a refined eyebrow shape, which made her eyes look more spirited and lovely. "How is it?" "This is the most successful eyebrow shape I've drawn all year." Shinji examined her face closely. He said seriously, "Rian, this makes it too easy to expose you. Let me help you change it." Shinji raised his hand and took the eyebrow pencil, beginning to draw on her brows. His movements were slow and deliberate, his eyes full of seriousness. "This should be better." Shinji leaned his body slightly to the side. June Lingy stared at herself in the bronze mirror, stunned. 2 caterpillar-like eyebrows rested above her eyes, their slightly raised tips carrying a hint of roguishness that forcibly suppressed June Lingy's natural elegance. June Lingy stared at the bronze mirror in disbelief. Shinji, holding the eyebrow pencil, rested his hand against his cheek, carefully admiring his handiwork. "Rian thinks it's not good, but this prince thinks. Rian looks good no matter what." June Lingy looked at the playfulness and sincerity on Shinji's face. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Letting a blind man help her draw eyebrows. She must be crazy. And he called these the best eyebrows he'd drawn in 10 years. June Lingy let out a sigh of helplessness toward Shinji. She forced a smile. "As long as your highness is happy." Shinji seemed to have found a new hobby and wanted to take over all of June Lingy's makeup. "Next, let's continue applying the powder." June Lingy listened to Shinji's slightly childish description. For such a consistently cold person to speak this way, that was actually quite cute. Shinji's movements remained serious. As a novice, he couldn't yet master the right amount of rouge and powder. His warm fingertips brushed against June Lingy's cheek. Shinji frowned slightly, leaned down, and gently blew on her cheek. An itchy sensation brushed across her cheek. Yun Lingy's Lohot tightened involuntarily. Her eyes darted around, not knowing where to look. Shinji seriously blew away the excess powder from her face. He stared at June Lingy for a long while. "Rian, why is your face so red?" June Lingy reached up to fan her ear, laughing awkwardly. "It's too hot in the room. Far too hot." She shifted her gaze away from Shinji's face and happened to see herself in the bronze mirror. Perhaps because that her expectations have been lowered to the absolute minimum. June Lingy actually thought it looked okay now. At the very least, her original appearance was completely unrecognizable. The overall coarse makeup suppressed her baby face. Her roguish features, while not pretty, weren't too conspicuous. If June Lingy that went out to rob someone right now, she might actually bring back a few taels of silver. A voice came from outside the door. "Brother Shinji." As the words fell, the tent flap was pushed open. Shinjingning, dressed in fiery red martial attire, ran in with a smile. Shinji spoke coldly. "Why are you here?" Shinjingning stepped forward with a smile. "I heard my aunt was injured and was worried. I want to go to the northern border with Brother Shinji to find the culprit." "No." Shinji's tone was at freezing point. Seeing this, Chun Jingning tilted her head slightly, smiling instead of getting angry. "The Empress Dowager has issued a decree. If I don't go to the northern border with you, that it will be defying an imperial order." "Come on." Chun Jingning took a step forward. "Brother Shinji, I know you're worried that the journey will be dangerous for me, but don't worry. I will definitely follow you obediently and won't make you worry." Shinji's gaze fell upon a piece of paper. "The army is about to depart. This prince needs a moment to organize." Chun Jingning nodded and smiled. "Okay. I'll wait for Brother Shinji outside." As soon as June Lingy stepped out, she heard Chun Jingning and her maid, Wu Dai, whispering in a corner. Wu Dai couldn't help but complain, "Miss. Prince Pingxi is truly cold and keeps people 1,000 miles away." Chun Jingning's face was flushed with a peach blossom smile. "What do you know? Brother Shinji is only like this because he's shy to see me, so he restrains all his emotions. He's not the best at disguising himself. The more he cares about me, the colder his tone becomes." Wu Dai nodded as if suddenly enlightened. "It seems Prince Pingxi's love for Miss is deep and profound." Eavesdropping next door, June Lingy shook her head weakly. "Chun Jingning, that not only had problems with reading comprehension, but her ability to interpret body language was even worse. Chun Jingning rode a date red horse, pulling the reins as she approached Qinji. She held a whip in her hand, and her high ponytail paired with the red martial attire gave her a bit of a heroic, woman who rivals men aura. Seeing this, the guards couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Who is that woman? You don't know her? She's the prospective princess of the Qi Kingdom, our future general's wife. Didn't they say the prince already has a princess consort? She's almost gone. If the Empress Dowager doesn't like her, how many days do you think she has left to breathe? Hearing this, the guard couldn't help but hiss. Chun Jingning kept chattering, in Qinji's ear. Some of it was about the process of the Empress Dowager sending her here. Some of it was about their childhood. Qinji's expression was cold, his eyes looking straight ahead, and it was unclear how much he was actually taking in. Chun Jingning didn't mind at all and was quite happy talking to herself. Brother Qinji, do you remember? My horsemanship was taught by you. The Empress Dowager entrusted this prince only to lead the horse, not to teach. Qinji's gaze shifted slightly and suddenly fixed on a spot. He flicked the reins and rode into the middle of the army. The guards in the ranks were quite surprised and made way for Qinji one after another. Qinji sat on his horse, looking down at Junlingyi. Do you know how to ride? The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. All eyes were fixed on Qinji and Junlingyi. Junlingyi paused for a long while. Reporting to your highness, this humble servant. Before she could finish, Qinji leaned down and pulled Junlingyi directly onto the horse. Hold the reins. This prince will teach you. Chun Jingning's expression turned ugly. Finally, she pulled the reins to turn her horse. Brother Qinji, wait for me. Qinji said coldly, depart. Any clamor in the army will be dealt with by military law. Qinji's horse, Zhuying, ran a bit faster. Yunlingyi laughed softly. Your highness's peach blossoms are quite vigorous. Qinji's face darkened slightly. Hasn't this prince already been pruning them? Junlingyi looked around and saw that everyone had their heads bowed very low. She couldn't help but laugh again. The price your highness is paying to prune these blossoms this time is a bit high. What if the soldiers in the camp think your highness is a cut sleeve? So what if I am? Qinji said coldly. As long as I can hold you in my arms, why should I fear what people say? Hearing Qinji's words, Junlingyi sighed softly. Come to think of it, Qinji's sleeves were never sewn shut to begin with, so why would he fear rumors? The army traveled for over half a day before taking a break on the spot. They also took the opportunity to settle their midday meal. Junlingyi made up an excuse. And ran to a deserted stream. Squatting down, she unfolded the paper she had stolen from Qinji's desk this morning. The same pattern was still on the paper. Junlingyi looked at it closely, trying to find any clues. She was looking so intently that she didn't notice Chun Jingning's arrival for a moment. Only when Chun Jingning got close did she tuck the diagram away. She pretended to be washing her face by the river, rubbing her cheeks, and preparing to leave. Wu Dai blocked her path. How bold. Why don't you pay your respects upon seeing my lady? Junlingyi was too lazy to cause trouble and simply lowered her head, lazily bowing. This humble one greets Miss Chun. Chun Jingning's face was grim. She lashed out with her whip. Junlingyi said angrily, May I ask Miss Chun, what offense this humble one has committed to be met with a whip? Chun Jingning glared at Junlingyi. Here, discussed plain to see. Does this lady need a reason to hit someone? You share a surname with that thief. Just looking at you makes me unhappy. Before Junlingyi could finish cursing her as a lunatic in her head, 3 more lashes came her way. Each stroke was vicious. Junlingyi dodged twice, and finally caught Chun Jingning's whip. Junlingyi held the whip in her hand and blocked her. Miss Chun, this is a military camp. The camp has its rules. If this humble one has done something wrong, Miss Chun is free to report it to the prince. Let the prince deal with me. The anger between Chun Jingning's brows grew even more intense as she gritted her teeth. If I tell Brother Qinji, it won't be as simple as a few lashes. Then go ahead and tell him. This humble one is waiting. Chun Jingning was momentarily stunned. Junlingyi suddenly let go. Unprepared, Chun Jingning staggered and fell to the ground. Junlingyi ignored her and turned to leave. Chun Jingning sat on the ground and shouted angrily. Don't think I don't know you're one of that thief's people. For being so undisciplined and offending your superiors. According to the law, you should be executed. Hearing this, Junlingyi stopped in her tracks. This humble one's head is waiting for the law's blade. But I also want to remind Miss Chun that those who insult imperial relatives should have their entire families executed according to the law. With that, Junlingyi walked away quickly, though her palm stung slightly. Junlingyi looked down and saw a shallow whip mark on her palm. The wound wasn't deep, but someone was standing in front of her. Junlingyi knew it was Qinji. Qinji frowned. You're injured? Junlingyi said lazily, I accidentally scraped it. It's nothing. As the words fell, Qinji suddenly grabbed her wrist and led her away. Junlingyi was startled and could only follow Qinji's pace. Qinji led her all the way to the medical team and pressed her down into a seat. Qinji's gaze swept over a military doctor on the ground. Treat the wound. The doctor took the order and stood up tremblingly. Jun Lingyi didn't act coy anymore and directly spread her palm for the doctor to treat. The doctor cupped his hands and promised, "Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will treat it with all my heart." He had noticed it even before the army departed. The prince truly cared for his subordinates. Jun Lingyi and Qin Ji had only walked a few steps when they saw Chun Jingning running toward them. As soon as Chun Jingning saw Qin Ji, any lingering unhappiness vanished instantly. She said sweetly, "Brother Qin Ji, Yun Lingyi lo tehid." Chun Jingning's gaze swept over her with a flash of disdain before turning back to Qin Ji. This time, Qin Ji didn't leave, but stood in place as if waiting for her. No private weapons are allowed in the military camp. Give me the whip. Chun Jingning clutched the whip in her hand, her face showing reluctance. Brother Qin Ji, I've had this cloud-piercing whip since I was a child. I promise to use it carefully, and definitely not hurt myself. Give it here. Qin Ji raised his hand, brooking no refusal. Chun Jingning reluctantly handed her whip to Qin Ji. Qin Ji turned around and spoke. "This prince remembers you said before that you wanted to learn martial arts." Qin Ji placed the cloud-piercing whip in her palm. "This prince will teach you how to use a whip." Jun Lingyi's palm was held by Qin Ji. He applied a little force, and Jun Lingyi's hand moved with his. The whip lashed out, hitting Chun Jingning's wrist precisely. This prince's hand slipped. There's a doctor ahead. Hearing Qin Ji's voice, Chun Jingning's immense anger suddenly dissipated. She clutched her wrist and acted spoiled. "I don't blame Brother Qin Ji. I'll go right away. I knew Brother Qin Ji cared about me." Qin Ji took Jun Lingyi to a secluded spot. While resting, he said, "This prince wants to ask you something." It was rare for Qin Ji to be this polite. Jun Lingyi found it a bit strange. "Ask away, Your Highness." As the words fell, Qin Ji's body leaned in, his hand reaching toward her chest. Jun Lingyi was startled and, without thinking, instinctively slapped him. After the slap, Jun Lingyi was stunned. Qin Ji's gaze landed on her face. Yun Lingyi blinks her eyes. Oh no, she seemed to have hit the prince. The next second, Qin Ji's gaze shifted from her face to her hand, and he asked softly, "Does her hand hurt?" Hearing this, Jun Lingyi looked up and stared at Qin Ji. Fortunately, his expression was normal, but except for a slight frown as he looked at Jun Lingyi's injured palm. Jun Lingyi quickly withdrew her hand. "It doesn't hurt." Qin Ji looked at Jun Lingyi and said, "Hand over the thing you stole. If you want to know something, this prince will tell you." "There's no need for this." Jun Lingyi was taken aback. She blinked her eyes innocently and said suspiciously, "What does Your Highness mean?" This humble one doesn't quite understand. Qin Ji moved his body forward a bit. "Do you want this prince to take it out personally?" Jun Lingyi was startled and hurriedly backed away to escape Qin Ji's movements. To her surprise, her body became unsteady and she fell backward. Her arms flailed anxiously as she was about to hit the ground, but Qin Ji moved even faster. With a lift of his hand, he caught her waist. Seeing that she hadn't fallen, Jun Lingyi relaxed her body, but as she was pulled up, inertia caused her body to lean forward. Inadvertently, her lips bumped into Qin Ji's. Their lips touched, and their eyes met. Jun Lingyi forgot to move for a moment, her mind a complete blank. She seemed to have just forced a kiss on Qin Ji. Qin Ji asked, "Why did you steal this?" Without her noticing, Qin Ji had already taken the diagram and was now examining it closely. Jun Lingyi's head throbbed. She hadn't noticed at all that her diagram had been stolen back by Qin Ji just like that. Jun Lingyi's eyes shifted as she said sadly, "This humble one simply misses my parents so much I couldn't help myself. Seeing Your Highness leave this pattern on the table, that I instinctively took it." As she spoke, Jun Lingyi even turned her body away, performing an act of being overwhelmed by grief and wiping away silent tears. Fortunately, Qin Ji didn't scold her after seeing her act. He just looked at the diagram and said, "This pattern was left by the assassin who targeted the Empress Dowager. It's the mark of a northern border killer. The Empress Dowager believes someone from the northern border sent him, so she specially ordered this prince to investigate the case. I cannot return to the capital until the truth is found." Jun Lingyi held the diagram and asked, "Is the northern border killer Your Highness speaks of the assassin Gue Gusha?" Qin Ji hummed in affirmation. Jun Lingyi spoke up. "Then I think there's something strange about this pattern. Gue Gusha is an assassin who pursues perfection. He's used to killing with a single throat-slitting stroke and leaves his mark after every kill. Since he came to assassinate the Empress Dowager, it's impossible that he thought he succeeded. And left the mark. Moreover, 5 years ago, his wrist was injured. When drawing the pattern, he couldn't finish the strokes smoothly, so he simply gave up on the final stroke, giving the image a sense of flawed beauty. What I drew is his current. That signature pattern. Take a look, Your Highness." Qin Ji pondered slightly. Jun Lingyi's words were all reasonable. Jun Lingyi continued her analysis. "In the diagram in your hand, this stroke is complete, so someone must have forged it. From what I can see, everything seems like. Got a trap set to make Your Highness leave the capital." Qin Ji didn't speak, just looked at Jun Lingyi. Jun Lingyi rested her chin on her hand, thought for a bit, and continued, Your Highness goes to the northern border to find Gue Gusha. Even if you find him, you won't be able to get anything out of him. Either Your Highness accidentally kills him, and the people in the Imperial City charge you with conspiring with an assassin, or Gue Gusha kills Your Highness, ending everything once and for all. Jun Lingyi analyzed a whole string of things, all intended to tell Qinji that this trip was a certain death trap. Mu Yin was now a hostage in the palace. As long as she was there, Qinji could only head to the northern border to handle this case that could never be finished. Even if Qinji and Gue Gusha never met, a lifetime in the northern border would trap his wild nature. However, when she finished and looked at Qinji, she found no trace of panic on his face. Nor was there any sense of crisis or sudden realization. His eyes were calm, and those ripple-free eyes gave Jun Lingyi the feeling of playing a lute to a cow. She sighed slightly and smiled. Of course, all that was just my speculation. If Your Highness doesn't believe it, just take it as a joke. Qinji grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, This prince takes everything Ruyan says to heart. Jun Lingyi looked at his expression and couldn't tell if he was being perfunctory. She just pulled her wrist out of Qinji's hand. I was just talking nonsense. Qinji looked at her. This prince has already sent people to investigate the assassination in the capital. Jun Lingyi stared at Qinji for a long while before finally saying, Your Highness already knew? Then why did you still go to the northern border and take on the task of escorting 5,000 soldiers? Qinji shook his head. The northern border is this prince's fief. The emperor issued the decree, and this prince happened to have not been back for a long time, so I plan to go back and take a look. Jun Lingyi felt her intelligence had been insulted. To think she had been so worried for him, who knew he was just planning to go back to his fief for a vacation. Qinji looked at her puffed-up cheeks and found it quite cute. Just as he was thinking this, do you appear before them at some unknown point? Your Highness, the army is about to depart. With that, you turned and left. Qinji also got up to lead the horse, but his clothes were tugged by Jun Lingyi. Your Highness, when we depart in a bit, can we not ride the same horse? It's really embarrassing to be seen by so many soldiers. Besides, after what just happened, Qinji thought about it and said, Fine, you ride Zhuiying, and this prince will lead the horse for you. How about that? Jun Lingyi's head shook like a rattle, every cell in her body screaming rejection. She estimated that Chun Jingning's eye daggers would slice her to death on the spot. Seeing her refusal, Qinji frowned. You only just recovered a bit after coming out of the secret room last time. Your body is weak. You cannot walk. Jun Lingyi paused, looked up at Qinji, and said, If Your Highness is really worried, just prepare a horse for me. I can ride. You ride Zhuiying, and I'll ride the other horse, okay? Seeing Qinji relent, Jun Lingyi finally felt relieved. However, after walking just a few steps, the two of them bumped into the ever-present Chun Jingning. Chun Jingning's wrist was already bandaged, and she was gazing in this direction. Clearly, she was waiting for Qinji. The moment she saw Jun Lingyi, Chun Jingning's expression instantly changed from eager anticipation to deep loathing. I apologize. Jun Lingyi was taken aback and looked Chun Jingning up and down in surprise. This time she was actually apologizing. Although suspicious, Jun Lingyi didn't want to be rude, so she stood up straight and said, It's nothing, just a small injury. If Miss Chen truly regrets it, I accept your apology. Chun Jingning looked at Jun Lingyi in shock. I want you to apologize. What do you think you are? Don't think that just because you have that person's surname, Jun, backing you up, you can be lawless. Brother Qinji only has me in his heart. Others are just holding empty titles. Looking at Chun Jingning's arrogant attitude, Jun Lingyi said helplessly, Miss Chun, a brain is a good thing. You can have a small one, but you can't have none at all. Delusional disorder is also a disease that needs treating. I beg you, stop bothering me. Looking at your face makes my head hurt from not seeing a brain. With that, Jun Lingyi walked away. She left the stunned master and servant standing there. Chun Jingning stood frozen for a long time. What did he just say? Wu Dai was also dazed for a while. Miss, but he seems to have insulted you. Chun Jingning snorted coldly toward the direction Jun Lingyi had left. He dares to insult me? Let's go. We're going over there. I'm going to tell Brother Qinji and make sure he has no place to be buried. On the other side, Qinji had already picked out a horse for Jun Lingyi. The stable master rarely saw Qinji come personally and didn't forget to remind him carefully while following along. Your Highness, Miss Chun is used to riding the date red lying. Although this Takshu is also an excellent horse, a sudden change that might not suit Miss Chin's preferences. Qinji ignored him and simply had the servant lead Zhuiying while he personally led Takshu. Walking forward, Jun Lingyi stood waiting at the gate. Seeing Qinji come out leading a white horse, a smile appeared in Jun Lingyi's eyes. But before she could, Dot stepped forward to take the horse. Wu Dai pushed Jun Lingyi aside. Chun Jingning ran up from behind and called out sweetly, Brother Qinji. The stable master's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurried forward with a face full of smiles. Miss Chun, you're finally here. The prince personally chose a horse for you today. You'll definitely like it. Really? Chun Jingning was overjoyed overjoyed to hear the stable master's words. She looked up at Qin. How did Brother Qin know I like white horses? Lying was given to me by my father when I was a child. I always felt she didn't match Brother Qin's Zhuiying. This is great. Brother Qin, that will ride the jet black Zhuiying, and I will ride the white horse. As she spoke, Chen Jingning reached out to tease Zhuiying. Zhuiying's back shuddered violently, clearly repulsed by Chen Jingning's touch. Qin's attitude toward Chen Jingning was as cold as ever. He tested the stability of the saddle and turned to Junlingyi. Rian, come up. Junlingyi nodded and sat on Takshu in 2 quick movements. Chen Jingning stared blankly at the scene, her brain momentarily short-circuiting. Junlingyi sat on the horse while Qin led it forward. Chen Jingning suddenly spread her arms to block the horse. Brother Qin, caring for your subordinates makes you a beloved prince and general, but you absolutely cannot care for this person. As Chen Jingning spoke, her eyes filled with tears, looking incredibly aggrieved. Qin said coldly, move. Chen Jingning bit her lower lip. It seemed to take a lot of effort for her to speak. Brother Qin, I rarely manage your military affairs, but this guard, he behaved lewdly toward me today. He is truly detestable. Hearing this, Junlingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big sister, even if I wanted to behave lewdly toward you, I wouldn't have the ability. You got off script. Qin leaped on his Zhuiying, his gaze fixed only on the army ahead. Although Miss Chun came by the Empress Dowager's decree, this is a military camp. Please address this prince as your highness or general. With that, Qin flicked the reins, and Zhuiying reared her hooves. In the time it took for Chen Jingning to instinctively dodge to the side, Qin and Junlingyi had already ridden far away. Chen Jingning was furious. Seeing this, the horse trainer nearby hurried to comfort her. Miss Chun, the general is just caring for his subordinate. Don't take it to heart. You've traveled thousands of miles. Got to follow the prince. All of us below believe that Miss Chun and the prince will eventually be together. Chen Jingning felt secretly pleased hearing the flattering words. Do you all really think so? She looked at Qin's departing back and made a decision. Then I'll add more fuel to the fire and spread the story of the prince and me throughout the entire army. A few days later, that the army finally arrived at Yinhua City. Magistrate Liu of the county stood before the city gates to welcome them. He led the soldiers into the camp and then led Qin's group into the main hall. After a few pleasantries, Magistrate Liu reported the situation of Yinhua City in detail to Qin. Yinhua City was on the border between Qi and Wu. The kingdom of Wu had repeatedly provoked them over the years, and they were experienced in battle and unafraid. Since the last provocation, the Wu soldiers seemed to have restrained themselves and hadn't moved for a long time. The people of Yinhua City lived in peace, and every household was equipped with weapons, prepared to give the Wu people no chance. Qin listened intently, occasionally nodding, telling Magistrate Liu not to neglect defenses. By chance, the group passed by an ancient tree. Qin was curious to see the decorations on the tree. Magistrate Liu explained with a smile. Clean up the rooms, fearing he would slight the distinguished guests from the capital. Junlingyi sat on her horse, recalling the rumors she had heard in the army over the past few days. She thought it must be Chen Jingning's doing. She couldn't believe it and was greatly shocked. Was Chen Jingning's delusional disorder so severe that she could create stories out of thin air? Chen Jingning noticed Junlingyi's gaze and secretly rejoiced. Hurry up and relay the story of Brother Qin and me to your master behind the scenes. I want her to feel ashamed of herself and retreat in the face of difficulty. To this day, Junlingyi still didn't understand why Chen Jingning was so obsessed with Qin. Perhaps she should send a letter to Liu Weichen and ask about the entanglement between these two. After Liu Weichen received the letter, and saw the question asked, he guessed that Junlingyi had finally taken an interest in Old Fifth. Before he could reply, another carrier pigeon flew in through the window. Liu Weichen unfolded the new message, and after browsing through it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yo, this husband and wife truly have a meeting of minds. Both looking to me for help. Old Fifth, let me lend you a hand. A few days later, Junlingyi received Liu Weichen's reply. She thought Liu Weichen would use a carrier pigeon to answer her question, but she didn't expect him to send a direct letter. However, looking at the brick-thick reply in her hand, she understood. If he really used a pigeon, it would have died of exhaustion halfway. She looked at the letter in her hand, her eyes filled with expectation. Junlingyi randomly pulled out a sheet of stationery and took a close look, nearly dropping the paper. The words on the paper were sprawling. I fell in love with Rian at first sight. It's hard to look away. Junlingyi's eyes stared fixedly at this line, her whole body feeling as if she'd been struck by lightning. What was going on? Is this a love letter? She scanned down, and the entire sprawling page was a love letter, every word mushy to the bone. Junlingyi rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Coincidentally, Qin knocked on the door at that moment. Junlingyi hurriedly hid the scandalous letter. She opened the door and gave Qin a smile. Does your highness have business? Qin looked down at her and raised the envelope in his hand slightly. Wei Chen seems to have swapped the letters. Seeing Jun Lingyi's suspicious expression, Qin explained, "The envelope I have contains the letter for you. The envelope you took should be for me." Hearing this, Jun Lingyi nodded repeatedly. Oh, so that's how it is. At the same time, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that love letter was written by Lu Weichun to Qin. After nodding, Jun Lingyi went into the room to get the letter. Qin also walked in from outside. He spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry." This prince read the beginning of the letter. Jun Lingyi spoke while looking for the letter. "It's okay." He'd even read a love letter. Qin added, "If you want to know about Chun Jingning, just ask this prince." Jun Lingyi pulled the letter from under the pillow and returned it to Qin. "Your Highness is busy with a myriad of affairs. How could this humble one dare to trouble your Highness with such petty gossip?" Qin took the letter and was slightly taken aback to see the torn seal. Yun Lingyi's hat tightened. She had been so busy enjoying the dog food between Lu Weichen and Qin that she had almost forgotten about this. She cleared her throat awkwardly. This humble one just finished opening the envelope and hadn't had time to read it before your Highness arrived. Her head was lowered, but her eyes were darting around as she muttered to herself, "Little Teddy, please don't blow a fuse." She really hadn't meant to peek at the love letter Lord Lu wrote to him. She just hadn't expected that Qin would be into this kind of thing. It was so sweet it could kill. Lord Lu must really miss Qin. Meanwhile, back in the Lu Manor in the capital, Lu Weichen that was pacing restlessly. He didn't know if his letter had arrived yet. Seeing this, his page boy couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what exactly did you send to the prince? Was that really a letter?" It was far too thick and heavy. Lu Weichen looked proud. "That was a guide to chasing girls that I painstakingly compiled after consulting over 10 romance novels. Every sentence is pure gold. Old Five finally asked me for advice on how to confess to Hua Gudwa. Once he reads it, he'll definitely succeed." Just thinking about Hua Gudwa, thought seeing that love letter made Lu Weichen feel a surge of excitement. He wished he could grow wings and fly straight to Yunyue City to witness this historic moment of romance. On the other side, inside Yunyue City, Qin placed his palm on Jun Lingyi's hair and spoke softly, "Ruyan, move into my room." Jun Lingyi coughed and said, "Your Highness, I'm doing quite well living here. I'm right next door. If you need anything, just give a squeak. I'll definitely be there in an instant." The next moment, Qin actually made a squeak sound. Jun Lingyi immediately looked up. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" The corners of Qin's mouth curled up. He gently pinched Jun Lingyi's cheek and smiled. "I just wanted to look at you." Jun Lingyi couldn't help but blush, but she felt a bit annoyed. What is wrong with him? Why does he always say sweet things so casually? Is it because he and Lu Weichen exchange love letters so often that he's just used to it? Sensing Jun Lingyi's resistance, Qin let go. Clutching the letter, he said, "Fine, I'm heading back. Call me if you need anything." Lu Weichen's letter is quite long. Get some rest after you finish it. Yun Lingyi acted obediently. As you command. After Qin left, Jun Lingyi closed the door to read Lu Weichen's letter alone. Lu Weichen really had a knack for writing gossip as if it were a romance novel. Chun Jingning was the only daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Since childhood, she had been pampered by the Prime Minister and her older brothers, which led to her arrogant and willful personality. When Chun Jingning first learned to ride a horse, she invited all the sons of wealthy families to the Prime Minister's residence to show off. However, her skills were poor. The first time she mounted the horse, she fell right off. Being young, the other boys burst out into laughter. Only Qin remained cold, staring ahead with a paralyzed expression. Chun Jingning was furious in public and announced to everyone that none of those boys were worthy of marrying her in this life. Only brother Qin was qualified. Jun Lingyi had thought Chun Jingning's devotion would stem from some life-saving favor or a dramatic debt of gratitude, but she hadn't expected it to be something so simple. Lu Weichen's letter detailed Chun Jingning's daily harassment of Qin with meticulous care. It was practically a collection of the prince's trials and tribulations. Lu Weichen repeatedly emphasized in the letter that Qin had absolutely no feelings for Chun Jingning. His personal feelings were so obvious. He clearly didn't trust Qin. Jun Lingyi thought to herself, "Lord Lu, your love letter is so well written that Qin must love you to death. I promise to keep an eye on him for you and never let his heart stray." She put the letter back into the envelope. Just then, a knock came from the door. Ruyan. Jun Lingyi tucked the letter away. "Your Highness, you can come straight in." The door creaked open. "Do you stood behind Qinzi?" He carried a chest inside. Jun Lingyi looked at the chest on the floor and asked suspiciously, "Your Highness, what is this?" Qin explained, "A batch of dresses. I didn't know which style you liked, so I had you buy them all. Pick a set from among them. If you don't like any of them, I'll have you go pick more. Today is the Luokai Festival in Yunhua City. It's best for men and women to go in pairs. I'll have a trouble Rian to play the part of my beloved princess and accompany me for a walk. Change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Qingji walked out. Jun Lingyi selected a water blue dress, washed off her thug disguise, and applied some light makeup. She styled her hair into a married woman's bun and stepped out. Qingji stood before the door. Hearing the door open, he looked up. The messy makeup was gone, leaving only the woman's delicate face. Beneath two willow leaf brows, a pair of bright eyes shimmered, complementing her red lips and white teeth. Qingji was dazed. Seeing Qingji's gaze, Jun Lingyi looked down at her outfit. Your Highness, what's wrong? Qingji snapped out of it and covered up. This prince also likes this dress best. Yun Lingyi smiled. She had simply picked the one on the very top. Qingji observed her for a moment, then pulled her back into the room and sat her down at the dressing table. Jun Lingyi was startled. Seeing Qingji turn to look for something on the table, she hurriedly said, Your Highness, stay calm. She had finally managed to wear women's clothing. Qingji wouldn't suddenly decide to do her makeup, would he? Qingji picked up a wooden comb from the table and walked behind her. He seemed to want to comb her hair. I'll help you restyle your hair. You should go with the young maiden style today. Jun Lingyi was stunned. Your Highness, I'm already married. Qingji replied, even if you were married to me, that you will always be a young girl. As her hair fell, Qingji combed it straight with gentle movements. He gathered some of Jun Lingyi's hair and tied it into a simple bun, as if it were a vine. Jun Lingyi looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Your Highness, you're so versatile. Qingji breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Jun Lingyi nodded and stood up, her fingertips reflexively touching her hair. Qingji looked down at her maidenly hairstyle paired with the water blue dress. It truly suited the liveliness in her eyes. Jun Lingyi glanced out the window and couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness, the streets really are lively. The sun was setting and dusk was falling. Many people were already walking about, and vendors were busy setting up their stalls. It was very festive. Qingji also glanced outside, then leaned down to take a blue veil from the chest. Turn around. Jun Lingyi turned her head. Qingji placed the veil against her face. Jun Lingyi instinctively flinched and almost fell. Fortunately, Qingji caught her in time. Don't move. I'll help you put this on. His eyes were serious. He gently tied the veil for her. After finishing, he looked down into her eyes, and a wave of nervousness rose in his heart. What is it? Jun Lingyi came to her senses. The distance between them was very close, and Qingji was still holding her. Yun Lingyi fleshed a smile. It's nothing. Jun Lingyi reached out and pressed her finger against Qingji's brow. Your Highness, don't always frown. It causes wrinkles. Her finger moved, smoothing out his brow, and she used the momentum to push him a little further away. The crowd outside was growing. The Luokai Festival was the most important festival in Yunhua City. On this day, the streets were lined with food, lanterns, and various performances. Everyone in the city would come out to celebrate. Couples walking together meant they would be united forever and grow old together. Those without partners also went out. If they saw someone they liked, they would throw fruits to seek a good match. Yunhua City was small, and with the whole city out, the streets were packed. Jun Lingyi looked around, her eyes fixed on the food stalls on both sides without blinking. Seeing this, Qingji took her hand and said, Slow down. Be careful not to get lost. Jun Lingyi nodded and instinctively swallowed. Yunhua City was far from the capital. That's so the food was quite different. Street snacks were mostly meat-based, supplemented by sweets. Having stayed in the capital for so long, Jun Lingyi hadn't experienced the feeling of eating large portions of meat in a while. Now, seeing the streets full of meat, she felt her appetite surge and couldn't hold back anymore. Qingji held her tight, fearing she would be swept away by the crowd. They visited several stalls. Although Jun Lingyi was wearing a veil, it didn't affect her combat power at all. Before long, she had sampled food from several places. As she ate, she kept telling Qingji how satisfying the taste of meat was. Qingji had his hands full of snacks while holding Jun Lingyi's hand, as if it were a daily habit. Jun Lingyi looked left and right, spotting many novel things. Amidst the bustling vendors, a little girl was crouched at a street corner. Her eyes were large and blinking, making her look very adorable. The little girl looked up at Jun Lingyi. Sister, your clothes are so pretty. She opened the cloth bundle in front of her. Concentric knots. Once you put them on, you can be of one heart with someone and never be parted in this life. Jun Lingyi looked at the girl and smiled. How old are you? Knowing phrases like that. The girl's gaze was firm. It's true. I braided these all by myself. If you don't believe me, sister, buy a pair to give to brother. A pair isn't expensive, only 5 copper coins. There was a hint of longing in the girl's eyes. Qingji handed over the coins. Give us a pair. The little girl took 2 out of the bag and handed them to Qingji. The biggest and prettiest ones for the brother and sister. Jun Lingyi took them and smiled. You're very skillful. The girl took the coins and said solemnly, Brother, why haven't you put on sister yet? Jun Lingyi held the concentric knot. I could do it myself. No, it only works if brother puts it on you. Qingji took one from Jun Lingyi's hand and said, I'll do it. Qingji carefully tied the concentric knot to Jun Lingyi's waist. Following the girl's words, Jun Lingyi also tied one for Qingji. Ji. The little girl made a heart gesture at them. I wish brother and sister a loving life and 100 years of harmony. Junlingi felt quite helpless and could only look at the girl. You little adult. As she spoke, the sudden sound of a firework exploded nearby. The little girl pointed into the distance. Brother, sister, go watch the fireworks. They say that men and women who kiss under the fireworks will have good luck. Junlingi looked at the girl helplessly. Where did you learn all this at such a young age? Kinshi gasped Junlingi's hint. Let's go. Junlingi responded and was pulled away by him. The little girl cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, Big brother, confessions and proposals are most effective under the fireworks. Junlingi massaged her brow, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She and Qin-ji followed the flow of the crowd. The street became even more crowded, so Qin-ji used his body to shield her as they moved forward carefully. People were coming and going. Shielded by Qin-ji, Junlingi looked up and could see his slightly furrowed brow as he avoided the crowd. He protected her well, yet his actions were perfectly gentlemanly, without the slightest hint of impropriety. Looking at him, Junlingi felt something sprouting in her heart. The surrounding noise was chaotic, but she could only hear Qin-ji's gentle voice saying, slow down. After a while, Qin-ji stopped. The arm around her was withdrawn. This was the best place to watch the fireworks. Junlingi's throat tightened. The fireworks were dazzling. She looked at them, pushing the sprouting seed in her heart back into the soil, and smiled. So beautiful. Qin-ji turned his head, looking at her bright, lively eyes above the blue veil. Yes, so beautiful. Qin-ji's throat moved. The words he had thought over countless times were on his lips, but now he seemed unable to remember anything. The woman turned her head to look at him and smiled. Look, those fireworks over there. Don't they look like the shooting stars we saw that day? Qin-ji's hands were steady as he continued to stare at her. Junlingi, I like her. Junlingi was stunned. Qin-ji held her hand, his lips moving as he spoke in a voice as cold as if he were critiquing an official report. I like her heartless look, her clever and sharp look, and her quiet, idle look. I can't say exactly what it is I like about her, but the longer we spend together, the more I understand. It's because I like her that I enjoy everything about her. Junlingi, the person I like is. Before he could finish, a commotion broke out nearby. Several people screamed, this is bad. Murder, murder. Everyone's attention was drawn away. Junlingi and Qin-ji looked toward the screams. They saw several men wielding swords, hacking and killing indiscriminately. The people were terrified, and the market fell into chaos. The men raised their weapons with ferocious expressions, shouting, conquer Yunhua City. Junlingi was shocked and turned her head. It's the people of Wu. Qin-ji's expression was grim. The lively Luokai festival and the beautiful Yunhua City were now turning into a living hell. Qin-ji held Junlingi steady and pointed behind her. Run down this road. Get back to the county office quickly. Take my badge. Official Lu will protect you. Junlingi nodded. All right. Junlingi turned and left. Qin-ji watched her back, then turned and walked toward that living hell. Qin-ji took a large blade from a child's hand. Go back. Your mother needs you. The child's eyes were filled with tears. My mother was killed by them. Qin-ji's eyes narrowed coldly. Then I will avenge her. The blood-crazed Wu soldiers gathered, picking up torches from the roadside to burn the bodies behind them. Beneath the blazing firelight were their distorted expressions and piercing laughter. People of Qi, we advise you to surrender early. The citizens of Yunhua City held up their weapons. Not a single person answered, and not a single person yielded. The Wu general sneered, his eyes narrowing. In that case, kill them all. The Wu soldiers and the citizens of Yunhua clashed. Swords collided. It was a struggle of flesh and blood. Suddenly, someone shouted, that is their Prince Pingxi. Kill him. The enemies swarmed forward, but the citizens also raised their weapons. Their eyes shone with the resilience of those ready to die. They raised their weapons high and shouted, follow Prince Pingxi. Defend Yunhua City to the death. Follow Prince Pingxi. Defend Yunhua City to the death. Qin-ji gripped his blade tightly, leading the people against the Wu soldiers. His curved blade was already washed in blood, but the sharpness in his eyes only grew more intense. At this moment, Yunhua City had turned into a Shura battlefield. Amidst the roars and screams, the neighing of a horse suddenly pierced everyone's ears. Qin-ji was startled. A dark shadow, Zhuing, merged with the night. With its mane flying, its eyes no longer held their usual laziness, but the heroic spirit of the battlefield. Qin-ji watched the ferocity in his eyes dissipate, not because of Zhuing, but because of the person on Zhuing's back. Dressed in blue, with features like a painting, that person was his princess. Zhuing galloped wildly. Junlingi leaned forward on Zhuing's back as she pulled the reins. Her veil danced in the wind, and her delicate appearance could not hide the heroic aura between her brows. She leaped over the crowds and stone piles. As Zhuing came to a halt, she sat on its back and looked at Qin-ji. Get up. Qin-ji, for once, was dazed on the battlefield. Junlingi looked behind him and cried out, watch out, before she could finish. Qin-ji had already taken her hand. He leaped up, sitting steadily behind Jun Lingyi. With a swift stroke, he cut down the person who had tried to ambush him from behind. Jun Lingyi vigorously shook the reins to pull away from the thick of the fight. Qin Ji's brow furrowed, and he whispered in her ear, "Why did you come back?" Jun Lingyi stared ahead, her voice calmly unlike her usual self. "Your Highness, do you see that person in front?" Qin Ji was taken aback. He followed Jun Lingyi's gaze and saw a man standing behind a large force of Wu soldiers, looking this way. He nodded and answered yes. Jun Lingyi leaned even lower. To shoot the rider, first shoot the horse. To catch the bandits, first catch their leader. We're going to kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Lingyi yanked the reins hard. Zhu Ying understood and leaped over head after head, heading straight for the very rear of the Wu army. Jun Lingyi's eyes narrowed as she muttered, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhu Ying's body soared into the air once more, jumping higher than ever before. Jun Lingyi shouted now. The curved blade in Qin Ji's hand flew out at her command. It carved a trail through the night sky. With a clatter, the enemy general's head fell to the ground. The Wu soldiers stared blankly at the scene. For a moment, they were frozen in place. Then, the sounds of the Qi army rose from behind. It was official Liu leading the soldiers. Now, the Wu army could only fight while retreating hastily through the city gates, their previous arrogance completely gone. Once all the Wu soldiers had retreated from Yinhua City, official Liu arranged for guard to search for any remaining Wu stragglers. He then hurried to Zhu Ying and knelt, trembling. This official is late to the rescue. I hope your highness will forgive me. Qin Ji looked at him and said coldly, the streets were blocked and the people were in danger. Your sin does not lie in this. Hearing Qin Ji's voice, official Liu felt even more terrified, his head nearly touching the ground. Qin Ji continued, find out how the Wu soldiers entered Yinhua City. I want an explanation by dawn, or I want your head. Official Liu hurriedly cowed out. Yes. After Qin Ji finished speaking, he yanked the reins hard. Jun Lingyi's body leaned back, crashing. Got directly into Qin Ji. Put me down. I need to go somewhere. Qin Ji didn't respond, only continued to ride forward. Where? It's chaotic outside. I'll go with you. Outside a medical clinic. Jun Lingyi dismounted and ran inside. Your Highness, I have a friend who is injured. I'll just go in and check. You don't need to come in. Qin Ji frowned as he watched her back. Friend? What friend? Why is she so anxious to see them? Before he could think further, Jun Lingyi came back out. Your Highness, but she says she wants to see you. Before Qin Ji could answer, Jun Lingyi took his hand and led him into the clinic. Qin Ji's gaze swept across, got the beds filled with all sorts of patients. Jun Lingyi led him further into a separate partition. Inside were injured children. Some had parents accompanying them, while others were all alone. Qin Ji took it all in as Jun Lingyi pulled him further. Following her, he saw the little girl who had sold the concentric knots earlier, crouching in a corner. She was happily braiding a concentric knot with red string. Her mother was beside her, braiding along with her. The scene looked very warm, but the little girl's left eye was bandaged. Qin Ji didn't need Jun Lingyi to explain the blood on the bandage to know what it meant. The little girl noticed Jun Lingyi and looked up. Sister, you brought brother. Jun Lingyi smiled and replied, see, I didn't lie to you. Brother has been with me all along. The girl nodded vigorously, her smile widening. MHM, sister and brother are both still wearing the knots I braided. Suddenly, the girl stood up and tugged on Qin Ji's robe, saying seriously, brother, you're bad. You left sister all alone when there were so many bad guys. Sister saw I was hurt and went all by herself to the yamen to find that disobedient horse to bring me here. The girl spoke very matter-of-factly. Jun Lingyi couldn't help but squat down. Don't misunderstand. Brother let me escape alone so he could kill the bad guys and save more people. Jun Lingyi patted the girl's head and smiled. You must be good and recover well, so you can braid many more concentric knots for me, okay? The girl said seriously, but I have a condition. Her little adult manner made Jun Lingyi shake her head helplessly. Tell me whatever condition you have. The girl's words were shocking. I want to see sister and brother kiss. The girl's mother stepped forward and pulled her back. Don't talk nonsense. The mother then looked at Jun Lingyi and Qin Ji. With an apologetic look. I'm sorry. The child is young and talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, Mississippi. You saved her life by bringing her here. I truly don't know how to repay such a debt. Jun Lingyi rubbed the girl's head. Who could bear to leave such a cute child to die? The girl struggled a bit and pouted. The fireworks were ruined by the bad guys just now. Brother and sister definitely didn't get to kiss. Just do it once. Jun Lingyi smiled and shook her head, seeing the girl turn her head away in a huff. Just as she stood up, Qin Ji reached out and pulled her close, kissing her just like that. His lips pressed against hers. Jun Lingyi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly closed her eyes, accepting Qin Ji's kiss. The little girl's eyes went wide, and her mother, that hurriedly reached out to cover them. The partition fell silent for a moment. It was unclear how much time passed. Qin Ji's lips slowly pulled away. Let's go, wife. Yun Lingyi nodded dizzily. Hand in hand, they walked out. The girl's voice rang out behind them. Thank you for saving my life, sister. Sister and brother must be happy for a lifetime. The walk from the military clinic back to the station wasn't short. It was late, and the battle-scarred Yinhua City had returned to silence. Qinji held Jun Lingyi's hand as they strolled back. It was very quiet until Jun Lingyi suddenly spoke. I ran in her right after we got separated. She was hurt, but didn't cry. She just kept crawling. I used your badge to take Zhu Ying and bring her to the clinic. Qinji didn't ask why she came back after dropping her off. Are you worried about me? Jun Lingyi looked into Qinji's eyes, her lips pursed. She pressed her palm against Qinji's chest, creating a bit of distance between them. Your Highness has a precious body. If anything happened to you, I'd have to be buried with you. Qinji's expression changed slightly. Jun Lingyi hurriedly corrected herself to soothe him. No, your Highness will live as long as the heavens. You surely won't see the day I'm buried with you. Qinji pinched her chin, forcing her to look up, and said seriously, I wish to ask the princess for one thing. Jun Lingyi coughed, looking a bit awkward. Your Highness, just say it. Qinji's expression was earnest. I asked for the princess's life. Jun Lingyi quickly jumped out of his embrace and took 2 steps back. Your Highness, don't be rash. Jun Lingyi had thought that she understood little Teddy a bit by now, but lately, she felt his thoughts were becoming more and more unpredictable. Why was he suddenly asking for her life? Qinji took a step forward. Jun Lingyi looked at him warily. Your Highness, I really haven't tried to harm you. Qinji looked at her. My life belongs to the country and its people. I don't know when I might leave. I only want to hold the princess's life. From now on, the princess may not put herself in danger, may not leave easily, and certainly may not be buried with me. The princess must live well, because her life is no longer her own, it is mine. If I do not permit the princess to die, she must live forever in freedom and happiness. Jun Lingyi blinked, standing still as she listened to Qinji's slow words. Before she knew it, he was in front of her, his eyes lowered. Does the princess understand? Jun Lingyi nodded. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely live a few years longer, so you don't get a reputation for bringing bad luck to your wife. Qinji gave a soft hum. Even though no one was around, Qinji habitually held her hand. He said it was unsafe tonight and wouldn't let Jun Lingyi go back to her room alone no matter what. Jun Lingyi had no choice but to follow him back to his room. Having eaten too much meat earlier, she had a bit of stomachache upon returning. Qinji saw her with her head down at the door and asked in a low voice, Is your period here? Jun Lingyi closed her eyes and nodded helplessly. She was naturally carefree, and with the army traveling recently, she had completely forgotten the date. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? Her head was down, her face full of frustration. Qinji pulled her into his arms. He placed his hand on her lower abdomen. The warmth dissipated the pain. The corners of Jun Lingyi's mouth lifted. She slept even more soundly. Early the next morning, Official Liu, who had been investigating all night, came in with dark circles under his eyes. It just so happened that Chun Jingning had come to find Qinji. Seeing the woman in a blue dress, Official Liu assumed that she was the woman who had been with the prince last night. He hurriedly knelt and said, This official pays his respects to Miss Chun. Chun Jingning smiled. Official Liu, please rise. My father works for the court, but I have no rank or title. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Official Liu stood up and said softly, Miss Chun naturally cannot accept it. But the consort of Prince Pingxi can. Chun Jingning's face turned red, but she still said shyly, Official Liu, don't talk nonsense. Brother Qinji's heart is hard to read. Right now, I am merely the daughter of the Qin family. Official Liu's face was full of smiles. Everyone saw it yesterday. The prince and Miss Chun spent the Luokai festival together. Miss Chun was heroic, leading the prince. But to crush the Wu soldiers' morale and save the thousands of citizens of Yunhua City. Rest assured, Miss Chun, I have already reported this matter to the court exactly as it happened. The intimate interaction between Miss Chun and the prince needs no extra words, not to make anyone envious. Once the Empress Dowager sees that report, the position of Prince Pingxi's consort won't be far off. In the future, I hope you will put in a good word for me before the Prime Minister and the Prince. Hearing this, Chun Jingning lowered her hands, her smile becoming even more bashful. Of course, after some pleasantries, Official Liu took his leave. Chun Jingning continued forward with her tray, but her expression held a hint of displeasure. Who exactly went out with Brother Qin Ji last night? Could it be Jun Lingyi is here? Nearby, Diawu ran over and bowed. Miss, the letter has been sent to the eldest young master. MHM, the corners of Chun Jingning's mouth lifted. Once brother receives the letter, he'll surely come to Yunhua City to help me soon. She held the pastries and said, Let's go find Brother Qinji. Diawu followed her all the way to Qinji's door. Diyu was guarding the door. Chun Jingning tried to enter without a word, but Diyu's arm blocked her path. Chun Jingning raised an eyebrow. What? Is there something inside that I shouldn't see? Diyu said coldly, The prince has ordered. Miss Diawu and dogs are not allowed inside. Chun Jingning was stunned. Did Diawu offend Brother Qinji? She turned and glared at Diawu, snapping, Get lost. Diawu lowered her head and quickly hurried away. Chun Jingning turned back to enter, but Diyu's arm extended again, firmly blocking her path. Chun Jingning raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean by this, Lord Du? Diyu's voice remained cold. The prince has ordered. Miss Dai Wu and dogs are not allowed inside. Chun Jingning's teeth were set on edge. She glared at Diyu. Dai Wu huffed and left. What does it matter to me whether dogs can enter? Do you not understand Brother Qinji's command? The fire in Chun Jingning's heart grew even higher. Just as she was about to strike, the door opened on its own. Qin and Jun Lingyi walked out of the room, one after the other. Chen Jingming's gaze softened instantly as she said daintily, "Brother Qin." Qin gaze swept past Yu as he grabbed Jun Lingyi and strode forward. Chen Jingming's eyes followed. Just as she was about to follow, Yu blocked her path again. "The prince has ordered. Miss Dai Wu and dogs are not allowed to follow." Chen Jingming clenched her teeth and stomped her feet hard on the ground several times. On the other side, Jun Lingyi and Qin had already reached the main hall. Having received Qin's orders, official Lu dared not delay. Every person of standing in the military camp was present to discuss the strategy. The situation regarding the Wu kingdom turned out to be from the last battle. Wu soldiers took advantage of the city's lax security to enter through the side walls. They had been lying in ambush, waiting until the Falling Color Festival to begin their bloody assault. Qin said coldly, "Official Lu, it has been an hour since dawn. Prince, it is this humble official's fault." Official Lu's body trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground, nearly in tears. Qin did not intend to deal with him right now, so he said, "Get up. You must never be so negligent again." Official Lu rose, feeling lucky. He hurried to take out the border defense map and spread it on the table. Everyone stood around the table, discussing their next course of action. The man Jun Lingyi and Qin Ji killed yesterday was Luo Cheng, the great general of the Wu Kingdom's radical faction. Luo Cheng was a profligate who loved seeking out thrilling excitement. He had personally orchestrated the events of the Falling Color Festival, never imagining that this excitement would cost him his head. Luo Cheng himself was not to be feared, but the Luo family was like a coiled dragon and a crouching tiger, holding a pivotal position in the Wu Kingdom. If the Luo family sought retaliation, Yunhua City would surely be defeated with its current meager military strength. Specifically, the Iron Horse formation was pioneered by the Luo family. When the late emperor attacked the Wu Kingdom, he intended to conquer it in one fell swoop, but he eventually lost to the Luo family's Iron Horse formation. Thus, the Wu Kingdom was left to manage its own affairs. The group discussed for a long time, all suggesting that Qin lead the troops to suppress the Wu Kingdom's morale first, then send word to Shujing City for reinforcements. Once a preliminary conclusion was reached, everyone's gaze fixed on Qin, seeking his opinion. Qin's brow twitched slightly, but he said nothing. The room fell into silence. Qin turned his body slightly. The crowd's gaze followed him, only to see Qin Ji look back at Jun Lingyi. "Are you tired after standing for so long?" Jun Lingyi was startled. She blinked, meeting Qin Ji's concerned gaze, and shook her head. "I'm not tired." Qin Ji's gaze returned to the map. "Rian, what are your thoughts?" Jun Lingyi pondered for a moment before saying, "To shoot the rider, first shoot the horse. To catch the bandits, first catch the king." The Iron Horse formation consists of cavalrymen clad in armor and holding iron shields, arranged in no particular order. Even if we fire arrows from the city walls, it won't harm them in the slightest. But because of this, the burden on the horses is too great. The horse hooves are exposed. If we shoot them with arrows, hack them with blades, or trap them in pits, the Iron Horse formation can be broken. With Wu's current strength, they can at most send 10,000 cavalry. To defend Yunhua City, our men are more than enough. Jun Lingyi spoke eloquently, gesturing on the map as she explained step by step. The method to break the Iron Horse formation left the room in total silence. They had fought on the battlefield for many years and had encountered this formation before. It was a bizarre tactic that could always pit 1,000 against 10,000. This young brother before them was very young, yet his method was something they had never considered. Qin Ji listened to Jun Lingyi's words and agreed. If we follow Ruyan's method, no reinforcements are needed. Let Ruyan personally command the soldiers to set the traps. The preparations for the traps were carried out in secret. 5 days later, Yunhua City indeed received a declaration of war from the Wu Kingdom. Jun Lingyi stood atop the city wall, clad in a cloak and holding 5 colored flags, calmly directing the soldiers. Luo Liang led the Iron Horse formation with full confidence, prepared to conquer Yunhua City in one go to avenge his younger brother. Little did he know what awaited the Iron Horses. The soldiers already lying in ambush in the traps leapt out, brandishing machetes and aiming every stroke at the horses' hooves. The horses shrieked and stumbled to the ground, bringing the cavalrymen down with them. Hooves, shields, iron armor, everything fell into a heap. The Iron Horse formation, usually known for its strict discipline, instantly turned into a mess of loose sand. Luo Liang was stunned, unable to react. Before he knew what was happening, the gates of Yunhua City opened. Qin Ji, clad in armor, led his soldiers out of the city to engage in battle. Just as the sword in his hand was raised, someone in the Wu army cried out the Shi Xie sword. He is the Prince of Pingxi. The horses were already crippled. The Wu soldiers scrambled up from the ground, having completely lost their will to fight. Back in the military camp, at dusk, the soldiers were all praising Jun Lingyi. This battle was truly won thanks to her. They all began to toast Jun Lingyi collectively. Jun Lingyi was a bit embarrassed by the praise. Diyu told Qin Ji that Chen Zhongying had arrived. Qinji decided to go meet Qin Zhongying and told Yu to watch over Junlingyi. At the post station, Junlingyi returned tipsy. Looking at her, as Junlingyi entered the room, Yu thoughtfully closed the door. At this time, Qinji also rushed back. He told Yu that he had to leave for a few days and asked Yu to help him pack. After he left, Yu was to continue staying by Junlingyi's side. Yu took the order. Qinji opened the door and saw Junlingyi lying on the bed. Clothes and shoes were tossed everywhere. Qinji touched Junlingyi's cheek, feeling a bit distressed for her. She had drunk so much wine. Junlingyi felt Qinji's hand was very cool, which made her feel comfortable. Qinji kissed Junlingyi's foot. Duyu's voice came from outside the door, telling Qinji that everything was packed. Hearing this, he tucked Junlingyi in and told her to wait for him for at most 5 days before he returned. Then he picked up a pen. He wrote a letter. Outside, Chen Zhongying was waiting, and official Lu, who was nearby, handed the horse to Qinji. Qinji warned him that he was returning to the capital, and if Junlingyi suffered even a slight injury, he wouldn't just take Lu's official hat, he would take his head. Official Lu promised repeatedly for Qinji to rest assured, as he would certainly host Master Jun well. After Qinji left, Chen Zhongying warned official Lu that killing her was the Empress Dowager's wish, while protecting her was the prince's, which was more important. He presumed he didn't need to say more. He then patted official Lu's shoulder and told him he had one night to prepare. What the Empress Dowager wanted was for her reputation to be ruined and for her to die without a whole corpse. Official Lu broke into a cold sweat but dared not disobey. The next morning, Junlingyi looked at the letter Qinji had left her. However, official Lu brought a group of people and kicked open Junlingyi's door. Junlingyi didn't know what official Lu was trying to do. She saw official Lu acting with an air of righteous indignation, claiming Junlingyi was a criminal who colluded with the Wu kingdom to lead the enemy into the city, causing the Falling Color Festival massacre. He claimed this had been confirmed by multiple captives. Today, Junlingyi was to be thrown into prison to be tortured for a confession. Tomorrow at noon, she would be tried, and if found guilty, she would be beheaded immediately. He ordered his men to seize Junlingyi. As she was being forced out, Junlingyi suddenly remembered. She was currently disheveled, so she requested to take a cloak. In the prison, the guards were very fierce. They pushed Junlingyi into the cell and warned her that crossing the two of them was her misfortune. They had countless ways to make her sign a confession in agony. Looking at the two men, with their ferocious looks, Junlingyi quickly asked where she should sign and thumbprint her confession. The two brothers didn't react for a moment, and their weapons dropped to the floor. The younger brother discussed quietly with the older one. This person's routine wasn't right. Shouldn't prisoners be unyielding until death? Why was this one confessing so quickly? The older brother pondered, suspecting this was a ruse. She might fool others, but not him. She must want to catch them off guard and harm them. He pointed a finger at Junlingyi. In the end, Junlingyi pulled out a piece of paper and cautiously asked them if this was the paper that needed to be signed and thumbprint. She had already written it. The two were even more confused now. They locked Junlingyi up and went back to report. Junlingyi thought that instead of letting the guards torture her half to death for a confession, it was better to save time and find a way out. Qinji was gone. Official Lu arrested her on charges of treason, no matter how she looked at it. It seemed like a frame-up to lure the tiger away from the mountain. This official Lu was worth digging into. Then Junlingyi pulled out the flute from her bosom and began to play. A small bird flew in. She used the bird to send information outside. At night, the prison was so cold that Junlingyi couldn't sleep. If she slept in the cell for a night, wouldn't she catch a fever? At this time, Junlingyi began to miss Qinji. She thought it would be great if Qinji were by her side. Suddenly, she was shocked by her own thought. How could she think of him? How pathetic to be pining for another woman's man. Then she sighed again. If only Qinji didn't like Master Lu. The next day, at the execution ground, several officials escorted Junlingyi onto the stage. The officials sat on the stage. Chen Jingning and Chen Zhongying were also there. Some informed commoners were discussing how it was Chen Jingning and Qinji who had settled the Falling Color Festival massacre case, and that Chen Zhongying had come from the capital for the marriage between Chen Jingning and Qinji. Official Lu slapped the table and began to interrogate Junlingyi. He accused her of treason and leading the enemy into the city, causing the Falling Color Festival massacre. He claimed war captives had identified her, and he held a confession in his hand. Now, he sentenced Junlingyi to be beheaded in public. The commoners cheered. Some even thought beheading was too good for a traitor and that she should be executed by extreme torture. Junlingyi struggled and wanted to ask official Lu some questions. Official Lu had previously told the prince that the Wu people had mixed into Yunyue City beforehand and opened the gates for the Wu army, causing the massacre. But based on the speed with which official Lu could pry open the mouths of Wu captives in a single day to get a confession that I'm a traitor, why weren't you able to detect the Wu people mixing into the city in time? If it were truly the Wu people who opened the gates, the unrest should have started at the city gates. Why did it happen in the busy market district? The Wu army could enter so quietly. I'm afraid they had official Official Lu's help, didn't they? Official Lu was humiliated into anger and accused Jun Lingyi of talking nonsense. Qin Jingning also warned Jun Lingyi that slandering a court official was a serious crime that would lead to torture. Jun Lingyi looked calm and told them she had evidence. She then took out a stack of papers from her bosom. These were the papers she had found in Official Lu's manor. Written on them was something unexpected. Lu Yongda, prefect of Yunhua City, shall open the gates for the Wu Kingdom during the Falling Color Festival. The Wu Kingdom shall grant him 100 taels of gold, 2 famous paintings, and a pair of Taiyan porcelain vases. Official Lu was defiant. Where are these famous paintings and porcelain vases? I have never signed such a thing with the Wu people. Just then, a servant arrived carrying the Taiyan porcelain vases. The crowd heard that it was indeed the Taiyan porcelain vases and realized that the true traitor was the prefect. No wonder his rescue army arrived so slowly on the day of the festival. For a moment, everyone was shouting to kill this corrupt official. Jun Lingyi had a bit of a headache. She hadn't slept all night while enduring the cold wind, and now her head was very dizzy. She felt lucky she hadn't fainted just now. Otherwise, she might have truly lost her head while dreaming. Official Lu was exasperated and looked at Jun Lingyi with hatred. Since she had cut off his path to survival, he absolutely could not let her live. So, Official Lu drew a sword from a nearby guard. Hoi long te Yun Lingyi. A pebble flicked against the prefect's hand, causing the sword to fall. Qinji had arrived. Qinji timely supported the dizzy Jun Lingyi and blamed himself for coming late. In Qinji's room at the post station, Bai Qiao Qiao saw Jun Lingyi wake up and greeted her. Qinji told Jun Lingyi that after she fainted, this Miss Bai had come to the door, claiming to know her. Jun Lingyi held her head. She did indeed know her. She asked the prince if she could speak with Bai Qiao Qiao alone. Qinji looked left and right, but eventually agreed. You want to check on Jun Lingyi's medicine. As soon as Qinji left, Bai Qiao Qiao immediately revealed her true nature to Jun Lingyi. She gave a big thumbs up and praised her for having such good luck with men. Jun Lingyi didn't know why Bai Qiao Qiao had come. Bai Qiao Qiao told her. She came to save her. Having heard she was imprisoned, she thought she'd go watch the excitement, but happened to run into her fainting. She figured those quack doctors wouldn't be able to diagnose Jun Lingyi's illness, so she came to add some medicine for her. She then looked at Jun Lingyi, seeking praise. Although Mufeng Hall followed Jun Lingyi's arrangements to help her find proof against Lu Yongda, it was her best friend who saved Jun Lingyi's life. So, Jun Lingyi still couldn't do without her. Jun Lingyi did as Bai Qiao Qiao wished and thanked her for saving her life, expressing her deep gratitude. Bai Qiao Qiao asked curiously, that man just now must be the prince husband you were having child with, right? Judging by his gait. She thought his martial arts shouldn't be inferior to their eldest senior brothers. He was also very handsome, very suitable for producing an heir. Jun Lingyi clutched her stomach and told Bai Qiao Qiao not to have wild thoughts. She and him were perfectly innocent and had nothing between them. This confused Bai Qiao Qiao. They actually had nothing? Letting such a great beauty go to waste. Jun Lingyi was simply being wasteful. She then stood up and told Jun Lingyi that since she wasn't using him, why not let her borrow him? A child born with him would surely be excellent. Jun Lingyi, displeased, told Bai Qiao Qiao that Qinji was bent and already had someone he liked. Bai Qiao Qiao was unmoved. Being bent was fine. If she really liked him, she could bend him back. Jun Lingyi told Bai Qiao Qiao that Yan Ning also liked Qinji. If Bai Qiao Qiao really slept with Qinji, Yan Ning would probably fight her to the death. Bai Qiao Qiao was puzzled. She never expected Yan Ning to like Qinji. Seeing Jun Lingyi's serious face, Bai Qiao Qiao thought that waiting for Jun Lingyi to wise up was less likely than her sleeping with 3,000 handsome men. She then turned to go seduce Qinji. Jun Lingyi shouted loudly behind her, telling her to come back. Just as Bai Qiao Qiao was about to open the door, Qinji came in carrying the medicine. Bai Qiao Qiao looked at Jun Lingyi, who had stood up and told her that her body wasn't well yet, so it was best not to get out of bed. She then said she was leaving and didn't need to be seen out. She chuckled behind her hand and quickly slipped away. Qinji held the medicine and handed it to Jun Lingyi. The next second, she was picked up by Qinji. He placed her on the bed, then picked up the medicine to feed her, telling her she must take it properly, until she was well. She was not allowed to get out of bed. Jun Lingyi had a grievance she couldn't voice. It seemed Qinji was going to start raising her like a pig again. Then she asked curiously why he was back. Was the business in the capital finished so quickly? Qinji put down the medicine and hugged Jun Lingyi, regretting that he shouldn't have left. He promised her that from now on, he would never leave her alone again. Qinji told Jun Lingyi that he had returned to the capital because the Empress Dowager wanted to find a concubine for him to continue the family line. Jun Lingyi was unhappy. He was already smoking, so what line was there to continue? Besides, continuing the family line wasn't something only a concubine could do. Qinji agreed, then was surprised to find that Jun Lingyi was actually angry. Jun Lingyi crossly accused the prince. If he brought such a beautiful young lady home, wouldn't he be deceiving her heart? That girl would be too pitiful. She might as well go to the northern border herself. and bring back a child for the prince. Qinshi pushed Yun Lingyi down. She stopped him and told him that her weak and sickly body might not be suitable for him to produce an heir. Qinji told her she was overthinking, pulled up the quilt to cover her, and told her to sleep quickly after taking the medicine. The two lay on the bed, and Junlingyi kept looking at Qinji. He told her that if she didn't sleep, he would hold her asleep. Junlingyi shyly pulled up the quilt. After a while, she saw Qinji close his eyes and suspected he had fallen asleep. She thought he probably hadn't slept well these past 2 days either. Unconsciously, she reached out and touched the space between his brows. Qinji's defensive awareness was very strong even in his sleep, and he grabbed Junlingyi's wrist firmly. However, hearing her voice, he relaxed and let go. Junlingyi's heart softened. He could recognize her voice even in his dreams. But just as she was about to take her hand away, Qinji actually held her hand. Looking at his sleeping face, Junlingyi did not struggle. She only hoped he wouldn't frown anymore. She would truly feel distressed for him. A few days later, Bai Qiao Qiao came to see Junlingyi again. This time, she could finally get out of bed. She quickly asked Qinji if she could go out today. She had been craving the lamb skewers outside for a long time. Qinji told her she had just recovered and couldn't eat much meat. Junlingyi promised she would only eat a little. She pulled Bai Qiao Qiao along, telling Qinji that she was a doctor and would be fine going out with her. Somewhat displeased, Qinji handed Junlingyi a QQ. Seeing Qinji's expression, Bai Qiao Qiao was a bit afraid. She felt his expression was telling her that if Junlingyi returned missing a single hair, he would skin her alive. Outside, Bai Qiao Qiao teased Junlingyi about how much dog food she had been forced to eat lately. Junlingyi still insisted she had nothing with Qinji and promised she definitely wouldn't tell their master or eldest senior brother, urging Junlingyi to come clean. Junlingyi tried to argue that things weren't as Bai Qiao Qiao thought. She explained that since she was to be a parasite in Qinji's manner, she naturally had to stroke the master's fur the right way, just like how she was always the most well-behaved in front of their master. Bai Qiao Qiao found it hilarious. Junlingyi actually had the nerve to call herself well-behaved. She noticed that after getting married, Junlingyi had become more and more shameless. Junlingyi grinned and told Bai Qiao Qiao that being shameless made one invincible. A voice came from behind. Bai Qiao Qiao and Junlingyi turned their heads to see Chun Jingning, who was muttering something about a vixen and a thief. Junlingyi was afraid. Could Chun Jingning have recognized her? Otherwise, why would she call her a vixen and a thief? Chun Jingning reached out to hit Bai Qiao Qiao. Fortunately, Bai Qiao Qiao stopped her. Junlingyi whispered an introduction into Bai Qiao Qiao's ear, saying this person was a brainless fan of Qinji. She was also a bit confused. Why was Chun Jingning coming for Bai Qiao Qiao? Bai Qiao Qiao kicked Chun Jingning away. Chun Jingning almost fell. The maid beside her quickly supported her and threatened Bai Qiao Qiao, saying her young lady was the future princess of Pingxi. A few days ago during the festival, her young lady had saved the people of Yunyue City along with the prince. By hitting Chun Jingning, Bai Qiao Qiao was making an enemy of the whole city, so she should hurry and apologize. Bai Qiao Qiao was speechless. She actually had to apologize to her. It was clearly she who had started cursing first. Chun Jingning pointed at Bai Qiao Qiao and cursed her for being a vixen who, after seducing Qinji, was now being intimate with another man. So what if she cursed her? Only then did Junlingyi realize that the vixen was aimed at Bai Qiao Qiao, while the other man seemed to refer to her. Chun Jingning threatened to tell Qinji about Bai Qiao Qiao's behavior, so he would throw her into prison and execute her. Bai Qiao Qiao lunged at Chun Jingning, not knowing what this brainless fan was talking about, but her short temper couldn't take it. Junlingyi tried to advise her from the side that this was the prime minister's daughter, so she should take it easy. She shouldn't cripple her. Bai Qiao Qiao winked, telling Junlingyi to rest assured. She should see what her own profession was. Today, she must let Chun Jingning know not to easily provoke a doctor. Then she lunged at Chun Jingning again. While Chun Jingning was being beaten, Junlingyi verbally told Bai Qiao Qiao to stop and stay calm. But in action, she blocked Chun Jingning's two maids firmly, not letting them go over to help at all. A hand reached out and blocked Bai Qiao Qiao, pulling Chun Jingning up. Seeing her backup had arrived, Chun Jingning weakly called out Chun Zhongying. Chun Zhongying usually looked like a refined scholar. Junlingyi hadn't expected him to have such good skills. Junlingyi signaled that they couldn't keep fighting. Bai Qiao Qiao received the signal. She understood immediately and then started acting crazy, shouting, "Vixen, I'll beat you to death." Junlingyi cooperated perfectly, holding Bai Qiao Qiao back and telling Chun Zhongying that this was her sister, who had developed a condition after a trauma in her youth. She would only go on a hitting rampage if she heard someone call her Vixen. It was her own negligence for not watching her well. Chun Zhongying was displeased and spoke sarcastically, saying his sister's illness was quite unique. Bai Qiao Qiao leaned into Junlingyi's embrace as if she truly had been traumatized. Junlingyi told Chun Zhongying again that she could guarantee Bai Qiao Qiao had only scared people and hadn't actually hurt Chun Jingning. If he didn't believe her, he could take her for a checkup. She thought to herself that he definitely wouldn't find any injuries anyway. Chun Zhongying agreed and also apologized to Junlingyi, saying his sister was immature and spoke rudely, and he hoped they would forgive her. Junlingyi quickly responded in kind. Bai Qiao Qiao pulled at Junlingyi, clamoring that she was starving. So, Junlingyi and Bai Qiao Qiao took their leave of Chun Zhongying. Bai Qiao Qiao could see that Chun Zhongying was deeply calculating and must be guarded against. On the street, Bai Qiao Qiao and Junlingyi sat down and began eating snacks. Bai Qiao Qiao pointed to a bowl of soup for Junlingyi, saying she could only eat that while everything else was hers. She then enjoyed the food happily. Junlingyi had just saved Bai Qiao Qiao, yet she was actually burning the bridge after crossing it. Bai Qiao Qiao spoke with righteous conviction. Since Junlingyi had saved her, she had to be even more responsible for Junlingyi's health by making her eat light. Someone behind them was discussing that to celebrate repelling the Wu Kingdom, the Falling Color Festival would be held again in 3 days. They wondered if they could see the living Bodhisattva who had saved them last time. Bai Qiao Qiao asked Junlingyi curiously if the living Bodhisattva they were talking about was her, rather than that brainless fan, Chun Jingning. Junlingyi told Bai Qiao Qiao proudly that it was indeed her. She then asked if she also thought she was very cool. Bai Qiao Qiao knew Junlingyi very well. She was usually very cowardly and would avoid trouble if she could, so she certainly wouldn't have rushed forward. She suspected it wasn't to save the people, but to save Qin Ji. Junlingyi poked her chopsticks and stubbornly told Bai Qiao Qiao that she was also concerned about the country and the people. The prince had to be saved, otherwise, if he died, she would have to be buried with him. Bai Qiao Qiao didn't believe that anyone could force this bride to be buried with him. That would have to be the king of hell himself. Bai Qiao Qiao felt that Junlingyi simply liked Qin Ji. Junlingyi covered Bai Qiao Qiao's mouth, warning her that if she gossiped again, she would find her little Wang Kai. Bai Qiao Qiao stopped talking about it and mentioned instead that the prince was so brave to save the people of a whole city, which made her want to marry him even more. Junlingyi felt a bit uncomfortable, but she still wouldn't admit it. She told Bai Qiao Qiao to keep dreaming. 3 days later, Junlingyi saw Bai Qiao Qiao dressed so flamboyantly and thought she had lost her mind. Bai Qiao Qiao, wearing a magnificent dress, twirled around the room. She asked Junlingyi if she looked good, saying this outfit had cost a lot of silver. Junlingyi thought Bai Qiao Qiao was very strange. She was usually the laziest when it came to dressing up, so why was she dressed so magnificently today? Bai Qiao Qiao shyly told Junlingyi that she was going on a date today. However, since it happened to be snowing, she told Junlingyi to stay in bed and not go out. She then left. Junlingyi was curious about who Bai Qiao Qiao was going out with. Bai Qiao Qiao gave a playful smile. She told Junlingyi it was a secret and that Junlingyi couldn't go out today. She had already told Qin Ji and warned her not to think about sneaking out. In frustration, Junlingyi threw a pillow toward the door where Bai Qiao Qiao was. Just then, Qin Ji pushed the door open and saw the pillow on the floor. He picked it up, not knowing what kind of tantrum Junlingyi was throwing. Junlingyi said nothing. She heard Qin Ji say he also had things to do today and told her to stay home. If she wanted anything to eat, he would bring it back. Junlingyi was suspicious. Why was Qin Ji going out too? Could it be that he was with Bai Qiao Qiao? This made Junlingyi restless. She quickly got dressed and followed him out. On the street, although Junlingyi was wearing thick clothes, it was still very cold. Not far away, Junlingyi spotted Bai Qiao Qiao and quickly followed her cautiously. A man considerately draped a coat over Bai Qiao Qiao's shoulders. Although she couldn't see the man's face clearly, Bai Qiao Qiao looked shy. Junlingyi suspected this man was Qin Ji. Suddenly, Qin Ji's voice rang out from behind her, scaring Junlingyi so much that she tried to flee in a panic. In the end, she was still caught by Qin Ji. Junlingyi let out a sigh. She pretended she had just recognized him. Qin Ji looked serious. Junlingyi quickly admitted her mistake. Qin Ji didn't say much, but instead wrapped her clothes tighter, feeling she was dressed too lightly. Junlingyi asked Qin Ji if he was also out shopping. Before he could speak, 2 people walked over from the bridge, Bai Qiao Qiao and Chun Zhongying. Junlingyi was shocked. Bai Qiao Qiao's date turned out to be Chun Zhongying. Chun Zhongying saluted Qin Ji and asked if the prince was free today, as his sister had been waiting for him. Junlingyi suddenly realized. No wonder Chun Zhongying greeted her before the prince. He was making a point. The prince had time to go shopping with a subordinate, but no time to accompany his sister. Qin Ji was very serious. He had made himself clear before. Chun Zhongying should understand that the situation in the northern border was dangerous, and outsiders must not intervene. When Chun Zhongying returned to the capital to report, he should take all unrelated personnel with him. He stated that he and Junlingyi had business and turned to lead her away. Seeing that Bai Qiao Qiao was also about to leave, Chun Zhongying grabbed Bai Qiao Qiao. He had thought Bai Qiao Qiao was going to be with him today. Bai Qiao Qiao was not the type to pick a man over her friend and flatly rejected Chun Zhongying. Chun Zhongying hugged Bai Qiao Qiao and told her she had already stolen his heart. He would be very sad if she left now. Bai Qiao Qiao didn't waver. She pulled out a silver needle, pointed it at Chun Zhongying, and told him she was naturally beautiful and specialized in stealing hearts, but never took responsibility. Scared, Chun Zhongying stepped back repeatedly, and Bai Qiao Qiao walked away. Chun Zhongying watched by Xiao Qiao's departing figure with an indescribable feeling. She really had no sentimentality, running off as soon as she was done with him. In a noodle shop, Qin Ji and Jun Lingyi sat at a table. The waiter brought 2 bowls of beef noodles. Qin Ji picked out some meat from Jun Lingyi's bowl. Since Jun Lingyi had just recovered, she needed to eat light meals and less meat. Jun Lingyi looked aggrieved. Not being able to eat meat was simply too miserable. Qin Ji, somewhat helpless, added a piece of meat back and fed it to her. Jun Lingyi ate the beef contentedly, feeling extremely happy. Du arrived from outside and brought the cloak Qin Ji had ordered. Qin Ji took the cloak. Jun Lingyi's sharp eyes noticed that Du was injured. Qin Ji didn't explain, but told Du to leave first. Jun Lingyi found it strange. Why were these two avoiding the subject? Could it be that Du did something wrong and Qin Ji punished him? Qin Ji stood up and told Jun Lingyi that putting on the cloak would make her warmer. Jun Lingyi redeliukrit as Qin Ji helped her. Into the cloak, Jun Lingyi couldn't help but ask Qin Ji if he would ever fall in love with someone else, like a girl. Qin Ji told her he wouldn't, thinking to himself that he would only ever love Jun Lingyi, always and only her. Jun Lingyi, however, didn't know this and felt a bit dejected. She knew Qin Ji wouldn't love any woman other than Lu Weichen, so why did she even ask? She was just looking for trouble. Inside the inn, Bai Qiao Qiao looked at the newly returned Jun Lingyi and asked why she was back so early. She had thought Jun Lingyi would stay out all night. She then asked how it felt to be jealous over someone she liked. Only then did Jun Lingyi realize Bai Qiao Qiao had intentionally gone out with Chen Zhongying. However, she soon became gloomy again, not knowing if she really liked Qin Ji. They had grown up among men. Bai Qiao Qiao asked Jun Lingyi if her feelings for Qin Ji were the same as for Yi Ning. Was she happy just by seeing him? Jun Lingyi put down her cloak, feeling a bit bitter. Perhaps she did like Qin Ji, but Qin Ji didn't like her. Bai Qiao Qiao slapped the table and told Jun Lingyi to pursue him. Jun Lingyi had been like this since childhood, running away whenever something happened. Bai Qiao Qiao urged her that if Qin Ji was bent, she should bend him straight. It's easier for a woman to catch a man, especially since she had the advantage of being close to him. Jun Lingyi worried she couldn't bend him straight. Bai Qiao Qiao told her seriously that if she really couldn't, she should give up and come back. She would find some handsome young men to introduce to her, so she could forget Qin Ji. She had to try. One must pick something up before they can put it down. Encouraged, Jun Lingyi felt Bai Qiao Qiao made a lot of sense. She resolved to start pursuing Qin Ji tomorrow. Bai Qiao Qiao also cheered her on, saying she would support her spiritually. However, Jun Lingyi soon began to worry again. How was she supposed to pursue him? Having lived 2 lives, Jun Lingyi had no experience in this area. Bai Qiao Qiao came up with an idea, remembering Jun Lingyi saying before that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Jun Lingyi could show off her cooking skills to him. Jun Lingyi immediately refused. If Qin Ji ate her food, he would definitely trace it back to Mufeng Tower. Besides, last time, to hide her skills, she had made him a dish of incredibly terrible dark scrambled eggs, so that path was blocked. Bai Qiao Qiao then suggested she could show her side as a virtuous wife and mother, like sewing a patch on his clothes. But Jun Lingyi remembered the time she mended Qin Ji's clothes. It was an unbearable memory. Not only did she ruin the clothes while washing them, but she also sewed them into a beggar's outfit. Bai Qiao Qiao pushed Jun Lingyi back in her chair, curious about what she and Qin Ji had been through before she arrived. Jun Lingyi felt a bit awkward and told Bai Qiao Qiao it was nothing much, just that. She had been constantly thinking about how to leave. Bai Qiao Qiao had a sudden inspiration and thought of another way, to cook the rice directly and then let feelings grow over time. She could even help Jun Lingyi prepare some medicine. Jun Lingyi quickly stopped Bai Qiao Qiao's dangerous idea. She hadn't expected that after leaving Tao, another Bai Qiao Qiao would come along. Bai Qiao Qiao grabbed Jun Lingyi's hand. If none of this worked, she had no other ideas. She suggested Jun Lingyi give up and wanted the world with her. Jun Lingyi asked if she was leaving already. Bai Qiao Qiao told her plainly that she had only been waiting here to say goodbye. Jun Lingyi was a bit reluctant. She had thought Bai Qiao Qiao could stay for a few more days. But there was someone in the capital Bai Qiao Qiao didn't want to see, so she couldn't return with Jun Lingyi. Leaving sooner or later was the same. Before leaving, Bai Qiao Qiao asked Jun Lingyi to see her off. In the snow, Bai Qiao Qiao got on a carriage and told Jun Lingyi that if she and Qin Ji really worked out, she must send word and she would come immediately. Jun Lingyi blushed and told her to just go. As Bai Qiao Qiao drove away, she didn't forget to remind Jun Lingyi to strip off and get in a bed to let feelings grow. Jun Lingyi was just about to catch her breath when Chen Zhongying's voice came from behind. He then approached her. His hand was about to touch Jun Lingyi's cheek, but luckily she dodged quickly. Chen Zhongying actually felt that Jun Lingyi was more attractive than his own sister, but at the moment, she was in her male identity. Jun Lingyi wondered if Chen Zhongying had realized she was a woman. She then grabbed Chen Zhongying's hand, pushed him away forcefully, and told him that although she was a bit short, she was a real man. She hoped he wouldn't get it wrong. She didn't want to get involved in anything twisted with him and told him to find someone else. She then quickly left. However, Chen Zhongying had overheard her conversation with Bai Qiao Qiao and asked what Bai Qiao Qiao meant by getting into bed. Jun Lingyi stopped and told Chen Zhongying that those words meant she wanted to sleep with his sister. She then turned and left. Back at the inn, Junlingyi cheered herself up and knocked on Qinji's door. Qinji opened it and asked what was wrong. She didn't notice Chun Zhongying walking over from the side. Tense and stiff, she said nothing and went straight into the room, closing the door. Chun Zhongying's voice came from outside. He told Junlingyi that she had dropped something earlier and he was here to return it. In response, Junlingyi pulled Qinji and ran to the bed. She pushed Qinji down and pressed herself on top of him, telling him not to speak. Chun Zhongying entered the room uninvited. Junlingyi, in a harsh tone, told Chun Zhongying to put the item on the table and get lost and not to disturb her good time. She then pulled up the quilt to cover herself and Qinji, saying some crude things. Chun Zhongying put the item on the table and left. Junlingyi breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally fooled him. The next second, Qinji flipped over and pinned Junlingyi down, asking how she planned to treat him well. Junlingyi had miscalculated. She had been so focused on guarding against that fox Chun Zhongying that she forgot there was a teddy right in front of her. She held Qinji back and told him she had been forced to do that to avoid Chun Zhongying. Qinji sat up and asked what was going on. Junlingyi suspected Chun Zhongying had realized she was a woman, probably because her act as a man wasn't convincing enough. She then looked at Qinji with anticipation and told him she had come to him because she wanted him to teach her how to be a man, specifically a man like Lord Liu. Qinji was curious why she wanted to be like Liu Weichun. Junlingyi thought to herself, because if I'm like Liu Weichun, you'll probably like me. But out loud, she flattered him, saying it was because Liu Weichun was talented, handsome, and elegant. Qinji agreed to teach her, but she had to stay by his side and learn from his every move. Starting tonight, Junlingyi wondered if she even had to learn how to sleep. What was there to learn? Was she supposed to learn how Qinji hugs people in his sleep? But that night, Junlingyi still stayed in Qinji's room. She called out his name, but there was no response. Thinking he was asleep, she was suddenly pulled into a hug by him. Losing her balance, she fell onto Qinji. Her lips touched his. She thought to herself that she wasn't trying to take advantage of him. It was his own fault for hugging her randomly. She tried to lift herself up, but Qinji pressed her back down. Qinji was somewhat jealous that even Liu Weichun could get a compliment from her. When would she finally have eyes for him? Meanwhile, Junlingyi was thinking, could the person Qinji was kissing in his dreams be Liu Weichun? She really wanted to take Liu Weichun's place in Qinji's heart. Over at Liu Weichun's place, he kept sneezing. He hugged himself piteously. Winter had arrived, and it was truly too cold. If only there was someone by his side, perhaps he wouldn't feel so cold. The next afternoon, Qinji taught Junlingyi how to eat with chopsticks. Junlingyi felt a bit helpless. Perhaps she didn't need to learn how to eat. She'd rather learn something else, like how to flirt with girls. But Qinji told her he didn't know how. Lingji remembered Qinji was bent. So she changed her tune and said flirting with men would work too. Qinji became very alert. He asked her who she wanted to flirt with. Junlingyi told him she wanted to know how to flirt with a man as noble, elegant, and refined as the prince. Hearing this, Qinji was delighted. He touched her cheek and told her she didn't need to flirt. He would always be there. Junlingyi then grabbed his hand and told him he didn't need to know how to flirt with girls as long as she was there. Qinji froze, his heart beating uncontrollably. However, Junlingyi looked at him with a grin and asked how her acting was. Qinji tapped her on the head and told her to hurry up and eat. Diyu arrived at the door and reported to Qinji. Liu Yonda was dead, killed by a sword wound, a single stroke to the throat. A handkerchief had been left on his body. He opened the handkerchief to show it to Qinji. Qinji took it and told Diyu to withdraw. Qinji asked Junlingyi why she wasn't at all surprised to see that Ghost Valley Shah had killed Liu Yonda. While eating, Junlingyi told him nonchalantly that Liu Yonda was responsible for such a massive blood case, but was being protected by Chun Zhongying. Since he hadn't been executed, it wasn't strange for Ghost Valley Shah, who always punished evil and promoted good, to kill him. She then told Qinji to hurry up and eat and stop thinking about it. Qinji put down the handkerchief and followed her advice. That night, Junlingyi called out to him, but he didn't respond. So, Junlingyi got out of bed and picked up the handkerchief from the table. She poured a liquid onto it, and the words "Midnight" at Yusha Pavilion appeared. Junlingyi dried the handkerchief until it was clean and then disappeared. She arrived at Yusha Pavilion as agreed and saw her senior martial brother, Jiang Shuyao, in the pavilion. He asked her why she had come to Yingyue City. Junlingyi told him someone had forged his handwriting to frame him, and Prince Pingxi had come to investigate. Worried he would be in danger, she had followed along. He asked if Prince Pingxi was the man she had married. After getting an affirmative answer, he looked at the newcomer behind her and asked if that was the man. Junlingyi turned around. Qinji was walking toward them with a sword. Jiang Shuyao also drew his sword, wanting to kill Qinji for her. Without a word, the two of them began to fight. For a while, they were evenly matched. Yun Ling Yu and Umbrella. try and stop them, but it was sliced to pieces. Thus, she had no choice but to stand between them to get them to stop. As expected, seeing Junlingyi, both of them stopped their movements simultaneously. Seeing his sword thrusting toward Qinji, Junlingyi shielded Qinji with her body. Jiang Shuyao asked her if she didn't want him dead. Junlingyi's gaze was firm. She didn't want Qinji to die. However, her senior martial brother needed a reason. Junlingyi lowered his, finding it a bit difficult to speak.